like a bunch of lunatics. Oh, dear, excuse me. Excuse me, I've got a lot of work to do. Excuse me.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Cathy loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
You know, the old school hasn't changed at all. Even the kids look the same.
We've added some new classrooms. Would you like to see them?
Yes, I'd love to.
Patty, I thought you had a math class.
Who wants to go to a math class when she can look at Sal Mineo? Richard, did you see him?
I saw him.
Oh, did you ever see anything so dreamy? I wonder what he's doing here anyway.
He used to go to school here.
You're kidding. No wonder they call it the hallowed halls of Brooklyn Heights High.
Patty, will you please get that look off your face?
Richard, he's a big star. I could get discovered.
You mean found out?
I'll bet you he's come here to find new talent at his old high school. Of course. He wants to make somebody a big Hollywood movie star. Why not me?
He's here because he's going to star in a new television series. He plays a school teacher, and they're going to shoot some background stuff.
I knew it. It's fate.
What's fate?
They're going to need somebody to show them around school. Somebody who knows all the ropes. Somebody who can make life pleasant and easy for them. And guess who that someone is going to be?
Sal, this is Cathy Lane, Sal Mineo.
Hello, Cathy. I'm happy to meet you.
How do you do, Mr. Mineo? I've enjoyed your pictures and plays.
Well, thank you. I've heard a lot about you from Mr. Layton.
I thought it'd be a good idea if I assigned someone to show Mr. Mineo around the school. Would you like to take on the job, Cathy?
Yes, I'd love to.
And I promise I won't be a nuisance.
I'll bet there are thousands of girls who'd like to be in your shoes, Cathy.
I can think of one. Hey, where were you all day? You missed all the excitement. Oh, what excitement? Oh, nothing. There was just a movie star at school, that's all. I touched him with his hand. Oh, you should have seen him, Cathy. As a matter of fact, Patty. Fantastic. And he acted just like he was an ordinary human being. Patty, you know, you could tell he was a movie star just by looking at him. He had that kind of shining quality. I hear he's going to be around school for a while, doing research. You know, I'll bet Mr. Layton asked me to show him around. Oh, hi, group.
Hello, Patty.
Did you know there was a movie star at school today?
Oh, yeah, Cathy mentioned it.
Isn't it nice that Mr. Layton asked Cathy to show him around?
Mr. Layton asked you to show Sal Mineo around? I tried to tell you, Patty. I think it's just great. I wish you and Sal every happiness.
What was that all about?
I think Patty was hoping they'd ask her to show him around. Perhaps I could talk to Mr. Layton.
I think we better let well enough alone, Kath.
I'll go talk to Patty.
I've got that old here we go again feeling.
I don't think there's anything to worry about.
I hope you're right. Patty's never been exposed to a star before. She might just go right into orbit.
Are you all right, Patty? Sure. My ego's a little bruised, but I'll get over it. I didn't ask Mr. Layton to select me. Yeah, I know, Kath. I'm not blaming you. I think it's great. I really do. I mean, a big celebrity comes to Brooklyn Heights High, they need somebody to show them around. So who do they ask? Do they ask a girl who knows every nook and corner of that school like the back of her own hand? Do they ask a girl who has something in common with a movie star? Do they ask a girl who knows how to handle a situation like that? No, they ask you. You! While I go to waste. Well, I'm glad you're not upset. Upset? No, I'm not upset. Sal Mineo doesn't impress me. Good. Cathy? Yes? Would you do me a favor? If I can. Would you get me his autograph?
Oh, boy, this room really brings back a lot of memories.
Does it?
Oh, yeah. You know, a lot of this is new.
Oh, yes. We pride ourselves on being a very modern high school.
Well, I bet there are a couple of things that haven't changed. Like, what's the new hangout?
Hangout?
Yeah, where'd all the kids go after school?
Oh, there's a place around the corner called the Shake Shop.
Well, I'd like to see it. And I'll tell you what, after school, I'll buy you a soda, huh?
Oh, I'd like that very much. I'm afraid I have another engagement. But, I think I know someone that I might be able to persuade to go with you.
Patty?
Yeah?
Can I talk to you for a moment?
Could you make it a little later, please? I'm up to my...
Hi, I'm Sal Mineo.
Yeah, I know.
Your cousin Cathy suggested that you might take me to the Shake Shop a little later.
My cousin Cathy suggested that? My darling cousin Cathy? The greatest girl who ever lived?
Well, of course, if you're busy, I can...
Busy? You mean this? Oh, this is just my hobby. My real career is, show business.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, I knew you would. May I call you Mr. Mineo?
Oh, no. You may call me Sal.
Sal? Sal. Oh. My grandchildren will never believe this.
Yeah, look, Patty, before you have your grandchildren, could we have that soda?
A lot of people say that I have a natural talent. You should do some of my imitations. And I can play the tuba, and I do great Hungarian accents.
All at the same time?
No. We're getting kind of carried away.
No, look, it's great to be enthusiastic about it. It's wonderful. But in order to be a good actor, and I mean a really good actor, takes a lot of training and a lot of hard work.
Yeah, but it's all worth it, though, isn't it?
Oh, look, Patty, if I told you that I didn't enjoy all of it, I'd be a liar. Sure, it's wonderful. The only problem is that sometimes it's very difficult to have any privacy, you know?
Oh. Yeah, I bet it is. Although nobody's bothering you around here.
Yeah, but you see, they don't expect me to be in a place like this. I mean, that's why nobody's recognized me. But if, like, one person recognizes me, then it, it all sort of happens. You know?
Oh, really? Hi, Gloria. Oh, hi, Patty. I was, just saying to Sal here that, Sal,
personal appearances. Chicago, Detroit, Paris.
Paris. I don't even speak French.
I don't think it's your voice they're interested in. Oh, here's a wild one. They want to know if you'll do a show at Brooklyn Heights High.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me look at it. They'd like me to appear in a review sketch.
The nerve of them kids.
Hey, let's do it.
Are you kidding? You haven't got time.
We'll cancel one of the personal appearances. Colin, you don't know what these kids are like. They've been great. I'd like to do something for them.
Buy them a new school.
Aside from that, come on, tell them we'll do it.
Actors.
Hello, Patty. Oh, this is Colin Harvey, my manager. This is Patty Lane.
Hello, Patty.
Hello?
May we come in?
Oh, yeah, sure. Right there. Hello. It's, just Salminio and his manager.
My gosh, it really is Colin Harvey.
Ross. Hello, Sal.
Hi, Cathy. How are you?
This is Cathy, my cousin Cathy, Colin Harvey, and my brother Ross, Salminio.
Hi, Ross. How are you? Cathy, Ross?
Colin Harvey. Oh, this is my mother.
How do you do?
And my father.
How do you do?
And Salminio.
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Harvey. How are you? Nice to meet
Hello.
you.
Say, do you know, you two look a lot alike.
Do you really think so?
Yeah. Hasn't anybody ever mentioned it before?
Well, it has been commented on once or twice.
Sweet little place you got here. Thank you. Funny how they build houses outside of California.
Look, I'm sorry if we're intruding.
Intruding.
Well, you know, the Brooklyn Heights High School has asked me to appear in a review that they're doing.
Oh, but of course you're much too busy.
That's what I told them.
Oh, but I'm going to do it.
You are?
Oh, sure.
That's wonderful.
What are you going to play?
Well, I thought I'd do a sketch about a high school teacher.
Oh, like your new television series.
Yes, that's right. Yes. And, well, I need a girl to play opposite me in the sketch.
Oh, and that's why you came here. Oh, well, you haven't made a mistake. Really, everything's going to be just great. Cathy will be beautiful. Congratulations, Kath. Patty, he hasn't said who he wants for the part yet. Well, he certainly wouldn't want me.
Well, you see, actually, this part, it doesn't call for a girl that speaks with a Hungarian accent or plays a tuba. Oh, no. But, Patty, if you want the part, it's yours.
Did you hear that? I'm co-starring with Salminio. Mr. Gregory, I have a problem. Mr. Gregory, I have a problem. Mr. Gregory, I have a problem.
I'll say you have.
Oh, manager.
What's the matter with you, Patty?
I was just rehearsing. I'm co-starring with Salminio.
Co-starring? You're playing a little scene with him in a high school play.
Well, everybody has to start somewhere. Look, if he didn't think I was good, he wouldn't have picked me.
Are you definitely set for this part?
Well, practically, definitely.
What's that mean?
That means that the principal thinks everybody should have a chance to read for the part. But Sal said if I'm any good at all, he'll see to it that I get it. I'm on my way to audition now.
I thought we had a date for the Shake Shop.
That was before I was co-starring with Salminio. Some other time. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Cathy.
Is anything wrong?
Yeah. Sarah Bernhardt's off again.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. It's only for one performance.
If Patty gets that part, she's going to be impossible.
Well, perhaps she won't get it.
What do you mean?
Do you remember what happened the last time she tried out for a school play?
Sure. She froze up and... She froze up. She froze up?
That's why I came to you, Mr. Gregory. Because you're so gentle and kind and wise. Now that I've seen you, I think I know what to do. Thank you. Goodbye.
How did I do?
Oh, you were very good, Gloria.
We'll let you know.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you. Who's next?
Patty Lane. Patty Lane!
Here I
Hi, Patty. Hey, now look. Look, I want you to be as relaxed as you possibly can, okay?
am. Oh, yeah, I'm not nervous. I feel great.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I never felt better in my life.
Let's try it. We start the scene with Mr. Mineo seated at the desk. You come in to see him. You're very nervous.
Oh, no, I'm not. I really feel great.
I meant you're nervous in the scene.
Oh, yeah, I'm nervous in the scene.
Let's try it.
Come in.
Mr. Gregory,
Hello, Susan. Sit down.
thank you. I'm sorry for intruding like this.
It's perfectly all right. Now, what can I do for you?
I'm afraid I have a problem. I've tried to figure it out, but it's too big for me.
Oh?
It concerns another teacher in this school. I don't know how to handle it.
Well, now, who is this other teacher?
Miss Morgan.
Oh, your history teacher.
Yes, sir. She's in love with my father.
No.
I saw them together last night. She knows that I know she loves him. And now I have to face her. What can I say?
Well, that's a very difficult problem.
I know. That's why I came to you, Mr. Gregory. Because you're warm, and kind, and understanding. And now that I've seen you, I think I know what to do. Thank you. Goodbye. How was I?
You were marvelous.
Excellent, young lady. Excellent.
What did you say your name was?
Patty Lane.
I told you you'd be wonderful, didn't I?
That was nothing. Wait till you see me opening night.
Hi there. Good morning. Good morning. We need help.
What's your problem?
Well, the problem is, well, how do you compete with a celebrity?
I don't think you have to compete with anyone, Richard.
You're wrong, Mrs. Lane. Ever since Patty met Sal Mineo, you'd think I was nothing. I mean, he's a famous actor, he's rich, and he's handsome, and...
You want to know what she sees in him.
Oh, no, sir. I know what Patty sees in him. What I want to know is what he sees in her.
I imagine it's the same thing you do.
No, it isn't that. I mean, I understand Patty. Everyone thinks she's a crazy, kooky kid. But I know the real Patty. And underneath it all, she's a
crazy, kooky kid.
No, she's not, sir. She's a very sincere, warm girl. And she deserves everything she wants out of life. If she wants Sal Mineo, I'm not going to stand in her way.
Richard, did you come here to fight for her or give her up?
I'm not sure. I want to do what's best for her.
I think it would help if you made up your mind.
Well, even if I decide to fight for her, what chance have I got? I mean, he's got everything, and I'm just a handsome, intelligent boy.
You really want some advice?
I'd sure appreciate it.
Why don't you just sit tight? I have a notion the boy next door is going to win the girl.
I hope you're right, sir. I sure hate unhappy endings.
I'm more nervous than if I were going to a Broadway opening.
Where's Sal Mineo's co-star? Isn't she coming with us?
Oh, she's already at school, Uncle Martin.
Yeah, she's been there since yesterday.
She is so excited about this.
I saw her at the rehearsal. She was very good.
I wish she'd make up her mind what she wants to be. She's driving me crazy.
Well, let's go. We don't want to be late.
Thank you.
It's the next one. The high school teacher starring Sal Mineo and Patty Lane.
She better be good. She's using my name.
Come in.
Mr. Gregory?
Hello, Susan. Sit down. Sit down. You're probably sorry to intrude like this.
Yes. I'm probably sorry to intrude like this.
Well, now, that's perfectly all right, Susan. Now, tell me, what can I do for you? I suppose you have a problem, and you've tried to work it out, but it's too big for you. Does it concern another teacher at the school?
Anything you say.
Yes, well, it's probably Miss Morgan, your history teacher, and you found out that she's in love with your father.
She is.
And so you've come to me because you don't know how to face her and because you don't know what to do about it. And it's a very, very big problem. And you've come to me because I'm gentle and kind and wise. And now that you have seen me, you know what you can do. Well, goodbye, Susan, and good luck. Goodbye, Susan. Goodbye, Susan. That girl's got a lot of problems.
Well, she's done it again.
And remember, Ross, when Patty comes down for breakfast, I don't want any jokes made about last night.
Dad, that's not fair. I've been practicing all morning.
Your father's right. An experience like last night could be very serious if it isn't handled carefully.
You mean she could have a trauma?
Ross, Patty is very sensitive. She was counting a lot on that play. And I think it was particularly upsetting because it happened in front of Salminio.
I wonder how he felt.
Well, there's no telling what this could mean to Patty. Why, she might become hard and bitter.
Or shy and withdrawn.
Gee, I had no idea that this could be so serious. After all, it was only a high school play.
But that's just the point, son. It happened in front of her peers. Patty is going to have to face them today. Don't you realize that she'd be worried about that?
I hadn't thought about it that way. I'll be real nice to her.
I doubt if she'll be very hungry, Aunt Natalie, but perhaps you should insist she eat.
I will.
If she's so nervous and upset, why is she still asleep?
Well, sleep is one of the greatest escapes in the world, son. It's nature's way of protecting us from what we don't want to face.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm late. Boy, did I sleep. Mom, how about some bacon and eggs this morning with maybe a few pancakes on the side?
You have an appetite?
I'm starved. How about that crazy play last night? Did you ever see anything like that? Well, it wasn't that bad, Patty. Not bad. Did you see what Sal Mineo did to me?
No, what did Sal Mineo do to you?
Well, he stole all my lines. He was afraid I was going to walk off with the show. So he said everything I was supposed to say. That's the trouble with actors. I mean, the minute you put the spotlight on them, boom.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins.
sorry Patty's not here, Richard. I can't imagine what's keeping her. She should have been home hours ago.
I just have time for one more sandwich.
Oh, yes. Would you like some more milk?
Thank you. She knows I was going to meet her here, Kath.
Yes, well, I'm sure she'll be here.
Richard, could I ask you a personal question?
Sure, go ahead.
Are you gonna marry Patty?
Ross.
Why can't I ask him? He'd be my brother-in-law.
Well, she's crazy about me, but I don't know if I'm going to marry her or not.
Has she asked you yet?
Ross, it doesn't work that way.
You don't know Patty.
Gung-ho, group!
Gung-ho yourself. You know, you're an hour late.
It was for a good cause. Where were you, Patty? At church.
On a Wednesday afternoon?
Mm-hmm. The church is having a big bazaar, and I'm on the committee. They asked all of us to come up with ideas to raise money. It's a lucky thing they have me. I came up with a blockbuster.
You gonna run a crooked poker game?
No, I suggested a raffle. It should be a cinch to raise at least $100. That's a wonderful idea, Patty.
Yeah, that sounds great. What are you going to raffle off?
You.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Patty, you're not serious about raffling me off.
Oh, yes, I am. It's all set.
Well, it's unconstitutional.
Richard, I have it all figured out, Richard.
Why would anyone buy a ticket to win him?
Because the prize is not only Richard, but dinner at the Starlight Room and orchestra seats to the Broadway smash hit A Girl from Paris.
Hey, that's great thinking.
Then you'll let us raffle you off?
Sure. Oh, I mean, it's the least I can do for the church.
His fiancé. Well, we better get down to business. Now, the bazaar is only 2 weeks away, and we have a lot of work to do. I figure we can charge 50 cents a ticket.
If we sell 10,000 tickets, that's $5,000.
Richard, I love you. But don't go into orbit. If I can get rid of 100 tickets, it'll be a minor miracle.
Be sure they know it's me.
That'll hold back the sale. Okay. Gung-ho!
Patty, why don't we print our own tickets and save that expense? George has a small printing press that I'm sure he'll let us use. That's a great idea, Cat. And we can print them on the back of last week's math test.
I can't believe it. I'm the prize.
Finish one? There you are. Thank you. Here, Cathy, okay?
Yeah.
Your staples.
Hi.
Explain.
Gee, it looks like a bookie joint. How do you know what a bookie joint looks like? I watch TV.
How the tickets coming along?
Great. Here, let me show you one. What do you think of it?
Win Richard Harrison. That's a catchy heading. A fab dinner at the Fab Starlight Room, followed by orchestra seats to the Fab hit The Girl from Paris.
Well?
Fab.
Thanks, Mom.
How many of these are you printing?
100. I'm buying 10 of them myself.
That's very charitable of you.
Not only that, it gives me 10% chance of winning. See, I don't want Richard taking anybody else out. And this way, if I win, it'll work out great. The church will get its $50, and Rich and I'll get a dinner at the Starlight Room and orchestra seats to The Girl from Paris.
Good luck.
Thanks, Papa. See ya.
See ya.
sold another 5. Great, that means we only have 60 tickets left to sell.
Hello, Patty. Cathy.
Hi, Gloria.
I understand you're selling raffle tickets for Richard.
Yeah.
I'd like to buy some.
Oh, gee, that's a shame. We're all sold out. Oh, but we have a class to make. You're absolutely right, Cathy. She's always worried about being late for class. Well, better luck next time. Bye. Patty, how could you do that? We still have 60 tickets to sell. Not to her, we don't. I don't trust her with Richard. This is for charity, remember? Yeah, and charity begins at home. I'll buy the tickets myself. How many have you bought already? This will make 11. I have an 11% chance of winning a date with my own boyfriend. Let's go. Hi. How many tickets would you like to buy to a charity raffle? Only 50 cents to win an evening with Richard Harrison at the Starlight Room and to see the new Broadway smash hit, A Girl from Paris.
I heard about this. I'll take 2.
Thank you, Mary. Here you go. Good luck.
I'll take 1.
Oh, buy another one.
I'll buy 1.
Just a second. Sorry, all sold out. Bye.
Hi, Patty. Where you been?
Selling pieces of you. I sold 5 more tickets.
Boy, I'm selling like hotcakes.
Sammy!
What do you have, Patty?
The usual.
1 double coconut thrill, extra chocolate syrup, heavy on the sprinkles.
Right. Sammy, would you do me a favor?
What can I do for you?
Sell these for me?
What are they?
Tickets to a charity raffle.
Yeah, I'm the prize.
Does everyone know that?
Look, all you have to do is put them on the counter and collect the money. They practically sell themselves. What do you say?
Have I got a choice?
Thanks a million, Sammy. You've just made a great contribution to the American way of life.
How's your ticket sale coming along?
It's a smash. We only have 6 more tickets to sell.
Oh, that's too bad.
Too bad.
Yes, I mentioned your charity raffle at my bridge club this afternoon, and I can sell about 25 tickets for you.
The women at your bridge club want to buy tickets?
That's right.
That's a great idea, Mama. Sell as many as you can.
All right.
Oh, Patty, you don't have 25 tickets to sell. I'll print up some more tonight.
Could you print up some extra ones?
What for?
I have a scout meeting tonight. I think they'll buy some. Some of those kids will bet on anything.
How many do you think you could sell?
I'll try 25.
Great! It's a toss-up whether Richard's going on a date with me, Mama's bridge club, or the Boy Scout.
Will 50 be enough?
Well, maybe you better print an extra 10, just for luck.
Okay.
Who did you say is buying those extra tickets, Patty?
Oh, just a group of girls around town.
Yeah, that's great. You know, this is one of your better ideas.
I'm glad you like it.
You know, it's kind of exciting, not knowing who's going to win me.
Oh, here they are.
I have a pretty good idea.
Going to play?
Yep.
So am I. But not tennis.
What are those?
Oh, 20 tickets to your raffle.
20. Where did you get 20 tickets?
Oh, Sam was selling them at the Shake Shop. Now I have almost twice as many as you. Oh, I know you're not very good at mathematics, darling, but that gives me a 2-to-1 edge. Good luck.
Patty, did Gloria tell you she bought 20 tickets? I'm not much of a mathematician, but that's a 2-to-1 edge. I can't let her win. What are you going to do about it? There's only one thing left I can do. Buy 12 more tickets. Where are you going to get the money? That's a good question. Maybe I could raffle myself off. Would you believe it? We've sold a grand total of 204 tickets. 205. I just sold my last ticket. Great. Who did you sell it to? I'd rather not say. It's too silly. Oh, come on. Who was it? I'd rather not say. Okay.
5, 10, 11, 12, 12.50.
What's that?
I sold my 25 tickets.
I tell you, there's nothing like the good old Boy Scouts. I hope one of those cute little kids wins. Can you imagine Richard walking down the aisle of the theater with a Boy Scout on his arm?
I didn't sell them to the Boy Scouts.
You didn't?
No, our patrol leader has an older sister who's a model, and these models do charity work, so they bought the whole block for me.
You sold those 25 tickets to models?
Yeah.
You dirty little double-crosser! How could you do that to your own sister?
What difference does it make who buys them? It all goes to charity.
What difference does it make who buys them? You just ruined my whole life!
Try to do a favor for a friend.
Grateful monster. Patty Ross was only trying to help you. Who's talking about Ross? I'm talking about Richard. How dare he let himself be auctioned off like cattle? Patty, it was your idea. You talked him into it. Cathy, don't defend him. He should have talked me out of it. The uncertainty I can't stand. He's going to dinner in the theater, and I don't know if he's going with Gloria, a beautiful model, one of my mother's bridge partners, or a Boy Scout. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, yes, there is. I'm going to call off the raffle. You can't do that. Oh, yes, I can. This is the sick little brain that thought up that stupid plan, and it can just think up something else. Something that doesn't involve sending my boyfriend on a date with a beautiful model. The raffle is off. Oh, hello, Mrs. Paula.
Hello, Patty. I'm so glad I caught you at home.
Won't you come in?
Hello, Cathy.
Hello, Mrs. Pollock.
I've just come from our church committee meeting. We discussed the raffle.
And you decided not to hold it. Oh, that's wonderful, Mrs. Pollock. It was a terrible idea in the first place.
Hold it. Why, the committee wanted me to drop by and tell you how grateful they were to you. You've raised more money than everyone else put together.
I have?
As a matter of fact, we voted to hold another raffle next year.
Oh, good. Maybe you can raffle off my brain. Here, I have some more money for you.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Well, I really must be going.
Okay.
Goodbye, Cathy.
Goodbye, Mrs. Pollock.
Goodbye, Patty, and thank you again.
Oh,
I'll see you Sunday at the bazaar.
Yeah, I'll be there. Thank you. You're a natural-born fundraiser. I'm a natural-born idiot. Patty, why don't you take your chances? Cathy, I don't mind gambling, but not with loaded dice. One way or another, I've got to get every single one of those tickets back. Maggie? Hi, Patty. You remember that raffle ticket I sold you? Yeah? Well, I'd like to have it back. You mean you want to buy it back? No, not exactly. I thought maybe we could do a little bartering. You know how you're always asking me to do your hair? Oh, you mean you will? Sure. Great. Good. When? Tonight. Thank you. George, you have one ticket, right?
I do my own hair.
Oh. Yeah, but how would you like me to cut your lawn? I'll be at your house Saturday afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you. Goodbye. Adeline, I'm here to take back the raffle tickets I sold you.
I don't want to give mine back. I think I'm going to win.
Adeline, you know how you're always asking me to give you tennis lessons?
Yes.
How about Sunday at 3 o'clock?
It's a deal.
Okay. Alice, I know you hate grocery shopping, right?
Right.
Well, big-hearted Patty's going to take over for you.
I have 2 tickets, and they're both yours.
Thank you. I'll put you down for the next 2 Fridays. Mary, you hate dishwashing, don't you?
Boy, you said it.
Okay, next Tuesday. And Thursday, I'll be at your house washing the dishes.
Sold.
Thank you.
So where'd Patty go?
She has some errands to do after dinner, Uncle Martin.
Oh,
It's wonderful how much she's helped with the church bazaar, isn't it?
she may turn out to have a business head on her shoulders.
Hello, darling.
Exhausting evening?
Yeah, but very satisfying. I got back all the tickets. You got all of them back? Mm-hmm.
How'd you find the models?
Their names and addresses were on the stubs. Boy, you should have seen some of them. I wouldn't have had a chance.
Patty, do you mean you bought back all those raffle tickets you sold?
Not bought them back, Papa. I kind of traded them.
Traded them? For what?
For me. I'm going to be doing slave labor for the next 6 months.
I hope Richard appreciates you.
I think he should know about this. Oh, no, he shouldn't.
Why not?
Well, we all know what an egomaniac Richard is. He might think I was jealous. And we all know I'm not.
You and Patty going to play tennis?
Yes, she's quite good on that, Lee. I've learned a lot from her.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm ready, Patty. Oh, good. Have a good game. I'll be at the park giving Adeline a lesson. I thought we were going to play. Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Kath. This is business. You don't think I'm doing it for fun, do you? Teaching Adeline how to play tennis is like pushing a truck up the Rocky Mountains in the middle of a snowstorm. See ya. All set for an evening of dishwashing.
Oh, good.
Oh, not here, Mama. I wish it were. See ya. Hi, Papa. Papa, I didn't mean...
What are you all dressed up for?
Oh, car washing.
Really?
Yeah,
Gee, I'm glad to hear that.
thanks. Papa, do you wash a car out of the sun?
Yeah, that's right. I'll move it into the shade for you.
Oh, don't bother. It's Gina Tugwell's car. Let her move it into the shade. See ya. Patty, look at you. What happened? I've been babysitting with a Martian. Oh, well. At least that's one more that can be checked off. Just think, only 6 more weeks and I'll be through. Patty, is Richard really worth all this? Of course he is, Cathy. Don't you see? I can't let him go to the theater and dinner with a gorgeous model. He might find out he can do without me. If he tries to do without you, he's crazy. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Look at all those tickets. Somewhere in there is a glorious evening with Richard. Did you manage to get all the tickets back? All except 2. And what's 2 against this pile? I better get dressed. Do you have a date with Richard tonight? Richard? Who has time for Richard? I'm doing Maggie's hair tonight.
Hey, shouldn't Patty be back by now?
Well, this was one of her busier nights. She had appointments to do 2 hairdos, a shampoo, and walk Angela's dog.
I've heard of moonlighting, but that's ridiculous.
Well, Patty gets herself into these spots, Ross, but she usually manages to get herself out of them.
Boy, she sure is going through a lot of trouble for a guy she sees every day anyhow.
You may not understand it now, darling, but one day you'll go to a lot of trouble for someone you care about.
Well, I can understand that. Yesterday I caught a snake for Johnny Rogers.
Ross, it's not the same thing.
Oh, you mean the boy-girl stuff?
That's right.
Well, I've thought about it. But to tell you the truth, I just can't understand what all the big fuss is about.
Hello, Richard. Hi, Mr. Lane. Hi, Mrs. Lane.
Hello, Richard.
Ross?
Hi.
Would you like a
Sure.
sandwich?
Just some cake and milk, thanks. I just finished dinner a few minutes ago. Where's Patty?
Oh, she had to go out and do some errands.
Sure have a bright daughter. That was a brilliant idea of hers to raffle me off. It was like stumbling on a gold mine.
I never thought of it in those terms, Richard.
Bet you I'm the only man in history who's been raffled off.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm keeping a chart at the house of all the tickets sold. The graph went right off the paper. Even I didn't expect such a run on me.
We never know what'll sell, do we, Richard?
Sure is a funny feeling, not knowing who's gonna win you.
Today's a big day, isn't it?
You mean the church bazaar?
Yes.
So isn't Patty coming down to breakfast?
I think she's too nervous to eat.
I'd be nervous, too, if I thought I was going to win Richard in a raffle.
So what makes her so sure she's going to win him?
This is what makes me so sure. I need your help, though. When they call up the winning number, it's going to take me a month to find it in here.
What would you like us to do, darling?
I thought if each one of us took a batch of tickets, we'd find it much faster. What do you say?
I don't see why not.
It's all right with me.
Count me in.
Me too.
This is going to be one of the big red letter days of my life.
Patty, they're ready to start. I thought you weren't coming.
Not come. I had to pick up my prize, didn't I?
Maybe.
That's pitiful.
Well, we may as well start the drawing.
Could you wait 1 second, Mrs. Pollock?
Oh. Are you ready?
Ready, dear.
Ross?
Blast off.
Cathy? Ready? Papa?
Ready?
Okay, we're all ready.
The winner is number 263.
I must have it right here. Just a minute. Mama, I don't have it.
It isn't here.
Ross?
Nope.
Cathy? No, Patty, I don't have it. Oh, then Papa has it.
I'm afraid I don't have it, Patty.
Well, one of you has to have it. I bought up all the tickets except 2.
Gloria, do you have number 263?
264.
Wait a minute. 263. I won myself.
How could you win? I didn't sell you a ticket. I sold it to him.
Congratulations, Richard. There's a reservation for 2 at the Starlight Room, and here are your theater tickets.
Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, Richard.
That's wonderful.
You know something? I could have saved myself a lot of work. You didn't want to gamble on that, remember? Yeah, but it worked out all right. Richard and I are going to have a beautiful evening.
We sure are. I can't wait for the 16th.
The 16th?
Yeah, that's the night we're painting the town.
I'm afraid you're going to have to paint it alone, Richard.
What are you talking about?
I can't go with you on the 16th. Why not? Because thanks to you, I have 3 hairdos. I'm serving a dinner party for 8, baking a cake, babysitting, cleaning out a basement, fixing some drapes.
Good evening, Richard.
Evening, Mr. Lane. Is Cathy ready?
Seems strange to have you asking for Cathy.
I know. I can't get used to it either. I keep thinking Patty's gonna kill me.
Come in, Richard.
Thanks. Hi, everybody.
Good evening, Richard.
Hi.
You look very nice.
So do you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mom, for letting me borrow these pots and pans. Alice would never have had enough to cook for 20 people.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Rich. Gee, you look great.
Oh, thanks.
Is that a new suit?
Yep.
Beautiful. Well, you two make a lovely-looking couple. Have a ball. I'm very sorry, Patty. I had no idea it would turn out like this. That's okay. It's my own fault. I outsmarted myself again.
I brought you something.
For me? Thank you, Richard.
It's okay.
Well, you two better be running along. You'll be late.
Bye.
Have a good time.
Bye.
Bye.
You know, Patty, that's really very sporting of you.
Oh, that's okay. It's the least I can do for charity. And this way we can keep him in the family.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Come in. Run down a fast biography on him, Roger, will you? And get me as much information as you can for the next edition. Roger, just hold on a minute, Roger. Hello, Jim. Gee, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Listen, the old man has decided to kill that story. Yeah, well, I don't know why either. Why don't you take it up with him, okay? All right, fine. Roger, now look, I'm sorry, but my secretary is ill and the phones are driving me crazy, so just get it done as fast as you can, okay? Yeah, all right, we'll talk about it later. All right, bye-bye. Oh.
Hi, Papa. You need another head.
I need a secretary. What can I do for you, honey?
I've come on a serious financial matter.
Patty, I'm not a bottomless well.
I know, Papa, but it's just in advance until next week. There's this fantastic sale on matching sweaters, and they're only $5, and if I don't get down there right away, they'll be all gone.
Patty, how's your shorthand?
My what?
Well, you studied typing and shorthand in school, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, how'd you like to come down here and help me out? Miss Wilson is off for the rest of the week. I thought maybe you could drop down every day after school and handle the phones and take a few letters.
Papa, that's the greatest idea I've ever heard. I'd love to work for you. Being right here in the middle of all the excitement of running a big newspaper. Earning my own way instead of borrowing on my allowance.
That's wonderful. Okay, we can start right now on these letters, all right?
Except I can't. You see, the reason I'm picking up the sweaters is that I have a bowling date with Richard, and he's waiting for me, and I know if there's anything you hate, it's a daughter who's not punctual. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass up this opportunity.
I see. Here.
Thanks a million, Papa. I'll pay you back next Saturday.
Yeah. Hello?
Buddy!
I'm George Reynolds, remember? Of course. The last time I saw you was in Chicago, wasn't it? That's right. What are you doing here? I have to report to Mr. Lane about a job. Hey, that's great. Give your uncle my regards, will you? I'll certainly do that.
Right, Bert, I'll leave it up to you to set it up. Bye.
I'm, ready to take a letter.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Certainly was, but... Oh, I'm sorry. I should never have gotten in your way like that. I wasn't looking where I was going.
Here you are.
Thank you very much. Oh, thanks a million.
Martin should be right back. You're gonna like him, George.
I'm sure I will, Uncle William.
He's been pushing himself a little too hard lately. I've been trying to get him to slow down. But I can't. You'll be taking some of the burden off his shoulders for a few weeks.
I'll try.
I'd like to try to get him to go down to one of the islands in the Caribbean and relax in the sun, but he refuses.
How are you going to go about it?
The only way to blast him loose in this office is to trick him.
It'll be a lot easier with you here. Oh, Martin. I want you to meet my nephew, George Reynolds.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lane.
Thank you.
George is going to be a new executive assistant.
Bill, I don't need an executive assistant. Unless you think I'm not capable of handling the job myself.
Don't be ridiculous, Martin. It's just that we need someone here in case you're away.
Well, I'm not planning to be away.
We never know, do we? I'm sure you two will get on splendidly. Let me know if he gives you any trouble.
I will, Uncle William. I'm sorry to have been sprung on you like this, Mr. Lane, but I hope to be able to accomplish a lot here.
Aren't you a little young? Besides, being the publisher's nephew doesn't necessarily qualify you as a newspaper man.
I know that. I majored in journalism at Northwestern, edited a farm journal for 1 year, worked for Associated Press for 1 summer, and spent some time on the editorial desk of the Chicago Bulletin.
Oh.
Darling, you haven't touched your dinner.
I'm not hungry.
I am. Boy, putting in a hard day's work really gives me an appetite. You know, I should have gone to work for you a long time ago, Papa.
The paper might not still be in business.
A little honest work wouldn't hurt you either, brother dear. Patty, how long are you going to work at the newspaper?
My secretary comes back on Monday.
Oh, that's no reason for me to quit. I'd like to work there as long as you're there.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Boy, I hate it when they get dramatic. I'll see you later. I'm gonna go upstairs and see if I need a shave.
Patty, what do you do at the newspaper? Oh, a little bit of everything. You know how it is. No, I don't know how it is. I've never seen you this enthusiastic about working before. That's the word for it, all right. I can't wait to get down there every day. Who is it? Who's who? I think I'll go down there tomorrow and see if I can help Uncle Martin. Oh, you wouldn't like it down there, Cathy. It's noisy. Rush, rush, rush. All right, then don't tell me. To tell you the truth, Cathy, I've been dying to tell you. He's the most sensational thing I've ever laid eyes on. He's everybody rolled up in one. Wait till you meet him. When will that be? Well, not yet. First, I want him to get to know the real me.
Oh, girls, please. Would you do
Yeah, we know. I'll wash you dry.
I brought you coffee, dear.
Thanks.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just checking through our balance sheet. See how much money we have saved. Never as much as it should be, is it?
Martin, what's wrong?
Natalie, Smathers is trying to ease me out of the Chronicle.
You're joking.
They were in my office this morning discussing the best way to get rid of me.
I don't believe it.
Well, neither could I, but I heard them myself. Let's face it, Natalie, I'm getting on. They probably want a younger man in there.
Darling, you are the youngest man I know.
Smathers knows somebody younger, his nephew.
Oh, they can't just throw you out after all these years.
Oh, they aren't going to throw me out. They're going to trick me. Probably got some plan worked out where I lose my pension, too.
I think you should talk to Smathers right now, face to face.
Which one of his faces should I talk to?
Oh, you don't even have anything definite to go on except a conversation.
Natalie, Smathers' nephew is already working there as my executive assistant. Boy, I just can't figure out what went wrong. Circulation is up, the paper's doing well.
You could always take that job they offered you in Indianapolis.
I already got him someone for that job.
Oh. When do you think this is going to happen?
Oh, well, the way they're moving down there, I wouldn't be surprised if George was the editor of the Chronicle within a week. But listen, we better not say anything to the kids yet. There's no point in getting them upset until it actually happens.
All right.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Taking a coffee break?
I think I better have a milk break. I've really been drinking far too much coffee. I have to cut down.
1 milk.
Thank you.
Would you like anything else?
Yeah, just this. And, maybe this. And this. Thanks a lot.
Say, aren't you Martin Lane's daughter?
Yes. But I want you to think of me as just another girl. I mean, I don't believe in cashing in on the fact that my father is the managing editor of this whole newspaper.
Ooh, I think that's very admirable of you.
Oh, do you?
You know, your father's a very difficult man to get to know, isn't he?
Papa? He's the doll of the Western world.
Every time I try and see him, he's always busy.
Well, I can fix that. Fear the lion in his den.
What?
Catch him in his natural habitat.
How do you do that?
By accepting the invitation I'm about to extend to you to have dinner at our house tonight.
I would love to. But are you sure your father would approve?
Oh, approve? Papa was the most sociable man in the whole world.
All right. Thank you. I'd be delighted to have dinner tonight. Besides, it'll give your father and me a chance to talk.
Yeah. We can all get to know each other a little better.
And if we cut down on concerts in the theater, we could save another $15 to $20 a month.
And I could cancel that new dress I ordered. I don't really need it. I'll do my blue one over. Was anything more said today?
Oh, a few subtle hints. Didn't I think I was working too hard and I'm looking a little pale?
What's the nephew like?
I don't know. I managed to avoid him. He keeps trying to talk to me, but I keep ducking him.
Good for you. How dare he?
Yeah.
Hi, Gru.
Hello, darling.
Oh, we're having a guest for dinner tonight, okay?
Of course.
Oh, thanks.
Richard?
No, this is somebody new. You'll like him, Papa. You've got a lot in common with him. He's in the newspaper game, too.
Is he?
Yeah. He thinks a lot of you. He's always asking me all kinds of questions about you.
Well, that's very flattering. Nice to know someone's interested in me.
I'm anxious for you to get to know him. As a matter of fact, he works right... There he is, right on the dot. I always say that's the sign of a good newspaper man.
I wish Patty weren't so impulsive. I don't feel like company tonight.
Oh, darling, maybe it's exactly what you need. And if he's in the newspaper business, you two will have a lot in common.
Good evening.
Yes, it sure is.
I hope I'm not too early.
Oh, no, you're right on time. The family can't wait to meet you. Come on in. Folks, say hello to George Reynolds. Hi.
Hello, dear.
Would you mind letting me in on a secret? I've never been so humiliated in my life. You acted like you had leprosy or something.
Well, I'm sorry, honey. It wasn't your fault. You didn't know what was going on.
I still don't. Won't somebody please tell me what I did wrong?
Honey, George Reynolds is being primed to take your father's job away from him.
I don't believe it.
Well, I'm afraid it's true. It's bad enough that I have to see him down at the office without having him here as a dinner guest.
Oh, Papa, I'm sorry. I didn't know. He didn't seem like that kind of a person.
Well, who knows? Maybe he's being forced into it. Anyway, I'm sorry I ruined your evening. I shouldn't have burdened you with my problems.
You're practically out of a job and you're worried about ruining my evening.
Well...
Don't you worry, Papa. You're the best newspaper man in the business.
Exactly what I told him.
You know, I can go out and get a job and help out.
Now, wait a minute. We're not ready to go on relief yet.
Boy, wait till I get that George Reynolds. Am I going to fix him?
You'll do nothing of the sort. I don't want you to discuss this with him, okay?
If I cut out 2 sodas a week, that's 50 cents. That's $2 a month, $24 a year. And by the end of 10 years, I'll have $240. I'm going to get a job at night. And when Cathy finds out what's going on, she'll help out, too.
Sure is rotten of Mr. Smathers to give his nephew your father's job.
Well, George sure eyed me fool. He seems so nice.
If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Like giving him a sock in the mouth.
Thanks, Richard. We'll be okay. We may have to move into some tenement or something. Maybe a cold water flat where you walk up 5 or 6 flights. But we'll be all right. The exercise will be good for us.
2 more sodas, please. Better keep up your strength, Patty.
Martin, I wonder how Henry Ritter is.
Henry Ritter? What made you think of him?
Oh, I don't know. He still owns the Oklahoma City Post, doesn't he?
Yeah?
And he offered you a job as managing editor.
Natalie, that was a year ago.
He seemed very eager to have you.
Well, even if there were an opening for me, do you want to live in Oklahoma City?
I want to live wherever you're appreciated. Why don't you call him and ask him how he's feeling?
Now?
No.
All right. Operator, I'd like to place a call to Oklahoma City, please. Well, that's very flattering, Henry. How soon could I start to work?
Tonight?
Well, how about Monday? Fine. Thank you, Henry. I'm looking forward to it, too. That's just wonderful. Goodbye now. Well, you're looking at the new editor of the Oklahoma City Post.
That's wonderful, darling.
You sure you don't mind moving?
Of course not. When are you going to break the news to Mr. Smathers?
Just as soon as I sign those contracts.
He's in for a big surprise.
Elizabeth, would you tell Mr. Smathers I'd like to see him, please?
I'll see if he's in, Mr. Lane.
Hello.
Hello.
Is anything wrong?
Don't be silly. What could be wrong?
I don't know, but I sure got frostbitten at dinner last night.
Well, what did you expect? You sneak in here and try to steal my father's job away from him, and then you use me to get a dinner invitation.
Take your father's job away from him. What are you talking about?
As if you didn't know.
I'm here to do your father a favor.
Some favor.
Patty, I postponed taking a job in Paris because my uncle asked me to help out here for a couple of weeks so that your father could have a rest.
A rest?
That's right. My uncle wants him to take a vacation. But your father refuses to take any time off.
Do you mind kicking me?
It looks as if I already have. I'm sorry you misunderstood. No one could fill your father's shoes, Patty. My Uncle William keeps telling me how lucky he is to have him as his managing editor.
I don't have to walk up 6 flights.
What?
Oh, nothing. I owe you a king-sized apology. I guess we all do.
I think we better straighten this out.
Oh, I'll go talk to my father. I can't tell you how happy this is going to make him. Thank you. Papa, I've got the greatest news for you. I just talked to George.
Now, Patty, we don't have to worry about George anymore.
I know. Papa, George isn't here to take your job away from you. He's here because Mr. Smathers says you're the best managing editor in the business and he wants you to take a vacation. That's why he sent for George, so you could have time off to rest.
He said that?
Uh-huh. George doesn't want your job. He's waiting to take a job in Paris. Something wrong, Papa?
Hello, Patty.
Hello, Mr. Smathers. Well, I guess you two have a lot to talk about. Excuse me.
You want to see me, Martin?
Oh, no. I mean, yes. That is, sit down, won't you?
What is it, Martin?
Well, there's something that I have to tell you.
Yes, Martin.
Well, you see, I'm afraid that I actually misunderstood completely what George was doing here at the paper. I thought that he was going to take over my job.
After... Martin, you should know better than that.
Yeah, well, you haven't heard the half of it yet. You see, what I've gone and done is I've signed a contract to become the editor of the Oklahoma City Post.
You're joking.
Oh, I wish I were. But don't worry, because I'll get out of it. I mean, I'm sure there's not going to be any problem about it.
Well, there had better not be, Martin. Because I'm holding you to your contract right here.
That's only fair. Honey, would you try to get me Oklahoma City, please?
He signed a contract without giving me any notice.
But that was because he thought he was being pushed out of here.
Oh, he should know better than that.
I'm sure he'll have no trouble getting out of his other contract.
You're wrong, George. He's going to have a lot of trouble.
What do you mean?
Martin needs a lesson. Get me Henry Ritter at the Oklahoma City Post.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Nat.
Is anything wrong?
What could be wrong? You're married to one of the most successful newspaper men in the business. How many other men do you know who are managing editors of two newspapers which are 2,000 miles apart?
Didn't you quit your job on the New York Chronicle?
Oh, Smathers has no intention of letting me quit that job, and neither does Ritter out in Oklahoma City. I talked to him for an hour today on the telephone.
Martin, what are you going to do?
I'm going to fly to Oklahoma City tonight.
What about Smathers?
Oh, he says it's all right, so long as I'm back here tomorrow morning.
What's going to happen?
I'm not sure, Nat, but I have a feeling that from now on I'm going to spend a lot of time in the air.
Hi, folks. I brought a dinner guest home. What if your plan doesn't work?
It has to.
I hope you're right. You know, this past week, Martin has spent more time in the air than he has on the ground.
He's flown to Oklahoma City 7 times this week. That must be some kind of record.
What time does this plane leave?
In about an hour.
Without him, I hope.
That must be him.
Well, would you let him in, please, Patty?
Yes, ma'am. Hello, Mr. Smathers.
Hello, Patty.
Won't you come into the living room?
Thank you. Hello, Natalie.
Well, hello, Mr. Smathers.
Where's, Martin?
Oh, he's upstairs getting dressed for Oklahoma City.
You said you wanted to see me.
Yes, I do. I have a present for you.
Hmm? It's, a white flag.
Mr. Smathers, the lanes surrender.
I, don't understand.
Oh, I think you do. See, George tells us that you went to school with Henry Ritter.
Oh, does he?
Yes, and that you're very old friends.
That's right, isn't it, Uncle William?
Oh, I talk to Ritter every once and again.
Yes, and I wish you'd talk to him again.
I bet Henry that Martin could handle both jobs for a month. Oh, well. Is he ready for that vacation?
He certainly is, and so am I. There's a plane leaving for Florida in an hour.
I'll drive you to the airport.
Natalie, I'm all set. Hello there.
Hello, Martin.
George? Well, looks like everybody's here.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of a welcoming committee.
What?
We're all here to see you off, Uncle Martin.
Well, it's only another trip to Oklahoma City.
That's right, dear, only this time we're going to take along plenty of suntan oil.
What?
Let's go.
I'll never forget you for this.
My pleasure.
Come on.
You know, sometimes I don't understand my family.
You don't have to understand us, Martin. Just love us.
Yeah, but what do we need with suntan oil in the city?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I'm hungry. Let's eat.
Now, let's finish this game of Scrabble first. How many peas in pizza?
There aren't any peas in pizza. There's mushrooms and anchovies and pepper.
Never mind. Pizza. Move.
Okay, okay. Let's see, this over here, this in here.
Will you
this
move?
over here. Okay. There.
What's that?
Just what it says. Crunch.
Hey, wait a minute. That's crunch spelled with a C.
What makes you such a big expert? Patty, how are we going to get Ross's presents into the closet with him sitting right there? I'll tell you what. I'll get him into a nice, friendly conversation. That'll distract him. No, it won't. That would only make him suspicious. You're right. Okay? I'll get him into a nice, friendly argument. Once I've got his attention, you make a beeline for the closet, okay? All right. Well. Playing Scrabble, fellas?
No, we're drilling for oil.
Really well. That's very funny, Ross.
Will you put an egg in your shoe and beat it?
Oh, you're really a whip today. I
Hey,
can't.
come on, give it a... Oh, now you've done it.
I'm sorry, Ross. Keep looking. I think you get them all. How many was there? 7? Yeah. Oh, here's another one. Okay, I think you've got them all now. I got it! D-O-G. Dog.
I'm tired of this game. Why don't we go outside and hack around?
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, fellas. How about a nice game of three-handed Scrabble?
Then you'll play with us?
Oh, sure, I'd love to.
Okay. Are you ready?
To play Scrabble with you? Put an egg in your shoe and beat it. You know, you're right. Your sister is a flip.
No, she's not. She didn't really want to play.
No?
Nah, she was just keeping us busy while Cathy hid my birthday presents.
How do you know?
I just know. It's kind of a gift I have.
Like mental telepathy?
No, like eavesdropping.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Come and get it.
Boy, my mother never
never gives me lunch in my room.
Not even when they want you out of the way so they can talk about you?
Is that what they're doing?
Of course. They're discussing my birthday.
Boy, you sure got grown-ups figured out, don't you, Ross?
Why not? I've been around them all my life.
But we always give Ross a surprise party on his birthday.
Mommy was younger then.
Can't argue with that kind of logic.
I mean, he's not a baby anymore. I think a surprise party would just embarrass him. Do you really think it would, Patty? Of course. We can't just give him one of those old boy parties anymore. And he doesn't know enough girls.
He's at that awkward in-between age. He's too old for marbles and too young for martinis.
Well, all right, I guess we'll skip the birthday party this year.
Good.
Right.
Right now, they're downstairs planning a surprise party for me. I have one every year. It's kind of an old family tradition, you know?
Then I should go ahead and get you a present?
Well, that's up to you. But you look pretty silly coming to a birthday party without one.
But besides his presents, I think we should do something to celebrate Ross's birthday.
Well, what do you think he'd like?
I got a great idea. I saw an ad in the paper. Excuse me, Papa. Here, the creature that swallowed the earth. It's perfect.
Perfect for what?
See the monsters, half vegetable, half human. See raw violence as horror stalks the streets. See the earth devoured alive, gulp by gulp. It's Ross. Yes, he's mad about monster pictures.
You mean take him to see that for his birthday?
Well, if you really think he'd enjoy that sort of thing.
You know, I think he'd love it.
Good. Now all we have to do is find somebody to take him.
Thank you for volunteering, Patty.
The best part is watching them try to keep it a secret every year.
I'll bet. Hey, Slick.
The things they do to get me out of the house till the party's ready. Like once, a long time ago when I was just a kid, they told Patty to take me to one of those merry-go-rounds in a truck and give me a few rides. Was that funny?
Yeah?
I wouldn't get off and go home. Then once, she took me to the movies, and when we get there, she says, "Oh, dear, I just realized I saw this picture." So we go home, and of course, there's a party. I'm dying to find out what they're gonna pull this year. Enter.
Ross, could I speak to you, dear?
In a minute.
You let her call you dear.
On my birthday, I have to make these allowances. As soon as that's over, she goes back to you little rat. Now, what can I do for you?
How would you like to see the creature that swallowed the earth?
Yeah.
Good.
What's the joke?
No, it's not a joke. It's a movie. I thought maybe you'd like to go with me tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. You know, for your birthday.
That's right. Tomorrow is my birthday, isn't it?
Yeah. What do you say? Is it a date?
Sure. And thanks, Patty.
It's my pleasure.
No, it's my pleasure.
Okay. Have a good time.
Did you hear that? She's doing the movie bit again.
Boy, you sure were right.
Let's make out a list of the guys who want to come to the party.
Oh, boy.
Joey.
And Al. Al's a good guy.
Yeah.
And Nicky.
No girls.
All right. Well, I'll see what I can do. Call you later. Oh, Martin. Margie has a problem. Her in-laws came in unexpectedly from Texas.
That is a problem.
Martin. And see, she was going to have the bridge club at her house tomorrow, but since we're not giving Ross a surprise birthday party, would you mind if I had them here?
The in-laws?
The bridge club.
No, of course not.
Oh, darling, thank you. That's really very thoughtful.
Yeah. Besides, it gives me a good excuse to get out of the house and play some golf.
Let's see now. I better call the bakery.
How will you folks know that's a list of people you want to come to the party?
There's a little hint, see?
A list of my most sociable friends. You're a master.
Please, no hero worshiping.
Is this Fiver's Bakery? This is Mrs. Lane. I'd like to put in a special order for tomorrow, please. Would you send over a dozen chocolate whipped cream tarts, please? Fine, thank you.
We're in big trouble. Why? Well, she ordered 12 cakes, and we've only got 6 guys on the list. What are we gonna do? Go back upstairs and invite 6 more guys.
Genius. Sheer genius.
Will you
Be right there. Did you hear that, Stanley? I better hurry or I'll be late for the movie. Yeah, I wish I hadn't found out. It makes it tough to play along with him. Well, I should be home in about 15 minutes, so you and the rest of the guys can come over anytime. Right. Bye.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to go with us, Cathy? Oh, I'd love to, Patty. But a peculiar thing happens to me at horror movies. What? I get horrified. Besides, I have a tennis date with Anne. Thank you.
Patty, don't let Ross see the movie more than twice. I want him home in time for dinner.
Oh, don't worry, Mama. I'll have all I can do to sit through it once.
Oh, Martin, if you expect to make your escape, I suggest you do it now, because the whole gang will be here any moment.
Ross, what are you all dressed up for?
Well, don't you think I should be dressed for my own... Oops.
We're only going to the movies.
Sure, the movies.
Yeah, don't worry, Mama. I'll bring him home in time.
And Ross, I don't want you stuffing yourself with a lot of popcorn and junk. Do you understand?
You mean at the movies?
Yes.
Don't worry. There isn't much chance of my stuffing myself at the movies.
Ross, are you feeling all right?
Me? Great.
Have a good time at the movie, Ross.
At the movie? Sure, thanks. You bet.
Oh, I'll help you with that, Aunt Natalie.
Oh, would you, Cathy? Thank you.
Of course.
You sure you're all right?
Sure. Let's go, Patty.
Right. We don't want to miss the beginning of the movie.
Oh, certainly not. Ta-ta.
Keep an eye on him, will you, Patty?
Yeah. I don't know what's with him. Maybe his tie's too tight. I think he's just excited because it's his birthday. No, there's something wild going on. I get that terrible feeling we're living with a time bomb. Nah, it's just my imagination. Well, see ya.
Well, I better get going. I gotta meet Otto King at the country club.
Well, maybe it's silly, but I feel guilty.
Why?
Because it's Ross's birthday. You're going golfing, I'm having a bridge party, Cathy's playing tennis.
Natalie, Ross is doing what he likes to do. He's watching a half-vegetable monster devour the earth.
I do hope we're not making a mistake by not having a party for him.
So do I.
Now, believe me, I'm his father. And the last thing in the world he's thinking of is a surprise birthday party.
Oh, the girls are here.
The thundering herd. I'll go out the back way.
Well, as long as you're here, the least you can do is say hello.
The least I can do is say goodbye.
Oh, look, girls. The first husband we've caught this year.
Well, not quite. I was just on my way out. 4.
My dear, bye.
Come on in. Oh, lovely hat. I like it. Oh, hi, Stanley. Gee, Ross isn't here.
He said half an hour. Am I too early?
Too early for what?
For Ross's big surprise party. So Ross didn't want to let on, but he knew about the surprise party all the time.
He knew about the...
Patty was right. A time bomb is going off.
He even heard you ordering the cakes. And when he heard you order a dozen, he called up and invited more guests.
Oh, no.
Am I the first one?
Oh, yes. And are there going to be many more?
I'll say, everybody's coming.
As Patty would say, oh, boy.
There's nothing wrong, is there?
Wrong? Oh, no, nothing's wrong. Everything is just fine.
Good. Gee, Mrs. Lane, I can't tell you how much Ross is looking forward to this party.
Oh, good, that's fine. Stanley, now you just wait out on the patio until the other boys get here, and here's some cookies to tide you over. Cathy, you're right.
About what?
About, oh, boy. Well, I don't think we have much choice. Since most of the guests seem to be on their way, there's nothing else for us to do but find the host. We're having a birthday party.
All right, I'll call the theater and see if I can get in touch with Cathy.
Oh, would you, Cathy? And I'll go to the market and get some hot dogs and lemonades and party favors and prizes. Oh, and if the boys come before I get back, maybe they can learn to play bridge.
Hello, information. May I please have the telephone number in Brooklyn Heights? Creature that swallowed the earth. Looks like a great picture, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wish I could see it sometime.
What?
I mean, I can't wait.
Hey, hiya, Ross. You going to the movie?
Well, sort of. What do you mean you go to the movies, sort of? You're either going or you're not.
Ross, wait there.
I'm not. They gave me a surprise party today. Oh, I get it. The old decoy trick. To get you out of the house while they're getting everything ready. Yeah, they're real amateurs. It's kind of pitiful. Yeah, my folks, too. Say, so you're having a surprise party, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Well, many happy returns, and hope you have a good time at your party. Have to tell me about it sometime. Hey, wait a minute, Joey. Weren't you invited? Well, it's okay. I mean, it's your party. You can invite whoever you want. Your name was on the list. My folks must have called you. Were you out this morning? Just fooling around in the garage for a while. Well, there you are. You mean I'm invited? Yeah. Gee, thanks. Hey, is Keith going? Yeah. That's funny. I just saw him. He didn't say anything about it. My folks must have missed him, too. I tell you, they just aren't well organized. Get a hold of Keith, Larry, Al, Harvey, and Pete. Make sure they're all there. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Shh, my sister's coming. Yeah, well, okay, Ross, old buddy. Enjoy the movie.
Well, I got the tickets. Let's go.
You bought tickets? What for?
It's a little ceremony they make you go through before they let you in.
Well, you mean you're going in, even though you saw the picture before?
Who said I saw it?
Well, weren't you going to say that?
No.
Well, then how? I mean, where? Huh?
What?
Nothing.
You know, they ought to write a science fiction picture about you. Come on. The monster already devoured half of New Jersey. Yes. Yes, I know the movie is in progress. But couldn't you send someone to look for them, please? The boy is about 4 feet 10 inches, with blonde hair and blue-gray eyes, and he wears glasses, brown frame glasses. And Patty's very easy to recognize. She looks a lot like me. I'm sorry. I mean, yes, I know your theater must be very crowded, but this is important. Oh, no, it's not exactly an emergency. It's more of a crisis. Hello? 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 Oh. Excuse me.
Is Ross here yet?
No, not yet. Where do we hide? Follow me. Right this way, boy.
Cool, I tell you. Yes.
Well. Here, there's Stanley. Hi, guys. You're late.
Hi, Stan. Where's the birthday boy?
Oh, he'll be along any minute.
Where do we hide?
You wouldn't like to play bridge, would you?
Bridge?
Never mind. Why don't you all make yourself comfortable, and I'll get some of Ross's games for you to play with.
Well, can't we have anything to eat or drink?
I'm afraid the refreshments haven't arrived yet.
No. Boy.
Just sit down, all right?
Excuse me. Boy, I've been to some pretty corny birthday parties in my time, but this one is pathetic.
I don't know how it happened. All I know is this half-vegetable monster was about to eat the Pentagon building, and I reached over to grab my brother's hand, and he was gone. He just disappeared.
Now, please take it easy, miss. I'm sure he's in the theater somewhere.
I looked everywhere.
Well, now let's try it again. What does he look like?
He's about this tall with blonde, shaggy hair and blue-gray eyes
And brown frame glasses.
Yeah, how did you know that?
He's standing right behind you.
Oh. Sorry.
That's quite all right.
Thank you.
Hello? Is this Pfeiffer's Bakery? This is Mrs. Lane's son. You know those chocolate whipped cream tarts you're delivering? Well, we'd like a dozen more. We're having more guests than we thought. Yeah.
Hi.
I think you have the wrong number. Goodbye.
What are you doing in there? You know I was a nervous wreck.
I was making a phone call.
In the middle of a monster picture? You really are growing up.
Well, we better be going.
Yeah. Oh,
the street is this way.
The theater is this way. Don't you want to see the end of the picture?
Patty, we can't.
Why not?
Well, you know.
No, I don't know.
Because of the... Oh, cut it out.
Ross, maybe you better tell me what you're talking about.
Look at the time. We have to get home.
Home for what?
Oh, boy. Patty, I can't keep it up any longer. I know about it. I've known about it since yesterday.
Good. Now, do you want to tell me about it, or is it just for the ears of the FBI?
Oh, come on. I'm talking about my surprise party.
Your
surprise party that you're keeping me away from the house for.
Oh. Oh, Ross, I don't know how you got that idea, but there's no surprise party.
Gee, Patty, would you make a great spy? No matter how much they tortured you, you wouldn't break down, would you? Come on, we'll be late for the party.
Oh, boy.
And would you send over another dozen chocolate whipped cream tarts, please? Oh, yes, I know you did, but we've had a few unexpected developments. I have a group here who can eat them faster than you can bake them. Thank you.
Aunt Natalie, do you think these are enough sandwiches?
No, but it's all we have. Well, I'll take the coffee and cake into the bridge game. How is the group in the patio doing?
Well, I don't know how much longer I can keep them under control. They want Ross.
So do I. Maybe we should just have sent them to the movie.
That's not a bad idea.
This is the last time I will ever surprise Ross by not giving him a surprise party.
Shall we, press on?
Courage. Forgive me.
Oh, stay away, partner. We're winning.
That looks delicious. Shall we take a break?
I'm home, honey.
He's coming, Aunt Natalie.
Who's coming?
Ross, he and Patch are coming down the street.
Big deal.
What's going on around here? I'll tell you later, dear. Quick, everybody, out of sight. Let's hide. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Come on, let's hide, too. Let's hide.
Right now, they're all in there hiding.
Ross, look. You're a year older now. Can't you get it into your head? There's no birthday party.
Sure.
Look. You know what's going on in there now? Mama's bridge club.
Of course.
Okay, I give up. I guess you'll just have to learn to face life.
Thanks for everything, sis. This is gonna be the best surprise party I've ever had.
Wait. I can't let you go in there.
You mean they aren't ready yet?
Ross, I don't want you to be hurt. I'm the one who said you shouldn't have a party. I was doing it for your own good. At least I thought I was doing it for your own good.
There is no party. That house isn't full of my buddies waiting for me.
No. I'm sorry.
If they are inside waiting to shower me with presents, what'll you give me?
What do you mean?
Will you be my slave for a month?
Yeah, sure. But Ross...
That's all I want to know. Can I go in now?
Yeah?
Just wait till you see the surprised expression I have this year.
Well, hello, darling. Back from the movies already?
Yeah. What happened to your bridge club?
As near as I can figure it out, it was a case of spontaneous combustion.
Yeah, but nobody planned a birthday party. Oh, I think you're mistaken, Patty. I am? Ross did.
Oh, Slade, could you carry these presents into the living room for me?
He's got them for a whole month.
Did you have enough to eat, Ross?
Yeah, thanks.
Ross, how many times have I told you about reading at the table?
Well, I have to do this for a book report in school tomorrow. Oh, Slade, could you turn the page for me?
Turn them. Yes, Ross. How's that?
Thanks.
Sure. I want you to save your strength, because when this month is over, you're going to need it.
Oh, isn't it about time for,
I'll get it, Aunt Natalie. I'll get it.
That kid's a born slave.
Happy birthday!
Happy
birthday, Ross.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Go ahead, make a wish and blow out the candles. Barry, blow them out. Oh, come on, no hurry, it'll be fine. Keep blowing, come on. Harder.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Thank you, thank you. It's very good to be performing at Brooklyn Heights High School. Hooray!
Coming here is just our way of saying thank you to the young lady who helped us get our first big break, Miss Patty Lane.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I feel very proud and happy to realize that I had a part in giving Nigel and Patrick to the world. I'll never forget the first time I heard them sing. It was at a little radio station right here in Brooklyn Heights, on a day that was also pretty historic for my cousin Cathy. She had just been given a very big job there. Good afternoon, music lovers. This is Cathy Lane, broadcasting a new program of classical recordings presented by Brooklyn Heights High School over Brooklyn Heights' own station, BHBH. We open with Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, played by the distinguished young American pianist, Harold Burke.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, They walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Bravo, that was great. Did I sound all right? Like a real pro. Why, the school did a smart thing picking you to announce this jazz. Music. Thank you, Patty. And thanks for rallying round. You couldn't keep me away. Besides, I like this music. It's real catchy. Patty, you don't have to stay for the whole program. I want to, Cathy. I'm really beginning to get with it. Why don't you wait for me at the shake shop? Okay, cuz. But I really mean it. Now, who needs the 4 Beatles when you can have the 3 Bs? The 3 Bs, Patty? Sure. Bach, Beethoven, and... Bach, Beethoven. Lenny Bernstein? It's all right, Patty. 2 out of 3 is fine. Bye. See ya. Who are you?
I'm Nigel.
I'm Patrick.
Nigel and Patrick. You must be British.
How can she tell? After all, being subjects of Her Majesty the Queen...
Blessed with a talent for entertaining.
And in bad need of a haircut.
Naturally, we came to America to seek our fortune.
How come I've never heard of you?
Who has? We're nobodies so far.
But you've got so much talent.
Yes.
And rhythm.
Yes.
And what's more, you're kind of cute.
Yes.
Well, then what's holding you back?
Connections. We haven't got any.
That's terrible. The world needs you.
We're available.
And I know what you need. A manager.
Right.
Someone with drive, enthusiasm, and contact.
Right.
And I know just the person. Me. Why not?
Well, no offense, love. I mean, you're a nice girl, but what can you do for us?
True, I am a nobody, but, it just so happens that my father is Martin Lane, managing editor of the New York Chronicle.
Blimey.
Papa knows everybody. All he has to do is pick up the phone and you're on your way.
But what if he doesn't like our kind of music?
How could he not like it?
It can happen. First time my old man heard us sing, he threatened to kick me out of the house.
Well, my father appreciates every kind of talent. And when he hears how great you are, he'll say...
Mindless, monotonous drivel. How else describe the so-called music pouring out of our jukeboxes and into the ears of the youth of America?
Hear, hear.
Someone said, I don't care who writes the nation's laws if I can write its songs. We at the Chronicle wonder what kind of laws will be written by the generation that responds to this kind of music.
That's powerful stuff, Martin.
Well, it's high. Come in.
Hi, Papa.
Hello, Patty.
Oh, excuse me.
You know Mr. James.
Yes, nice to see you again, Mr. James.
Of course he does. Patty, what brings you to these parts?
I was just down listening to Cathy announce her symphony program.
I told you about Cathy's radio show. How was it?
Oh, terrific. And then I ran into this wonderful new musical group.
Musical group? What are they, a sort of string quartet?
No, not exactly. Actually, there are just 2 of them. Oh, and they're really terrific, Papa. All they need is a break.
Well, Martin, maybe we can get our concert editor to look.
I was hoping maybe you could hear them, Papa.
Why, I'd be glad to, honey. When could we set it up?
Right now, they're outside.
Well, Cathy isn't the only lover of fine music in your family.
No, evidently some of Cathy's good taste is rubbed off on Patty.
Here they are, Papa. Go,
Can't give you love. Can't give you. Can't give.
What do you think, Mr. Leonard?
Dynamite.
You're wrong, Mr. Leonard. They're really sensational. The kids... You mean you like them?
What's not to like? They're sensational.
You really mean it?
From the heart.
Well, you heard what he said.
And to think you brought them to me, Danny Leonard. A hole-in-the-wall, fly-by-night, a nobody.
Mr. Leonard, you may be a hole-in-the-wall, fly-by-night nobody. But we believe in you.
And I believe in them young fellas, 100%.
You want us to make a record?
What record? A whole album.
An album?
It can't miss. I'll stake my bottom dollar.
How soon can you record us, Mr. Leonard?
Who says we can?
But you said you believe in them.
And I do, but who am I? Danny Leonard, a hole-in-the-wall, fly-by-night, and nobody.
Let's go, Nigel.
Wait a minute. I ain't finished. It happens I got a silent partner, a rich brother-in-law, Max Winters. He manufactures shoes.
You mean if he likes them?
We're in business.
We'll audition for him.
Impossible. Max wouldn't listen.
But if he won't listen, how...
He don't listen to people, only to records. You gotta go out and make a demo.
What's a demo?
A demonstration record. That's going to cost money, Mr. Leonard.
Don't look at me.
But you said you'd stake your bottom dollar.
I already spent it. But if you fellas go out and make a demo, and Max likes it, we can go all the way.
All the way.
All the way.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Take one.
Ross, would you tell Patty... Oh, excuse me. That's okay, Kath. I'd like you to meet Nigel and Patrick, my cousin, Cathy Lane.
Evening. How'd you do?
How'd you do? Cathy's a disc jockey.
Yeah? Hi, mate.
Yeah, but she only plays long hair stuff.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Down, boys, not that kind of long hair. They're really very talented, Cathy. I'm sure. It was very nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Okay, come on, let's get with it. Nigel and Patrick, take one.
fellas. Let's hear it back, Ross. That was fabulous. Ross? What's that funny noise? Me. You and your typical American boys know how. You boo-booed, Ross.
I did not. I know what it is.
What?
That was you, Patty.
Me?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's all.
Ready to take two?
And you go stand in a corner. Nigel and Patrick, take two.
1, 2.
You really like it?
What's not to like?
Then you'll play it for your brother-in-law?
I told Max you fellas are making a demo.
What did he say?
He won't listen.
That's wonderful. He won't listen?
Max says, what does he know from demos? A shoe manufacturer.
You said...
It's what Max says. He wants to hear him on the air.
On the air?
Max says he won't put up a nickel until a disc jockey plays the record, and then he'll spring.
Mr. Leonard, we're just kids. We don't know any disc jockeys.
Naturally.
But you must, Mr. Leonard. I mean, being in the business.
Do I know the DJs? Intimately.
Well, that's great.
But I could pick up the phone and call any one of them right now and tell them that I personally think that you fellas have a terrific number here.
Will you?
What use would it be? Who'd listen to me? Danny Leonard, a hole-in-the-wall, fly-by-night nobody.
Let's go, Nigel.
Wait a minute, fellas. We're not licked yet. Sure, I'm a nobody, and I don't know any disc jockeys. But I believe in Nigel and Patrick. And somehow, I'm going to see to it that you go all the way.
All the way.
All the way.
Dynamite.
Hi.
Well?
Believe me, fellas, I tried.
But?
I went to every disc jockey in town.
But?
I told them how great you sing and how you really deserve a break.
What?
But they have a rule. They won't play anything that hasn't been recorded.
But we can't get recorded until someone puts us on the air.
Let's face it, fellas, we're dead. You think someplace in New York there'd be a disc jockey? I have a wonderful program for tomorrow. Brahms' Second, Beethoven's Fifth, and Chopin's Fantasy in F minor.
Brahms, Beethoven, Chopin.
Why can't she give young blokes a chance?
That's show business. What'd you say?
Brahms, Beethoven, and Chopin.
No, not you.
I said, why can't she give young blokes a chance?
Nigel and Patrick, you're not only talented and tall, you're geniuses. Cathy! Patty, for the 50th time, I've told you it's impossible. But why, Cathy? It's such a small favor to ask. I told you why, because I only play the classics. But Nigel and Patrick are classic. Patty, you know I'd like to oblige you. Yeah, that's why I told Mr. Leonard to tune in tomorrow. Patty, he'll be listening with his brother-in-law, the silent partner money man. Well, I hope they like Tchaikovsky's Sixth, because that's what they'll be hearing. Oh, Cathy, the whole record takes only 3 minutes to play. Now, what are 3 minutes? Long enough to get me thrown off the air.
Struck out, huh?
Your cousin Cathy's a very stubborn person, Ross.
Yeah, I know.
So is her cousin Patty. Go get me that demo.
But Cathy says she won't play it.
That's her opinion. Go get the demo. Hi, Kath. Patty, you're not going to start badgering me again. No, no. As a matter of fact, I came to apologize for being such a pest. That's all right. I know how easy it is to get carried away. Yeah, I'm pretty kooky, but I'm all over it now. Cathy, isn't it about time for you to go on the air? Oh, just about. As soon as the sound engineer gets here. Oh. You mind if I hang around for a while? No, I'd love it. Thanks. Oh, that's where you keep the records, huh? Yes. From Palestrina to Balterpiston. My. Boy, it's a pretty heavy door. Oh, it's like a bank vault in there. Once you close that door, you could shoot off a cannon and nobody would hear it. No kidding. What's your program today? Tchaikovsky and Grieg. But if there's something you'd like to hear, aside from Nigel and Patrick, I'd be very happy to play it. Never heard of them. Could you play, Beethoven's what? How about his first symphony? It's very melodic. Oh, great. All right, I'll get it. She's right, it is like a bank ball. Shame on you, Patty. I shouldn't let her do this to me. But I will.
Hi, Cathy. Ready to roll?
Yes, all set. We'll play these two, and, you can put this one on first.
Nigel and Patrick. On this program, Cathy?
Yes, it's an experiment I'm making to see how our listeners react to the modern British rhythms.
It's your show.
Yes.
This is BHBH, the voice of Brooklyn Heights.
Brooklyn Heights? I never heard of it.
Sit back and listen, Max, and I promise you from the money we'll make with these two young fellas, your Walter will go to Harvard.
That'll be the day.
We now offer an hour of recorded music presented by Brooklyn Heights High School.
A high school program. Danny, what are you doing to me?
Take my word, Max, it's those high school kids who buy all the records today.
That's right, Papa. Sheets of America. Pick Nations hits.
God help America.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cathy Lane.
Cathy Lane? Who's she?
Very big in Brooklyn, Max. The kids swear by her.
We open our program this afternoon with a number by two young boys whom I predict will be number one in all our jukeboxes.
You hear what she said, Max?
Here are Nigel and Patrick singing Truth Often Hurts the Heart. Go, boys, go.
Wait a minute, Max, you're wrong. Look.
Ooh, hey, man, dig that beat.
He's flipping. He's nuts about him. You hear, Max? You hear? The youth of America has spoken.
And all of which goes to prove that if you've got British pluck, a lot of talent, and very long hair, nothing can stop you. Go, boy!
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Well, girls, I've had such a lovely tea.
Another cup, Miss Tansy?
Oh, thank you, no, Cathy. I've got to be getting home. Oh, I'll take that welfare package if it's ready.
Oh, sure. I'll get it for you.
My, this is such an attractive room. Oh, I just love these old houses out in Brooklyn Heights.
Uncle Martin says this one dates way back.
Oh, indeed, yes. They don't build fireplaces like this today. My heart.
What is it, Miss Tansy?
This mantel. It's a solid mahogany.
Is that good?
Good? Why, it could very well mean that... Oh, Patty, I must take a look at your front door.
The front door? What for?
Well, I'd better not say till I've looked. Oh, why, this is so exciting.
Oh, isn't that tea? I don't know. Miss Tansy is a bug about old houses. I believe she's a chairman of some historical society.
I was right. Patty, this house is Georgian.
Came from Georgia?
Georgian, referring to the style of architecture dating from the reign of the first 4 King Georges of England. Meaning, this house is over 200 years old.
How can you tell, Miss Tansy?
Well, the mahogany mantel and the style of this door. Now, both are found only in houses built in the early 18th century.
You mean that means this house was built
before the Revolution?
Are you sure?
My dear, I happen to be secretary of the Brooklyn Heights Historical Society. Oh, and I assure you, this house is a part of our country's historical heritage.
Kind of gives me the shivers.
What does?
George Washington could have slept here.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll. A hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet. Still they're cousins. Identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
And imagine, Papa, our house was built by King George of England. Patty, Miss Tansy didn't say that. Well, anyway, during their reign, over 200 years ago.
No wonder it's so hard to heat.
Aren't you thrilled?
Well, it's nice to know we live in a landmark. But when that fuel bill comes, I sometimes wish we had a nice split level from the reign of Eisenhower.
Yes, the house is getting a little creaky, isn't it?
Well, it's been so long since we've really done anything. I didn't say that.
Well, yes, you did, darling, and you are so right. It's time we had the house really done.
Well, maybe a little paint here and there.
Oh, Martin, that's just patching. The house needs to be done over top to bottom.
I like it the way it is.
Bless you, son.
You said it yourself, Martin. It's been ages since we spent any money on the place.
And I learned to read my newspaper at breakfast.
Besides, Papa, after what Miss Tansy told us, isn't it like our patriotic duty to keep the house looking nice?
All right. What did you have in mind?
Well, Gwen Butler knows this interior decorator, Dennis Latouche. She says he's French and utterly brilliant and dirt cheap.
I like the last part.
Forget it.
Gwen says he'll come in and give us his advice absolutely free.
Oh, sure. That's how designers make their living, by giving advice absolutely free.
Oh, hello, Miss Tansy. Oh, yeah, of course. But couldn't you tell me over the phone?
What now?
Oh, okay. Cathy and I'll see you as soon as we finish breakfast. Bye. Cathy, Miss Tansy wants to see us as soon as we're finished.
What for?
It's about the house. She says we'll be absolutely thrilled.
Let's hope she's found there's some gold in our cellar. I have a feeling I'll be needing it.
This map confirms beyond a doubt that your house is the old Prescott place.
Prescott? Who are they?
Who are the Prescotts? Why, Patty, you're joking.
Oh, yeah, of course. I thought maybe Cathy didn't know. I don't. Peasant.
The Prescotts were one of the first families to settle in Brooklyn Heights. Adam Prescott built your house in 1720.
Cathy, did you hear that?
Wait. I've saved the best to last. In 1776, Adam Prescott's son Jonathan joined the Revolutionary Army of General Washington, leaving Prescott Manor.
Prescott Manor? I live in Prescott Manor.
In the care of his only daughter, Jane. Oh, here's a picture of her.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Yes, indeed. Jane Prescott refused to be evacuated from her home, even when the British forces under General Sir Alec Howell occupied Brooklyn Heights. She offered Prescott Manor to General Howell.
Wait a minute. He was the enemy.
Jane Prescott, having heard of the British commander's fondness for a pretty face and a shapely ankle, forgive me, girls, this part's a little racy.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead. It's all history.
Contrived to be introduced to General Howell. He accepted her offer of Prescott Manor.
But why would she do a thing like that?
And during the several days he resided there, was much occupied in paying court to the beauteous Jane Prescott. Despite the urgent pleas of his staff to continue in pursuit of the scattered American forces. As a result, General Washington had time to reassemble his troops as a fighting unit.
Oh, you mean she just pretended to like the general in order to save the country?
Exactly.
Then the revolution was practically won or lost in our parlor.
What? Yes, in a way.
Thanks a million, Miss Tansy. Come on, Cat. Come on, where? To tell Papa the news and put it in the Chronicle. Oh, Patty, it is a very interesting story. But all this happened about 200 years ago. For Pete's sake, you always have to be so technical. Come on. Thanks a million, Miss Tansy. See ya.
Well, there's no question, Patty, that is a fascinating historical footnote.
Footnote, he calls it. Papa, our house practically saved the Union.
I believe that was Abraham Lincoln, honey. Anyway, what did you want me to do?
Spread it all over the front page so everybody will know we live on hallowed ground.
That's hallowed, Patty. And I don't really think anybody but us Lanes would give a hoot.
I disagree, Martin. It's a nice human interest feature.
Now, J.A., you're a publisher. You know that a newspaper man isn't news unless he shoots somebody.
I still say it rates the story.
Well, you're the boss. Would you send Miller in, please?
Hey, wait till the gang reads about this.
Yes, it's rather a feather in the Lane cap.
You know something? From now on, when the kids come to our house, I'm going to charge admission.
Madame, you were so wise to call me in.
Oh, yes. Well, the room does need something.
It needs everything.
Well, we find it quite comfortable.
An old shoe is also comfortable, but does one wish to live in it? Very well put, no?
Do you have any ideas, Mr. Latouche?
Not so fast, madame. First, I must immerse myself in your house.
Well, I can show you the floor plan.
I mean psychically, spiritually.
Hi, Mom.
This is my son, Ross, Mr. Latouche.
Hi. Mom, look. It's about how our house used to be Prescott Manor.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Don't you want to read it?
Later, dear. We're disturbing Mr. Latouche.
Oh, I'm going to find Patty.
Yes, you do that. You know, this may spark you, Mr. Latouche, but it seems that our house predates the American Revolution.
I'm so glad.
Do you think perhaps we should consider an early American decor?
Surely you do not suggest we do this room a la Betsy Ross?
No.
I mean, heavens to Betsy. Very amusing.
But why not?
Sure, madame. In decor, a period is either in or out. And early American is
out.
But alas, not way out.
That would be better?
Natural more, because then it would be in again. At the moment, it is, how you Americans say, nowheresville.
I see. But you can advise me what to do with the room.
Oui.
Oh, Mrs. Butler said that there would be no charge for advice.
Certainly not.
What do you suggest?
I suggest that you engage me to suggest a suitable decor.
Please do.
I will. For this, my fee will be $500.
A Japanese living room?
Madame, it will be magnifique.
Well, I think it's very striking and very original. But a Japanese living room in an old colonial home?
Madame, last summer, I turned the Pennsylvania Dutch barn into a Polynesian palace. Really? It was the showplace of Bucks County.
Really?
Until some uncultured person burnt it to the ground. Best place.
Well, I do like it. But I'm wondering if my husband would. See, in some ways, Martin is really rather old-fashioned.
So is this decor, early 12th century.
Hello, Aunt Natalie. Hello. Hi, Mama. Hi. Holy moly. What's that?
Well, this is Mr. Latouche's idea for the living room, dear.
This living room? How so?
Do you like it?
Oh, it's very interesting, Aunt Natalie. Yeah, spooky. Oh, spooky nice, I mean. But is Papa's favorite chair going to fit in this?
Buddha forbid.
Oh. Well, it's real ditty bop. Mom, Miss Tansy asked if some of the ladies could come over and see the house.
Well, of course, dear.
Oh, good. That's what I told her. Well, we're going upstairs. Goodbye. I mean,
Mr. Latouche, what about the patio?
Voila! An authentic Honshu rock garden, isn't it, Biddy? Oh.
I'll get it, Ma. Oh, hi.
Here we are, Patty. The girls couldn't wait to see the house.
Oh, well, come right ahead.
See, the original door. Beautiful.
It's obvious these people care.
How nice to see you, Miss Tansy. Do come in.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Lane. These ladies are from the Brooklyn Heights Historical Society. Our president, Mrs. Outerbridge.
How do you do? You're all very welcome. This is Mr. Latouche.
Charmed ladies.
Thank you. We are very grateful for this chance to look over your lovely old... What on earth are these?
These, madame, are sketches.
Well, Mr. Latouche is an interior decorator. He's going to do our house.
To look like this? Prescott Manor?
Yes, effective, aren't they?
Effective?
Well, girls, come see the cellar.
No, Agatha, not now. We shall be late for the meeting.
What meeting?
The emergency meeting to the clubhouse ladies.
And so we urge every member of the community to support this drive to make historic old Prescott Manor into a National Historic Site. How about that?
Great. Miss Tansey's sending up a petition for all of us to sign.
And we will. And what's that phrase of Patrick Henry's? In letters large enough for George III to read without his glasses.
Dad, exactly what will it mean, being a historic site?
Oh, they'll put up a bronze plaque outside the house telling what happened here.
Papa, maybe we should set aside a special day so that people can come and visit, like at Mount Vernon and Monticello.
Well, I don't think we're going to be quite that historic.
In any case, I don't want a lot of sightseers traipsing through here all the time.
Now, don't worry, Nat. Historic or not, this place is ours, and nobody's going to take it away from us. This is our house, our own sturdy little castle.
Hear me out, Miss Prescott. I find you entrancing to gaze upon, enemy of the crown though your father be.
General, I pray you, dally here no longer.
Oh, boy.
What's wrong, sis?
It's a disaster. Nobody's gonna believe that Cathy's a passionate British general or that you're a hot-blooded lieutenant. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. DeMille, but putting on this play was your idea. What's the least we can do to show our appreciation? Let's try it again, okay? Hear me out, Miss Prescott. I find you entrancing to gaze upon, enemy of the crown though your father be.
General!
Cathy, how can a brilliant girl like you, who speaks 8 languages, be such a rank of an actress? Who says I am?
No offense, Cathy, but Patty's right. I don't think you're, projecting enough.
Oh, you know better, Marlon. You come on like the Easter Bunny.
Now, wait a minute.
Patty, it seems a shame, considering the bundle of talent you've been blessed with, that you can't play all the parts yourself. I bet I could. Hear me out, Miss Prescott. I find you entrancing to gaze upon, enemy of the crown though your father be. General, I pray you, dally here no longer. You were saying, General? Miss Prescott. Nay, Sir Alec. Pray, call me Jane. General, a courier has just arrived with this message from the front. Excuse me. Zounds! The Yanks have done it! And what, General? Escaped across the Hudson. The blasted rebels will live to fight another day. Yes, indeed they will, General, until the last vile redcoat is driven from our shores. What are you saying, Jane? Miss Prescott to you, for like my gallant father, I too am an enemy of the crown. But dash it all, General, be gone! Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Miss Tansey. I didn't hear you come in. Are you okay?
The front door was open.
Sorry.
What are you children up to?
Oh, we were just rehearsing a play, one I wrote. It's called Jane Prescott's Finest Hour. She means Patty Lane's. It's a surprise for the Ladies' Historical Society to show how much we appreciate what they're trying to do for our house.
Oh, that's very thoughtful. Oh, Patty, is your mother in? I must see her.
Oh, yeah, she's in Papa's study. Is it about the house?
Well, yes, in a way.
Oh, come on, I'll show you. Did I hurt you? Yes, right in here. Mom, Miss Tansey's here to see you.
Well, hello, Miss Tansey.
Well, I better get back to rehearsal. Boy, the cook needs a lot of work.
Pardon me for dropping in like this.
I'm delighted, Miss Tansey. I was just looking at these sketches.
The sketches, oh, yes. The new decor for the living room.
Striking, aren't they?
Oh, yes, indeed, but I don't see the fireplace.
Well, Mr. Latouche feels that we should brick it over.
Brick it over? But it's an heirloom.
Well, Mr. Latouche says that it doesn't fit with the samurai motif.
Oh, he does. Well, I'll be leaving now, Mrs. Lane.
But I thought you wanted to talk to me.
Well, I changed my mind. Oh, that is, it'll keep until the house is, Good day, Mrs. Lane, good day.
It is my pleasure now, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you our great and good friend, Chief of the Historic Sites Commission, the Honorable James Wiley.
Thank you. Members of the Brooklyn Heights Historical Society, ladies and gentlemen, we have considered your petition to have Prescott Manor declared a National Historic Site. I am happy to announce that your request has been approved. Mr. Lane, will you come forward, please? Mr. Lane, I congratulate you on offering your house to the state.
You're very welcome, sir.
And I want you to know it marks you as a man of patriotism, of great generosity.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
And I want you to know that we will be equally generous in fixing the compensation you will receive for your unselfish deed.
Oh, well, I really don't expect any money, Mr. Wiley.
And I assure you that as long as Prescott Manor stands, its doors will be open to you and your family to visit there free of charge.
Well, that's Visit? Free of charge? What are you talking about, Mr. Wiley?
Ladies and gentlemen, America the Beautiful.
Flummoxed. Sold down the river by a bunch of little old ladies in tennis shoes.
Honey, I didn't see anyone wearing tennis.
Oh, never mind what they wore. Where are we going to live now?
Papa, can't you tell them we refuse to give up the house?
How can I? I signed that petition.
I thought you said they were just going to put a plaque outside.
Well, that's the way it usually works. Who knew those old hens were scheming to throw us into the gutter?
Will you see who that is, Ross?
It's probably some of the neighbors coming to congratulate us.
Good evening, young man. Is your father home?
Yes, sir. He's in the living room.
Well, evening, folks.
Good evening, Mr. Wiley.
I brought the papers to sign.
You people don't waste any time.
You bet. Who knows? You folks might decide to change your mind.
You mean we could?
Well, now, nothing's official until you sign the papers. Now, here they are, Mr. Lane. This is the preliminary letter of agreement. The formal takeover comes later.
Can't wait.
We have great plans for this house, Mr. Lane. We're gonna fix it up just the way it looked in Adam Prescott's day.
That'll please him.
Yes, ma'am. When our antiques team gets through, you'll find it hard to believe that you ever lived here. Your sign here now, Mr. Lane. Right on that. There we are.
No. You can't have it.
Well, Mr. Lane, what are you saying?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wiley, but you can't have this house.
But you folks signed the petition. You offered us the house.
Okay, so I'm an Indian giver.
Oh, Mr. Lane, I wish you'd reconsider.
I already have, Mr. Wiley, and just in the nick of time.
Oh, please, Mr. Lane, we are mighty anxious to acquire Prescott Manor.
No, it was Prescott Manor, Mr. Wiley. It is now the Lane House.
It's an historic site. Jane Prescott.
I know all about Jane Prescott, but I'm much more interested in the Lane family history that was made here. You know, my kids grew up in this house, Mr. Wiley, Patty and Ross. They had the measles here and the mumps, and all their birthday parties. If I'm not mistaken, the first time that Patty was ever kissed by a boy, it happened right here in this living room.
No, Papa, it was in the kitchen.
Well, anyway, this is our home, Mr. Wiley. And when our grandchildren come to visit, I don't want them to have to ask for permission from some historical society.
Martin, that's beautiful.
Wish I'd said that.
I appreciate your feelings, Mr. Lane, but I...
Mr. Wiley, you can come and visit us anytime you like. Free of charge.
Yes. Well, good night.
Good night, Mr. Wiley.
Bye, Mr. Wiley. Papa, you were brilliant.
Yeah, you came on like a real tiger, Dad.
I had to. I was defending our cave. You know, it's a pretty nice old cave, isn't it?
It's lovely. I can't wait to see what it looks like Japanese. Yes, Mr. Latouche, I'm sure $12,000 is very reasonable, but we've decided to keep the house the way it is. Oh, yes, I understand early Japanese is in, but as far as we're concerned, it's out. Au revoir, Mr. Latouche. I mean, adieu.
Sayonara Japanese decor?
Yes, darling. I think the Prescotts would approve.
Yeah, well, I don't know about them, but I do. And so does my checkbook. Hey, if you kids want to ride, you better hurry up. I'm ready to leave.
Be right down, Papa.
Have a good day, dear.
Don't worry, I will. Now that things are back to normal.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hi, my name is Sammy Davis. That's right, Sammy Davis. Oh, don't touch the dial, please. This is the Patty Duke Show. You're asking yourself, what am I doing on the Patty Duke Show? Well, that's quite a story. It seems that a few weeks ago, the president of the junior class at a high school in Brooklyn was having some cats over, and it was a meeting. And?
Therefore, we highly resolve to make this year's junior prom the finest affair in the school's history. All those in favor say aye. Aye. So moved. We'll now proceed to nominate a prom chairman. But first, I want to congratulate Patty Lane on the terrific job she did as chairman of last year's prom.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The band was sensational. The refreshments delish.
Just doing my part, George.
What you did last year was tops, Patty. Which means this year we'll need an even bigger name.
Won't be easy.
We'll need one of the all-time greats of show business.
At least.
But where will we find a prom chairman who can get us a star like that?
Beats me.
Kids, what are we waiting for? Why don't we renominate Patty Lane?
Hey, yeah, why don't we renominate... No!
I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye! George, I can't do it again.
Opposed?
Me.
A motion is carried. Patty, the people have spoken. What have you got to say?
Help.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. What one pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Oh, stop looking so glum, Patty. It's a compliment to you.
Oh, yummy. But what do I do about it?
Oh, you'll rise to the occasion. A girl with your energy and resourcefulness.
And family connections. Papa, you're a big newspaper man.
You're managing editor of the Chronicle.
So, what would you say if your only daughter asked you to use your influence to...
Just what I said last year.
That's what I figured.
But I admire your persistence. Well, I'm off to hear President Johnson address the newspaper editors convention.
President Johnson? Do you think he would come? No, I guess not. Besides, he doesn't sing or dance or anything.
I'll walk you the car.
Now, if Harry Truman were still in the White House...
What am I gonna do, Kath? I'm doomed. You'll come through, Patty. How? What am I supposed to do? Go to Hollywood and ring doorbells, fly over Times Square and say, "Hi, Broadway stars, I'm Patty Lane and I need help"? That's it. That's what, Patty? I think I've got it. You're going to fly over Times Square? Of course not. What do you think I am, some kind of a kook?
Already. You've been at this for 3 hours.
4, when you count.
Go home. Give up.
Never.
Patty, my dogs are killing me.
Mine too, Richard, but I'm not quitting. Because somewhere, somebody up there, I mean in a Broadway theater, somewhere, somebody's gonna look out the window and they're gonna say,
Hey, dig this crazy kid.
What kid is that, Mike?
Down there with a sandwich sign. She's been like picketing Schubert Alley all afternoon.
My name's Patty Lane. Help. What's her problem?
I asked her. She wants a Broadway star to come and entertain at some high school dance. In Brooklyn yet.
So she puts on a sandwich sign. Good for her.
You know what she's paying?
What?
$15.
You're kidding. $15?
She ought to be home learning her lessons.
No. She's a very smart girl. She's got guts.
2 minutes, Mr. Davis.
Come in, Big Daddy. You know something, Mike? When I was a kid, I used to pull nutty stunts like that just to get myself noticed.
Yeah, sure. Listen, Sammy, about that recording date.
Do me a favor. Go downstairs and get her and bring her up here, will you?
Up here? What for?
I've just decided. I'm going to that dance.
Oh, come on, Sammy. You're gonna play a benefit for a bunch of Bobby Soxers?
Yeah, in Brooklyn, and for $15 yet.
It's crazy, Sammy. Besides which, you can't afford to take the money. Add that 15 to what you're making already. You know what happens?
No.
You wind up in the 102% income tax bracket.
You're right, Mr. Davis.
I hear you. Just do me a favor. Bring her up here. I'll talk to her after the scene.
You gotta be joking, Sammy.
You know me, sweetheart. I never joke. Get her up here.
Anything you say, baby.
It's a very nice ad, Miss Lane.
"Oh, thank you. I wrote it myself."
But have you any idea what we charge to run a full page?
More than $8.35?
That wouldn't pay for an ad this big. Besides, you'd be wasting your money.
Why? Doesn't everybody in show business read Variety?
We like to think so.
Oh, and aren't show business people always doing things to help worthy causes?
Yes, they are.
Well, then why can't they do something for the junior class at Brooklyn Heights High School? Well, anyway, thanks for seeing me.
My pleasure. Here, want this back?
No, thank you. I know when I'm licked.
Jesse, come in my office. I got a story about a high school kid in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I see Variety's got a story on that kid.
What kid?
Patty Lane. The girl with the sandwich sign. Hey, incidentally, how come she never came up here like I said?
Oh, she took off before I could tell her.
I bet.
Sammy, baby, everybody knows you got a heart big as all outdoors. My job is to keep it indoors.
Oh, bless you. You know, she tried to buy an ad for $8.35, a full-page ad in Variety.
Well, that's what I call guts.
She still hasn't got a star for her prom. Well, this time I'm going to see that she gets one.
No, Sammy?
Yes! No. Look, I happen to date kids who don't give up.
Sammy, baby, you're doing 8 shows a week, plus recording dates and TV.
Oh, I'm so busy. But I'm not that busy. Now, come on, give me the phone, please.
What for?
I want to fly to Cleveland. I want to call Patty Lane and tell her I'll be there Saturday.
Sammy, you want to work Saturday night after the show? I'll get you a bundle for a club date.
Tat. Remember, no dough. Can't afford it? Give me the phone, huh? Please. Please. Thank you. Now I understand why Dean and Jerry broke up. I'll call her and she'll get a big thrill out of it. You know what a pleasant thing? Money don't mean everything, you know. The number's here and I'll call her. The joy she'll have in those kids at that prom when I be there. Hello? May I speak to Miss Patty Lane, please?
This is Patty Lane.
I understand that you're looking for someone to entertain at your prom Saturday.
That's right. How did you know?
Well, I read about the story in Variety.
In Variety? Who is this?
My name is Sammy Davis.
Sammy Davis?
Well, actually, Sammy Davis, Jr. And I'll be happy to come and sing at your prom.
You're Sammy Davis, Jr.?
That's right.
And you want to entertain at the prom?
I certainly do.
Very funny, Richard.
Huh?
I said that's very funny, Richard.
But, Miss Lane, Patty, you don't understand. I am Sammy Davis, Jr.
Yeah, this is the Gabor sisters, all 3 of them.
Look, please, Patty.
Oh, good night, Richard. On second thought, good night forever.
So busy. Why don't you get off the phone already? Oh, Patty Lane.
Who's Patty Lane? Sammy, baby, you're not still trying to get through to that nutty high school kid.
Look, I'm a little nutty myself.
Sammy, what's with you? All week long you've been dialing this number. It's like an obsession.
Murph, would you get me a Coke, please? Mike, have you ever heard of Captain Ahab?
Captain who?
Captain Ahab.
Ahab?
Well, he was a famous captain with a famous story. And it seemed that he got bugged real bad about a certain Moby Dick.
Moby Dick? You ever play Vegas?
Moby Dick was a big, white, mean whale. See, and this Captain Ahab, he had it in for him. He couldn't sleep, he couldn't eat, he couldn't rest. The only thing he did was run around the ocean, looking for Moby Dick. And that's how I feel about getting Miss Patty Lane on the phone. It's still busy.
Well, you know how kids are when they start gabbing.
Hello, George. It's Patty. I've been trying to get you all night. Your line's been busy.
Yeah. Well, you know how us kids are when we start cabbing, Patty. What's up?
George, it's about the prom.
Oh, it's a sellout, Patty. Everybody will be there tomorrow night.
Swell.
And you know why? They can't wait to see what big, important guest star you've got for us.
I'll bet.
Thanks to you, Patty, it'll be a prom they'll never forget.
George, I want to talk to you about the prom. I think we should call it off.
Call it off? What for? Patty, are you putting me on?
No, George.
Well, then there's only one explanation. You're stuck. You can't get us a big guest star.
That's not true. Of course I can.
You just better, Patty. Because the whole class is going to be there. And if you don't show up with a big, important, famous celebrity,
Doomsville.
Good night.
I wonder if they let girls enlist in the French Foreign Legion. Hello?
Hello, is this Miss Patty Lane?
Speaking. Who's this?
This is Sammy Davis, Jr.
Oh, come on, not again.
No, wait a minute. Miss Patty, please, don't hang up. This really is Sammy Davis, Jr., and I really, really want to come and sing at your prom.
Why don't you knock it off, Richard? Enough is enough.
You mean you really still don't think I'm Sammy Davis?
Of course I don't.
All right, listen to this. Why can't I fall in love like any other man? And maybe then I'll know what kind of fool I am. Now, what do you say?
That I have the exact same record. Of Sammy Davis singing that song. Richard, I think you're mean, hateful, and horrid. And don't bother picking me up for the prom tomorrow night because I won't be going with you.
Patty, will you please stand still until I get this hem back in?
Mom, what difference does it make? I'm not going. Of course you are, Patty. You look lovely. And the condemned man ate a hearty breakfast, so what?
Oh, Patty, the class can't blame you for not getting a celebrity. You tried.
And failed. And you know, I'm getting pretty tired of Richard and his corny jokes. He keeps calling up and saying it's Sammy Davis Jr. dying to sing at the prom. Sammy Davis? Hey.
What now?
I'll bet if I asked Sammy Davis, he would come. Patty, you don't even know him. Well, true, but when I tell him how desperate I am, he's bound to say yes.
Patty, the prom is tonight. I'm sure Mr. Davis has other plans.
Well, he'll cancel them. You know what they say, there's no people like show people.
Honey,
Come on,
will you please stand still and stop dreaming?
I've got to go. Go where? The Majestic Theater. Cathy, call Richard and tell him I'll see him at the prom. I'll be easy to recognize. I'll be the girl with Sammy Davis Jr. Oh, hi, Papa. Bye, Papa.
Where are you off to?
A rendezvous with destiny.
Hi, darling.
Say, what's with Patty?
Oh, she's got some kind of wild idea that she can persuade... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello. May I speak to Miss Patty Lane, please?
I'm sorry, she's out. This is her mother. May I ask who's calling?
Yes, ma'am. This is Sammy Davis.
Sammy Davis? The real Sammy Davis?
I mean, you do believe I'm Sammy Davis, Mrs. Lane, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course I do, Mr. Davis.
You're all heart, ma'am. I wanted to tell Patty that I'll be at the prom and sing for her tonight.
Well, you're all heart, too, Mr. Davis. It's Sammy Davis. He's coming to the prom.
Boy, you really got to hand it to our Patty.
Thank you very much. Bye. He's really coming.
Well, why are you so surprised? You know how charming and persuasive Patty can be.
Oh, she certainly can. She's never even met Sammy Davis. Well, right now, she's on her way to the theater to beg him to come.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He'll tell her the good news when she gets there.
Yes, young lady?
Oh, hi. I'd like to see Mr. Sammy Davis Jr.
Sorry, curtain's up. Mr. Davis don't see nobody during a performance.
Oh, but this is very, very important.
Come back after the show.
That'll be too late. Please, sir. You see, I have to...
You see that sign up there?
Yeah, it says no smoking.
It says no visitors. Get. I said get. Evening. Come to see Sammy win the big fight again, huh?
Time. This'll be fun.
Mr. Davis!
Big important day. Like to help you out, fellas. Show business people.
Patty, please come inside.
No, Richard, I can't face the class.
I'll say it again, Patty. They know how hard you tried. They're not mad at you.
No, they merely despise me.
They forgive you, Patty. They want you to come in and have a good time. And besides, I spent $5 for these tickets.
I'm sorry, Richard. You go alone. Go dance with some pretty girl who isn't a jinx.
Who's that singing?
I don't know. It sounds like Sammy Davis Jr.
Why can't I cast away this mask of clay and live my life? Why can't I fall in love like any other man? And maybe then I'll know what kind of fool I
Thank you very much. You're marvelous. Gee, I never thought it'd be this much fun. See, I told you guys you'd have a ball. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would just like to explain to you guys and gals that as much fun as it is for me to be here tonight, all of my guys came along with me. George Rhodes, my conductor, all the guys that travel with me. So I thank them for coming. And we're going to do one song, because I'm sort of old, you see. But I like to do that kind of jazz, too, you know. So we do one song. Here's a tribute to Ray Charles. Oh. Oh. Good. That's marvelous. Well, I had a woman. She way over town. She good to me. Well, don't you know, yeah. Well, I got a woman. She living over town. Oh, Lord. She good to me. She my baby. Don't you understand? I'm a lover man. Well, I got a woman. She way over town. She good to me. Oh, yeah. She saved loving early in the morning just for me. Oh, yeah. She saved loving, early every morning. Oh, don't you know? She do it for me. She give me money when I'm in need. She is the kind of girl I need. Well, I got a woman. She way over town. She good to me. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's always with me. Every night and every day. Never fuss or grumble. You know I like it that way. Never walking in the street, leaving me alone. She know a woman place is right there now in my home. I got a woman. Oh, down. Oh, don't you know? She good to me.
See, I got a woman, she's living over town. Oh, didn't I say she good to me? She my baby, I'm her man. Oh, you can understand. Well, I got a woman, she way over town. She good to me. Oh, don't you know, yeah. And don't you know she all right? She all right, she all right. She all right, she all right. She all right, she all right. Oh. She all right, she all right. She all right, she all right. She all right, she all right. Oh, yeah. Whoa! Thank you very much. You're marvelous. Thank you. I would like to say that, unfortunately, I have to leave, but I want to tell you I've had such a pleasure being here tonight, and I owe that pleasure to a young lady who I've actually never met, but I saw her sign outside of my theater window, and her name is Patty Lane. Would Patty Lane, if she's in the audience, would you come up and let me thank you personally, please? You're the lady in the dressing room.
Yeah. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Davis.
I can think of one way how to thank me. Like my agent said, don't give me the $15.
Hello?
Oh, hello. May I talk to Miss Patty Lane, please?
Oh, this is Patty Lane.
Oh, I was reading in Variety that you were looking for someone to entertain at your school dance. And I'd be glad to come.
Who is this?
Peter Lawford.
Come off it, Richard.
Richard?
I recognize your voice this time. Now be a good boy and go to bed. Good night. Cool.
Silly girl doesn't believe it's really me. I'm not going to give up that easily.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Patty, do you have to be quite so noisy?
I've got a lot to be noisy about. I'm a very remarkable young girl. Are you?
You could have fooled me.
I just got my psychological aptitude test back, and you know where I rank?
Just below the human race.
I came in the top percentile.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's it mean?
That means that I'm practically a genius. My aptitude test showed that I can do anything I put this great mind to. If I'm so brilliant, what are my children going to be?
In trouble.
Where's Cathy? I want to tell her the great news.
She's upstairs with her guinea pigs.
You mean they've been born?
Yeah, the blessed event took place about an hour ago.
That's great! Got to eat something. Hi, Cat. Hello, Patty. What do you think of them? Oh, they're beautiful. I can't believe it, Cathy. You predicted exactly what they were going to look like before they were even born. All I did was investigate the mother and father guinea pig's family history. Then, using a method that was discovered long ago by Gregor Mendel, I took an educated guess as to what the offspring should look like. It's simply the law of genetics. Cathy, this genetics bit, does it work with people, too? Of course. You mean I could predict what my children are going to be like before they're born? Not necessarily. Why not? Well, a lot of it depends on the man you select for your husband.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Now let me get this straight, Cat. You mean as great as I am, I could have terrible children? Not if you selected a man whose genes complemented yours. Oh, I see. Then what I need is someone tall, good-looking, dark hair, sense of humor. Doesn't every girl? This is for science. Gregor Mendel, move over. Richard, can I ask you another question?
I've already told you everything I know about my great-grandparents and my grandparents.
Yeah, I know, but this is different.
Say, Patty, why this sudden interest in my family?
What makes you think it's so sudden? I'm just fascinated by all your relatives.
Yeah, they are quite a fascinating bunch.
Yeah. Well, the way you eat, you should be at least 8 feet tall.
I'm lucky enough to be 5'10". I tower over everyone in my family as it is.
Yeah, I know you. You told me. Rich, you know I wouldn't hurt you for anything in the world.
I should hope not. I'm very sensitive.
What I'm trying to tell you is that Gregor Mendel wouldn't approve of you.
Who's he?
Richard, I have to think of my children.
Pass the ketchup.
I can't marry you, Richard.
Pass the mustard, please.
It's nothing personal, Richard. It's just that it's the law of genetics.
Pass the mustard, please.
Richard, you see, your looks really aren't bad. It's just that, well, I doubt if it's what Mendel had in mind for me. I can't afford to take a chance. I have to find somebody who's perfect. You see, if your maternal grandmother and grandfather had had a college education, and your paternal grandmother and grandfather had a higher IQ, and your father was a few...
Hey, now, wait a minute. They're my ancestors you're attacking.
I'm not attacking anybody. It's Mendel. He says that...
I don't care what he says. If my family's not good enough for you, then I'm not good enough for you.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. Oh, excuse me, are you Edward Donaldson?
No. I'm just a member of the Edward Donaldson fan club.
My name is Patty Lane, and I was wondering if you'd help me with a survey I'm making.
Shoot.
Thank you. Let's start with your height. How tall are you, Edward? Edward!
What now?
How tall are you, please?
5'11" and a half.
Perfect.
In the morning.
In the morning?
A person's always taller when they first get up. Read that once in a comic book.
You read comic books?
Sure. Hey, did you see what happened to the mass surfer?
Yeah. He just got washed out. Hi, Kenny.
Oh, hello, Patty. Gee, I haven't seen you since last summer.
Oh, I've been busy.
You know, I asked you for a date in July. You said you'd look in your book and let me know.
I just looked. The answer is yes.
Do you really mean that?
Of course I mean it.
Well, what about Richard Harrison?
Oh, he's okay, but his jeans flunked. Huh? Nothing. Well, you've grown since last year.
Yeah, 3 inches.
Your father must be a giant.
No, there's a very funny part about it. There's no one in my family over 5'5". How about that?
How about that?
Say, when can I take you out to dinner?
I'll look in my book and let you know. Patty, what are you doing? Who, me? What are you doing in that file? I'm looking for something. I found it. I'm trying to find out which boy has the highest IQ. And you know who it is? Rodion Zablinski. Do you know him? No. Neither do I. But I'm going to. I can see him now. Tall. Romantic. Brilliant. Rodion, I love you. How's that sound? Like you're in trouble. Zablinski. Z. Hello, Miss Gray.
Hello, Patty. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Miss Gray, I wonder if you could help me. I'm looking for Rodion Zablinski.
Yes, he's over there.
Thank you. Hello there.
Hello.
You look just like I knew you would.
I do?
Yep. Tell me, Rodion, how...
Oh, you're looking for Rodion. Hey, Ro.
Yeah?
Someone's looking for you.
You looking for me?
Are you Rodion Zablinski?
Yeah?
Rodion, would you stand up, please?
I am standing.
Patty, I have to talk to you.
Richard, please don't make it difficult. I told you, it's all over between us.
Yeah, but you didn't tell me why.
Just trust me, Richard. It's bigger than both of us.
I suppose you mean Kenny.
Richard, everybody's looking at us.
Oh, have you seen him? Have you seen him? He's coming down the hall.
See who?
Him! And your cousin Cathy's with him.
Hello, Physiology 1.
Hello.
I'm noble. Well, that's a name, not a characteristic. It must be the material because my delivery isn't that good. Anyway, I'm your substitute teacher. Sorry to say that Mrs. Keeler will be out of action for about a week, a victim of the flu bug. Well, there's no cause for alarm. I've come fully equipped.
I'll say he has.
Mrs. Keeler has given me her assignment book, and I've got a very able assistant, Miss Cathy Lane. Now, Mrs. Keeler told me that this is a very fine class, and I'm pleased to be here. I'm sure we'll become very, very good friends.
Don't say that again.
Hi there.
Oh, hi. I didn't know if there was anybody in here.
I was just having my lunch.
Oh, well, if you're busy, I'll...
No, hold on. Now, what can I do for you?
Oh, I'm not sure if there's anything anyone can do for me.
Well, I'm sure it's not all that bad.
I have a problem.
I've gathered that. What's your name?
Patty Lane. I'm Cathy Lane's cousin, you know, your physiology assistant.
Oh, yes, the little girl did the study on the guinea pig. Yeah, she's a very gifted girl, Cathy.
Yeah. I just don't dig the genetics bit.
Well, it's really very simple.
Not for me. I need help.
Well, you could always try studying a little harder.
I hardly study now. I mean, I study hard now.
I see. Do you take notes in class?
Like crazy.
Do you ask questions when you don't understand?
Constantly. I've tried everything.
Well, what about an extra credit report?
That's it. Now, why didn't I think of that? I'll do a report just like Cathy's. And you and I can work on it together.
Well, Cathy did a very difficult project.
Oh, I know, but I'm very willing. And if I do a good job, it'll be sure to bring up my grades. And how can I miss with you helping me?
Well, you certainly are very enthusiastic.
Oh, you have no idea.
All right. I can let you use Hilda, my pet rabbit. She should be a mother in about a week's time.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I'll take very good care of her, Mr. Noble. Don't you worry. I'll treat her just as if she was ours.
Well, I'll jot down some family background of hers for you.
Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
At least it'll help you out and give you a start. Now, Patty, feel free to check with me any time if you want any more information on this family background business, right?
Oh, I will. I will. Thank you. Come on, Hilda.
Patty, how are you this morning?
Fine, except for one problem.
Yes?
In order to figure out what Hilda's offspring will look like, I need a little more information. I was wondering about her grandfather on her father's side. You said its fur was dark, but you didn't say exactly what color.
Well, kind of an off brown, as I recall.
I'll bet your grandfather on your father's side had dark hair, too, just like you.
Yes, all the men on my father's side of the family had dark hair for generations.
And on your mother's side?
Well, kind of hard to recall. She had a pretty large family.
Oh. Well, thanks for the information on Hilda.
Right.
See you at lunch.
Right.
And Hilda's father has bright pink eyes. And so does your father. Have bright blue eyes.
Yeah.
What about your grandmother?
What about her?
What color eyes does she have?
Patty, I fail to see the significance.
Just curious. I've become fascinated by genetics.
Oh, very glad to hear that.
And it's all you're doing. Did your grandfather go to college?
Are you sure you're not confusing me with Hilda?
Oh, I could never confuse you with anyone.
Can't wait to see that report. I keep expecting you to ask me how far I can jump, or whether or not I can twitch my nose.
Can you?
Patty, I think you've enough information on Hilda. I suggest you go and finish your chart.
Yes, sir.
Patty,
Yes?
try to remember that figures can lie, and heredity predictions don't always turn out exactly.
Not always. But this one will.
None of us has a chance with you hogging him all the time. Oink. Oh, Patty, if you don't stop acting like a pig about this, it's going to mean war. Well, what'll it be? Are you going to share him or hog him?
Just call me Porky.
Patty! Dear.
I thought we were at war.
Oh, we are. But we want to know just one thing. What's he really like? Well, if anyone knows Mr. Noble, you do.
Mr. Noble is perfect. Absolutely perfect. You know something?
What?
Mr. Mendel would have loved him.
Yes?
I want my girl back.
What's that?
I said, I want my girl back, sir.
Well, who are you and who's your girl?
Patty Lane. And I'm Richard Harrison.
I see.
You can't hit me. You're older than I am.
Now, don't be ridiculous. I don't want to hit you. I want to help.
You do? You want to help me get Patty back?
I'll do everything I can.
I don't think you can help me. She thinks I'm ugly.
Well, Patty said that?
Well, not exactly, but that's what she meant. She thinks all my relatives are apes.
Tell me something, Richard. Has Patty been asking you a lot of questions about your ancestors?
Has she? She's been picking my family tree apart limb from limb. I wish I did. I don't know what's gotten into her.
Well, I have a feeling it's not too serious.
The only way I can get her back is to have plastic surgery and find a new family to adopt me.
I don't think you have to go quite to that extreme.
You mean that you think there's a chance I could get her back?
Yes, I would say so.
Well, what do I have to do?
All you have to do is wait.
For what?
For Hilda to have her babies.
Hi.
Patty?
I was just going by your room to return this book.
That's a very becoming dress.
Oh, this whole thing, I just threw it on.
Oh, some good news. Mrs. Keeler's coming back on Monday.
Hello, Mr. Noble.
She isn't. I mean, she is? Oh, that's great news. Oh, you'll be teaching one of the other classes, though.
No, I'm afraid not, Patty. I think I'll be leaving.
Leaving? Where will you go?
Well, I've been offered many positions. I could teach in Florida,
Oh, that's too hot.
or Montana,
Too cold.
Chicago.
Too windy. Oh, New York is the perfect climate.
Very pleased that you're happy here.
Oh, don't misunderstand. I could be happy in Florida or Chicago or Montana. I mean, home is where the heart is.
Mm.
Do you like to travel a lot?
Yes.
Did your grandfather like to
Yes, my grandfather liked to travel. My grandmother liked to travel. As a matter of fact, we're a very traveling family.
Groovy. You wouldn't like to come to dinner tonight, would you?
I'm afraid I can't, Patty.
That's too bad. I think Hilda might have her babies tonight.
Is she really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll be there.
Do you mean it?
Indeed I do.
Oh, groovy. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, Mr. Noble. You love my family.
Sure I will.
Here's the address.
7 o'clock?
Groovy. I'll go out and buy you a double chocolate fudge cake. See you at 7. How does that look, Mama?
Well, I think it looks lovely, dear.
Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble for me.
We didn't. We're having a dinner guest.
Oh? Do I know her?
Mr. Noble is coming to dinner.
Well, well. So I finally get to meet the great man.
You will be nice to him, won't you, Papa?
No, I'll be my usual snarling self.
Oh, you love him, Papa. He's really special.
He must be. You haven't talked about anything else all week.
I know I shouldn't ask this, but how's Richard?
You mean poor Richard?
Oh, is that who I mean?
He flunked the gene test.
I'm sorry I asked.
Mr. Noble's here. He's early.
He's probably hungry.
What'll I do?
Try opening the front door.
Yeah. Come in.
Boy, you're all hospitality, aren't you?
Richard, what are you doing here?
You just opened the door and said, come in.
We have nothing to talk about.
Yes, we do. I found out who Gregor Mendel is.
So?
So all your problems are over.
Good. Then can we talk about it tomorrow?
Oh, wait a minute. I'd like to talk about it now. You seem nervous.
Me? Nervous? What have I got to be nervous about? Oh. That must be Alice. Richard, why don't you go out the back door?
You're awful anxious to get rid of me, aren't you?
No. Look, Rich, I'll make a deal with you. You go out the back door now, and I'll meet you tomorrow at the shake shop, and we'll really discuss it.
Do you promise?
Cross my heart.
Okay. Tell Alice I said hello to him.
Good evening.
Yes.
How's Hilda?
Hilda? Oh, Hilda's fine. Won't you come in? Mr. Noble, I know exactly how many babies she's going to have and just what they're going to look like. You see, I've really been working on it, and I
Patty.
figured...
Never mind.
Mr. Noble, how do you do? I'm Patty's mother. And this is my husband, Mr. Lane.
How do you do? Nice to meet you. Genetics is a fascinating science. I did some experiments in it when I was a boy.
It really works, too.
Well, only to a degree, honey.
What do you mean?
Your father means it's not an exact science.
It's exact enough for me.
You're a mother. Hilda must have had her babies while we were eating. Hey, Hilda had her babies.
There are going to be 6 of them. 3 dark brown, 3 light brown. 4. That can't be. I had it all figured out.
I guess Hilda had some ideas of her own.
Oh, I think they're darling.
Well, that's not the point, Mama. I scientifically predicted how many there were going to be and what they were going to look like, and I was wrong. Now, I conducted my experiment just like Cathy.
Well, Cathy's didn't always work out right either.
They have to. What about Mendel?
Patty, there are dominant genes and there are recessive genes, and the recessive genes show up pretty much when they feel like it. Now, no one can predict them.
Now you tell me.
Well, I was going to tell you earlier, but I thought it was best that you learn by yourself.
You knew what I was doing all along.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I got a little over-scientific.
Well, science is a pretty wonderful thing, Patty, but there are certain things in life that you can't plan with a computer.
Yes, sir. You know something? I'm kind of relieved.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. Because when it comes right down to Mendel or Richard, I'll take Richard. See you later.
Where are you going, dear?
Richard's picking me up. We're going to the shake shop.
So that's on again.
It was never really off, Papa. You know, last night Rich and I had a long talk. You know what we'd like? A beautiful Cape Cod house with a patio and lots of trees in Connecticut near a lake.
So would I.
I'm glad everything's all right with you two.
Couldn't be better. Mendel sure had a lot to learn.
Did he?
Yeah. Statistics aren't everything, Papa. He forgot the magic ingredient.
What's that?
Love. My children may not have blue eyes and black hair. And they may not be geniuses. Do you know what they are going to be?
What?
Mine. All mine.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are 2 of a kind.
Mama, do you believe in a girl defending herself?
I certainly do.
That's all I wanted to know. How does it look? It looks like I'm gonna kill him. What? My brother, the monster, put a live frog in my bed. Have you ever had a frog crawl all over your bare feet? Oh, Patty, don't take it so seriously. It was only a practical joke. It wasn't a funny frog. Look at little Mr. Innocence out there.
Hey, how's it going?
So, he likes practical jokes, does he? What you doing? Just using a little good old American know-how. off a little. Patty, you'll get him all wet. He's already all wet, Cathy. This'll teach him not to put live frogs in my bed. Ross!
What do you want?
Cathy made some cookies. Come on in and get them.
Okay. Come on, gang.
Ross, why don't you get it and bring it out to them?
All right.
Here it comes.
I'm home.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
In a way, it was my fault, Martin. I told her to do it.
You told her to dump a bucket of water on my head?
I told her to defend herself. She was out to get Ross. She had no idea you were going to walk through that door.
Well, that's beside the point. You know, a Swiss finishing school would do wonders for that girl.
Oh, Martin.
Well, it'll only be for 4 or 5 years. She could come and visit us for an hour or two every Christmas.
It's a terrible thing to say, but it was really very funny.
You know how some people are accident-prone? I'm disaster-prone. Patty, you didn't know your father was going to walk through that door? I should have. It's the Patty Lane law. Put me into any situation that could lead to trouble, and it will. I've never seen your father so angry. What do you suppose he'll do? Oh, he'll erupt like Mount Vesuvius and tell Mommy's going to send me off to some Swiss finishing school. Then he'll come in and tell me he forgives me and never to do it again. Papa, I'd like to say I'm sorry. That booby trap wasn't meant for you.
Yeah, I know it wasn't, Patty. I'm sorry I got so angry. Just that when I came through the door, I wasn't expecting to be hit by a pail of water.
I was as surprised as you were. We were all pretty shocked, Uncle Martin.
Well, I'm going to forget about it this time. I just don't want anything like this ever to happen again.
No, sir, it won't. Excuse me.
Now, what started all of this?
Your son. Why can't you send him off to a Swiss finishing school? Someplace where they have lots of avalanches.
Patty, I am not going to have you and Ross feuding.
Oh, we're not feuding, Papa. He put a live frog in my bed, and I'm just going to get even with him. Once I'm even with him, peace. Now, that's only fair, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Just in the future, watch out for innocent bystanders, okay?
Don't worry, Papa. I will. I'm really sorry.
Ah.
Thank you.
All right.
Gee, sis, is it true that you threw a bucket of water at your own father?
You want to come in this room, knock.
Can I come in?
No.
What are you so mad about?
I'm mad because I'm not an only child.
I'll say one thing for me. The folks sure made a great comeback after having you.
Out.
Not until I get my frog back.
So, you admit you put him in my bed?
I did not. He escaped from my room.
Oh, come on, Ross. What do I look like?
You look a lot like my frog. I'll get back at you.
We'll see who gets even with who.
Whom?
Cathy? What time is Ted picking you up? In about 20 minutes. You're going to be late. Look, I just ran a bath. Why don't you run and jump into it? Oh, would it be all right, Patty? Oh, sure. I'm not in any hurry. You go ahead and take it. Thank you. Ted hates to be kept waiting. He really cooks you, doesn't he? Cooks me? Bubbles your hormones. You mean, do I like him? Yes, I do. That's why Patty insisted I have her bath.
Cathy, how was your date with Ted last night?
I don't know, Aunt Natalie.
You were there, weren't you?
Well, yes, I was there. But I'm not sure if Ted was. You see, he hates to be kept waiting, and I was an hour late for my date.
Well, you gotta admit, that was pretty funny. A whole bathtub full of gelatin.
Oh, you think so?
Well, come on, you don't think I did it. Ross did it.
Well, that's right. Blame everything on me just 'cause I'm the youngest.
No one's blaming you for anything, Ross. Patty, I found the gelatin boxes in your closet.
So? I was framed.
Were you?
Don't believe me.
All I know is I'll probably never hear from Ted again.
Of course you will. If he's as bright as I think he is, he'll call you.
Well, I gotta go. Richard the Lionhearted is picking me up.
What's so funny?
Nothing.
Lou!
Anybody home? Cathy, Ted called. Wants you to go to dance tonight. Call him right away. Hello, Ted. Ted, I'd love to go to the dance with you tonight. What time shall I be ready? It's Cathy. You already have a date for the dance? Didn't you just call me? You didn't. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Goodbye.
Oh, hi, Cat. Ah, there's my pen. I've been looking all over for it.
And now Ted thinks I'm chasing after him just because you left that fake message.
I already told you I didn't make that message. And how about you sewing all my socks together? It took me all morning to get them untangled.
Good. Look at you two quarreling like that. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. And since when did you become the big peacemaker? Well, I've been thinking it over. I've decided it's silly for us to be feuding like this. I mean, we all live under the same roof. Why can't we all be buddies?
Do you really mean that?
Of course I mean it. And just to prove it to you, I fixed some ice cream sundaes. Come on out in the kitchen.
Hey, look at these.
The girls must have made them.
I've got to make some more. Come on.
Well, they do look wonderful, don't they?
Yeah.
I'll have her call. Bye. Cathy, call Ted if you're free for piano concert tonight.
Isn't Ted the boy that Cathy likes so much?
Mm-hmm.
Sound like you were giving him the brush off.
Boys mustn't think girls are too eager.
Should you let me in on all this inside information?
Too late to do you any good. I've already got you. Aren't you glad?
Oh, all right.
Hello, darling.
Hi. You know what you're looking at? The laughingstock of Brooklyn Heights High School. Everybody at school thinks I read comic books.
Well, that's nothing. Everyone thinks your mother and I eat shaving cream.
Well, the teacher made me read one of them out loud. This one, Melvin Monster.
Don't you think maybe it's time you start giving up practical jokes, Patty?
Give up? I've just begun to fight. This for me?
Oh, no, that's for Cathy.
Oh, Ted finally called her, huh?
Isn't it nice?
Cathy, call Ted if you're free for piano concert tonight. What's the matter? Well, one can't be too careful these days, can one? You mean you're suspicious of me? I certainly am. Oh, Cathy, I've given all that up. Have you? What about that phony message from Ted I just found downstairs? Phony message? You mean you didn't call him back? I can't call him back because he never called me. Yes, he did, Cathy. You've got to call him. And invite myself to a piano recital with him? No, thank you. Cathy, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it to you. What are you doing? Saving you from your suspicious self. Patty. Hello, Ted. Hi, this is Patty. Ted, did you just call Cathy? Yeah, she's here. Hold on a minute. Hello. Yes, Ted. I did get your message, but I just got in. Yes, I'd love to go to the piano recital with you tonight. Fine. I'll see you late then. Does anyone want to apologize to anyone? I certainly do. Thank you, Patty. That's okay. I just want you to know that I'm not the kind of a person who bears a grudge. A grudge? For filling my briefcase with all those comic books? Did you think I did that? Oh, no. I thought Melvin Monster did it. Kathy, I did not put them there. That's okay, Kath. Let's let bygones be bygones. You have a nice time with Ted tonight. Maybe after the piano recital, you'd like to bring him back here and impress him with some of your piano playing. I just might do that. Good. Thank you for a wonderful evening, Ted.
Oh, it was my pleasure, Cathy.
I really enjoyed the recital very much.
Yeah. I think I like piano music better than anything else in the world.
Do you? Ted, would you like to come in for a sandwich or something?
Sure, why not?
Right this way.
Do you have a piano?
Yes.
Well, I hear you're a great pianist.
Oh? Who told you that?
Patty. She said I had to hear you play.
Oh, I'm really not that good.
Oh.
Well, I did study with Professor Dansinger in Holland, and I won a scholarship at the London Conservatory of Music.
Oh, you must be great. Would you play something for me?
You'd really like me to?
Do you play Chopin?
Yes, of course.
The Nocturne?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Excuse me. Hello, Patty. Hi, Kat. Did you have a nice evening? Oh, yeah, it was great. We went to the movies. Saw The War of the Moon Men. How was your concert? Lovely, thank you. Did Ted come back to the house with you? Yes, he did. He sure is a bug about piano music, isn't he? Isn't he? Did you play for him? No. No? I thought you... You thought what? Oh, nothing. You really ought to play for him soon. Oh, I will. Oh, well. I'm beat. I can't wait to get into the sack and conk off. What's the matter? Cathy, there's a tarantula in my bed. I can't think it could be poisonous. Let me know if it's fatal. You played for him. Good night, Ben.
Down into the middle of Central Park. Nice little green man gets out.
Cathy, could I see you a minute, please?
Patty, how do you turn off the stove?
Can't that kid do anything himself? I'll help him. Thanks, Kath.
Go, Bill. I didn't stop you earlier because I assumed you were all mature enough to behave in a responsible fashion and solve your own problems. Well, I was obviously mistaken. Now, I don't know where you got the impression that this house was the set for a Mack Sennett comedy, but I want to correct that notion right now. Whatever started this lunacy?
I'll tell you what started it. Ross put a frog in my bed.
I did not. Henry got there all by himself. And she tried to
Come
pour
on,
a bucket
Ross.
of water over me. Her only brother.
Have you ever tried to empty a bathtub full of gelatin? It took me over an hour. It's better than cleaning your face with glue or drinking goldfish.
Or eating shaving cream?
I'm sorry about that. But what about those comic books?
I'm sorry about that.
You?
We were trying to fight fire with fire.
What about the piano? What about the tarantula?
What about the seltzer in the face?
What about a truce? You know, it's funny how a little thing can snowball, isn't it? Somebody misunderstands an action or a word, and instead of sitting down and discussing it, they attack. We'd all be a lot better off in this world if we'd try to work things out with one another instead of blasting away with dynamite or something bigger.
I'm sorry, Uncle Martin. I behaved very badly. Not as bad as I did.
And I was worse than both of you put together.
I'm sorry, Ross. I apologize.
That's okay. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, all's well that ends well, I always say.
You know what I always say?
What?
There will be no television, movies, or dating for the next week. And that goes for all of you.
But, Papa, I have a date with Richard tonight.
Well, I don't think Richard will be going out either. You see, he fixed his father one of your shaving cream sundaes. Mr. Harrison is still blowing bubbles.
Henry! Henry! Come here, boy. Henry! Henry!
Did you lose something?
Henry, my frog. I can't find Henry.
Oh, I'm sure he'll turn up.
Henry.
I guess Papa was right. It was getting a little out of control. But it was fun while it lasted. But I'm glad it's all over. Yeah, so am I. Well, good night, Kath. Good night, Patty. What's the matter? You said it, Buster. Now, here's my plan. Tonight, while Ross is sleeping, we're gonna shave off his hair, paint him blue. From now on, I'm fixing all his lunches myself, and tomorrow I'm gonna give him a ride up.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Kathy, have you seen my curlers? Oh, they were on your dresser, Patty. I know. What could have happened to them? The monster. Who? Ross. He's done it again. Ross! Ross!
Shh, not so loud. My hamster's asleep. Did you take my curlers again? I only borrowed them for a little while.
I told you to keep your hands off them. Oh, that monster! I'm gonna fix him for this. That's the third time he's done it this month. Well, he said he couldn't get any reception without the curlers. Yeah, I wish I could persuade him to join the Peace Corps. I'd love to see him in Timbuktu.
You would not.
Oh, yes, I would, cousin. Look. His school assignment book. Maybe we can find some incriminating evidence against it. This should make interesting reading. Listen to this. My sister. I've got him right where I want him. There's no one like my sister in the whole world. She is wonderful and kind and unselfish. My sister really loves me. She helps me with things that are important to me. I'm going to enter the Midget Derby this Saturday, and my sister is building me a racing car. We are going to call it Lightning. I don't know of any other sister in the world who would do that. Gee. I wonder why he said I was building him a racer. He was just dreaming out loud, Patty. Look, there's an A at the top of the page. Do you know what that means? It means he got an excellent. Well, it means more than that. It means he turned it into his class. He wanted them all to think that his wonderful, kind, unselfish sister was building him a midget racer. And you know something? I am.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I tell you this will make a perfect seat for him. And I tell you it's too small. Well, I'm going to prove that you're wrong. What are you doing? Proving you're wrong. Okay, Russ. There we go. Well, the box is fine. Ross is too big. There. There, what? Where's your imagination? Can't you see Ross sitting in that? Proud, his head held high, whizzing past the others. There he goes. He's out in front. Comes to the finish line. He wins! Listen to the cheers. Patty, there's no car. Rome wasn't built in a day. Now, we need a frame to go under the seat. Let's see. We need some kind of strong boards for it.
Oh, Nat, I'll probably be a little late for dinner tonight. The UN Committee on Human Relations is holding a press conference.
We could use a committee on inhuman relations around here.
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't like the way Patty and Ross are getting along. She's been yelling at him a lot lately.
Oh, I'll have a little talk with her tonight. Well, have a good day.
Goodbye, dear. You too.
beginning to look more like a car. With your imagination, you should be writing science fiction. Now we have to nail the seat to the boards. We'll have to build the whole thing out here and keep it covered up so Ross won't know what's going on. All right? Patty, are you really going to send Ross down a hill in that? It's the only kind thing I've ever done for him, Kath. I want him to get in this and win that race. It means a lot to him. He was right about one thing. What's that? He does have a wonderful sister. Thanks. Sometimes I wish I had taken shop. Yeah. You know, it would have come in a lot handier than home economics. But I never really thought it would come up. There we are. Give me a hand, Kath. There we go. Okay. Now, let's try it out. Come. It's a winner. I can feel it. What about wheels? That comes next. As I can see it, the problem is to find some kind of a thing to attach the wheels to the car with and still leave them loose so that they can turn. Fortunately, it's already been invented. It's called an axle. That's right. That's that long rod where you put the wheels on both ends. Here, how does it look? Well, it's going to make the car awfully wide. Well, who wants a narrow car? Good. Great. It's gonna be great. But we'll just have to find a wheel to match one of these. That's right. But you can begin to get the feel of it, can't you? Yes, I certainly can. Let's give it a little test run, huh? Fine. Are you all right? They don't build them like they used to. Hello? Oh, hi, Rich. No, I can't go. I'm busy. Oh, I'm working on a project. Well, no, I can't make any plans for the rest of this week. I'll be free after Saturday. Righto. Bye. Aren't you going to the game? Oh, there'll be other games. But you were looking forward to this one. I can always go to a game. Let's get on with this. Do you really think we can build it by Saturday? We've got to. If we don't, Ross got an A under false pretenses. Well, I think it's great.
I see Aunt Kate has sent her annual basket of peaches from the farm.
Oh, yes. We're going to be having lots of peaches for a while.
You know, I like peach pie.
Wait until you taste my peach soup.
Patty? What do you want?
I was wondering if you weren't too busy. Maybe you could help.
Well, I am busy. Now, just get out.
But
I said out. I want privacy. Keep away from this patio. I told you I didn't want to see you in the patio again.
Well, all I wanted was...
I said out. Now, come on, beat it.
Okay.
What's gotten into Patty?
I don't know.
Well, you know, she sounds like she really hates Ross. Is everything all right, son?
Sure, fine.
Did you do anything to upset Patty?
Yeah, I breathed. She just can't stand having me around.
We'll see about that.
I sure hated to talk to a winning racer that way, but I had to keep him away from here. Then it will all be worth it when he sees the car. You bet it will.
Patty!
Yeah, Papa?
I want to talk to you for a minute, Patty.
Oh, could it wait? I'm kind of busy right now.
No, it can't wait. What I have to say to you is much more important than anything you're doing. Kath, would you excuse us a minute, please?
Certainly, Uncle Martin.
Patty, you're an individual, and you're treated with respect around here. Now, I think everyone in this household is entitled to the same consideration.
What have I done, Papa?
It's what you haven't done. You're not being much of a sister to Ross.
I'm trying.
But I hear you yelling at him, and all he wanted to do was be out here with you.
I know, but it was kind of an inconvenient time.
But Ross has just as much right to the use of this house as you have. Now, is that understood?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to ever hear you order him off of this patio again. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
You know, I think that having a brother or a sister is one of the greatest privileges in the world. You should appreciate it more.
I know.
Well, I can't force you to love your brother, but I do intend to see that you respect him.
I do, Papa.
Well, then it's time you started acting like it. I want you to think this over, so you go on up to your bedroom. And you stay there.
Did you get it? I got it. It's hidden around the corner. How am I going to get it in the house? Well, I think the folks are going out tonight. We'll sneak it in then. Patty, I can't handle this without you. Why don't you tell your parents what you're doing? Because I don't want anyone to know about this. It's our project, and we're going to do it by ourselves.
You haven't touched your lunch.
I wasn't hungry.
I had a talk with your father. If you think you can treat your brother civilly in the future, it won't be necessary for you to stay in your room any longer.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to say one thing more. I'm very disappointed in you, Patty.
Patty, for heaven's sake, will you let me tell them? No. This has got to be a surprise. Come on, we've already wasted a whole day. We don't have to wait till tonight. We can bring it in now. Come on, Cathy.
What have you got there?
Where?
Right behind you, Miss Innocence.
Oh, that? Just a baby carriage.
A baby carriage? Do you mind if I look at it?
Not at all, Uncle Martin.
What's under that?
Under what? It's just something Patty and I are building.
Well, it's beautiful. What is it?
It's a racing car.
You're interested in racing?
Not exactly. It's for Ross. Oh, but please don't tell him. It's supposed to be a surprise.
Patty, what makes you think Ross wants a racing car?
He wants it more than anything in the world. Here's a school assignment book.
This is why you were yelling at Ross not to come out here on the patio. You didn't want him to see the car.
Little monster almost caught us.
Patty, why didn't you tell me about this?
You always taught me that when you're doing something nice for someone, you don't go around advertising it.
Boy, I owe you an apology. Maybe several.
That's okay, Papa. You won't tell him, will you?
I won't tell him.
Thanks. Then it's all right if we finish it, Uncle Martin?
It's all right if you finish it. You know, I think you could use another mechanic around here. Do you think you'd let me become a member of the team?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's really beginning to look like a car. You're a genius, Papa.
Oh, it's your car, Patty. I'm just helping a little.
I can't wait to see Ross's face when he sees this.
Can Nick and me have something to eat?
Nick and I, yes, you may have something to eat, but first, would you ask your father to come in for a moment, dear? I think he's out in the patio.
Sure. Dad?
What are you doing out here?
I just came out to...
Well, you can just go back inside again. You got the whole house to play in, or you can go play with some of your friends.
But, Dad...
I don't want you out here in this patio again. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, get inside then. Poor kid, I hated to yell at him like that, but we can't let him stay out here, right?
Right. He's an inquisitive little devil.
Yeah.
I think you better get him yourself, Mom. He threw me out.
I'll be right back.
Gee, you're not very popular around here, are you? That's the way it is with me at my house.
Martin! What is it, Nat?
So what's going on here?
Oh, well, the girls and I were just, we were just having a little, talk.
That's my good sheet. And my shelves, and my curtain rods, and my peach basket. And what's that?
It's all right to tell her?
I guess we have to.
Patty, I don't care what's going on. You're in trouble. Patty, you're out of trouble. I'm very proud of you.
Mom, you won't breathe a word to Ross, will you?
On one condition.
What's that?
You let me help?
Sure.
I guess we could use another worker.
There isn't much time. The race is Saturday.
Well, let's get to work.
Okay.
Mom, Nick wants to know if it...
What are you doing out here? I heard your father tell you to stay inside.
I live here, don't I?
You go play in the house. I don't want to see you out here again.
But all
Right now.
Okay, it's your patio. But from now on, no one's ever gonna set foot in my room again.
Where are you going to run away to this time?
I don't know. I thought maybe your house.
Won't your folks come and get you then?
It'll be 3 or 4 months before they even realize I'm gone.
I guess I could hide you in my room. And at night I'll smuggle food up to you.
Is your mom a good cook?
Fair. She makes pretty good lasagna.
My mom's a great cook. Maybe your mom could get some recipes from her.
Yeah.
How do you like that? Headlight.
It's really beginning to look like a racer. What was the name he wanted on his car? Lightning?
Yeah.
I think Patty should have the honor of painting that on.
Thanks, Papa.
Boy, it's amazing how you can get so much stuff in one lifetime.
Aren't you going to say goodbye to your folks?
What folks?
I'm sure they love you. They just don't know how to communicate.
They've grown tired of me. You know what they say. Familiarity breeds contempt.
I guess so.
First it was Patty, then my dad. But I mean, when your own mother turns against you, what have you got left?
Lasagna.
Yeah, it looks wonderful.
It certainly does.
Are we ready for the unveiling?
I would say so. Do you want to get Ross?
I sure do.
Ross! Oh, hi, Nick.
Hi.
Papa wants to see you in the patio.
There must be some mistake. My name is Ross Lane. I'm not allowed in the patio.
Who says so?
Half the population of New York.
She's sensitive.
Because I don't like to be screamed at all day and all night? Well, I'm going where people are kind.
There are some pretty kind people in the patio. Why don't you go see what Papa wants?
All right. Then I'll be free. Come on, Nick.
Here he comes.
Is it all right for me to come into the patio?
It certainly is.
It's your patio, too, you know.
Not anymore. I'm running away from home. I'll drop you a line as soon as I've saved enough money to buy a stamp.
Before you go, there's something we'd like to show you.
It's a car.
Boy, a midget racer.
And look at the name on it, Ross. Lightning.
Yeah, that's a nice name for a car.
I'll say.
Ross, this is going to win the Derby on Saturday.
Yeah? Who's going to be driving it?
You are.
What for?
What for? It's your dream.
Hey, Ross, guess what? I found my notebook. I've been looking all over for it.
Nick, did you say your notebook?
Yeah, and do you want to hear something incredible? I wrote about that racer.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
What are we going to do with the extra car?
What extra car?
Well, there's the one outside and the one your sister built for you.
Are you kidding? Dracula wouldn't lift a finger for me.
What about all those nice things you wrote about her?
I was going to leave it where she'd find it, hoping she'd feel ashamed of herself and help me build the car.
He laid a trap for someone else and Stupid Head fell into it.
Oh, don't feel bad, Patty. I appreciate what you did for me, even if it wasn't for me.
Why don't we give the car to Nick?
Do you mean it?
Certainly we do.
That's a great idea, Kath.
Gee, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything. Just go out there and win for us.
I will. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
To pack my suitcase. I want to move into your house.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
car to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
And furthermore, Patty Lane, your conduct and behavior last night was rude, thoughtless, inconsiderate, and crummy.
Hello, Richard.
Oh, hi, Cathy. Sit down.
Thank you. Who were you talking to?
I was just rehearsing what I'm going to say to a certain fickle cousin of yours, if she ever shows up. She's already 40 minutes late.
Oh, dear.
Did you see the way she carried on with that gigolo?
It didn't mean anything, Richard. Richard, don't be angry at Patty. You know how much she loves to dance, and that boy was such a good dancer. Somebody should answer that. Excuse me. Hello, Shake Shop. Oh, hello, Shake Shop. Do you happen to know of a boy named Richard Harrison? Yes, I do, Patty Lane, and he's here waiting for you. Oh, hi, Kat. Where are you? At the Carlos Palomar Dance Studio. At the what? It's a place where they teach ballroom dancing. Rudy's father owns it. Who is Rudy? That groovy boy at the Shake Shop last night. Cathy's teaching me the Oopa Doopa. Oopa Doopa? What is that? What's the ultimate? Rudy does it sweeping the jet set. And what about Richard? Well, that's why I called to tell him I can't meet him. Patty, you can't do that. I know it's awful, Cathy, but how can I pass up this chance to learn the Oopa Doopa? Is that what you want me to tell Richard? No. No, tell him I came down with a bug or something. Patty. Thanks a million, Kat. Bye. Patty, don't... Richard. She isn't feeling well.
Well, what's the matter with her?
She's come down with a bug.
Gosh. I better get over there and keep her company.
No. She was, just about to go to bed.
Poor kid. I thought she was throwing me a twist.
I'm sorry your evening is ruined.
I was going to take her to see the Charlie Chaplin revival. After she apologized. All the time, the poor kid was sick.
Very.
Do you like Chaplin?
Oh, yes, very much.
Oh, why don't I take you?
Me?
Well, it's better than nobody. I mean, I'd like you to come.
I'd love to see it, Richard. All right. But we'll go Dutch.
Dutch? I mean, it's like we didn't have a date.
Exactly.
Good. You pay your check and let's get out of here.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. I had a lovely evening.
Oh, I had a great time. You know something, Kath? You're fun.
Thank you, Richard.
Somebody just came in.
It's probably Uncle Martin. Richard, you can go out the back door if you like.
It's Patty.
Boy, I'm starting. Hi, Rich.
Patty, why aren't you in bed?
Bed? What for?
Well, getting over that bug.
Oh, yeah, the bug. The bug. I was in bed, but I couldn't sleep, and so I thought I'd get some fresh air. It's awful hot in here. That depends upon where you're standing.
Carlos Palomar Dance Studios. Oh, where'd you get that?
The man was handing him out on the corner.
I didn't see any man. Patty, where were you?
I was in bed, and then I got this emergency call from the USO.
USO?
Yeah. See, they said they needed some girls who would go down and learn the latest dance steps so that they could teach them to the soldiers before they send them overseas. I don't believe it either.
I want the truth, Patty. Did that snaky cat you were dancing with last night take you to this dance studio?
Yeah. His father owns it.
Patty, you lied to me.
Yeah. I guess you could call it that.
Pretending to be sick? Getting me all upset?
So upset you went to see Charlie Chaplin.
I knew you wouldn't want me home worrying.
No, of course not. I'm glad you had such a delightful evening. Patty, it wasn't Richard's fault that you broke the date.
I'll say the least you can do is apologize for what you did.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
You're not.
Yes, I am.
You don't sound sorry.
Okay, then I'm not sorry. Patty, Richard, stop this, please.
No, Kath, it's too late. I get the whole picture. As far as Patty's concerned, I'm just a doormat, a football to be kicked around. Well, I've had it. I am through. All I have to say to you is one word. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Richard.
I only wish I'd given you my fraternity pin so I could tell you to give it back.
Patty, how could you do that? He'll get over it. He always does. That's not the point. No, that isn't the point. I'm mean, rotten, and wicked, and Richard is a sweet, lovable little mouse. Could a mouse like Richard teach me to do this?
Girls, would you mind doing the dishes and tidying them up? I'm late for the hairdresser.
Can do. Bye, Mom.
Thanks. See you at dinner.
Goodbye, Aunt Natalie.
Bye, Mom.
Okay, Ross, on the ball. KP time.
You know, I read an article in the newspaper. It said that when a man does women's work, subconsciously she resents it.
Well, maybe we do, subconsciously. But unless you want a kick in the pants, consciously,
I'll get it.
anything to beat the rap.
Hello? Oh, hi, Richard.
I told you you'd come crawling back.
You want to speak to Cathy? Just a sec. Oh, Cathy, it's for you. It's Richard.
Are you sure?
That's what he said.
Patty, you talk to him. What for? He asked for you.
What's with you and Richard?
I broke a date with him, so he walked out on me.
He's smarter than I thought.
Well, that's very sweet of you, Richard, but I'm afraid I can't. No, not tomorrow night, or any other night. Richard, why don't you come by tonight and have a talk with Patty? All right, if that's the way you feel about it. But no, thank you. Goodbye, Richard. Patty, Richard asked me for a date. Oh? What'd you say? I said no, of course. I don't see why. He's available. Not really. He happens to be yours. Not after last night, so why not date him? You want me to go out with Richard? Why should I mind? I expect to be seeing a lot of Rudy. Well, what if Richard became interested in me? That's not very likely. Oh, it isn't. Look, Cat, you said it yourself. Richard belongs to me whenever I decide I want him back. And meanwhile, poor Cathy should live it up while she can. Well, it's not as if you had scads of boys after you. Excuse me, I have a telephone call to make. Hello, Richard? It's Cathy. changed my mind. I'd love to go bowling with you tonight. I'll see you at 8 o'clock. Goodbye.
Atta girl, Cathy, you sure?
Fiend, were you eavesdropping in the hall?
Certainly not. What do you think I am? I was hiding in the closet.
You see, it's all in the wrist, and keeping your eye on the pins.
I'll try to remember that.
Plus, natural coordination. Either you have it, or you don't.
And you have it, Richard. Anyone can see that.
Yeah, I guess I do. I say something funny?
Oh, I was just thinking about how I forgot to let go of the bowling ball.
Oh, yeah, that was a riot.
Hello, Patty. Hi, Kath. Hi, Rich. How was your evening?
Terrific.
Richard's teaching me how to bowl.
She's quite a little pupil.
I'll bet she is. Would you like to sit down, Patty? No, thanks, Kath. I was just about to make a phone call.
Carlos Palomar Dance Studio. Good evening. Carlos Palomar at your service.
Hi. Could I talk to Rudy, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Rudy's giving a lesson.
Oh, would you tell him Patty Lane called?
Sure. You want to leave your number?
No, Rudy has it.
You're telling me. My boy Rudy's got more girls' numbers.
Oh, really?
You're that cute blonde he's been dating, no?
No, I'm not. And never mind the message, okay?
Okay. Goodbye.
He was never that funny when I dated him.
Hey, where'd you dig that?
Oh, boy taught it to me. Would you like to learn how it goes?
Some other time, Patty. I'm with Edna.
Oh, hi.
Don't they make a lovely couple?
Charming.
Oh, I'm sure you don't mind. It's all in the family.
Exactly.
Oh, and anytime you want Richard back, all you have to do is lift a finger.
That one.
Yes. Oh, Richard's yours. Anybody can tell just by looking at him.
Say, what's keeping Patty and Cathy? They said they were ready 20 minutes ago.
Well, they should be done in a minute. If you want to live to school, you better hurry.
Well, at least you're ready. What are those girls doing?
Patty's fixing her hair again, and Cathy's changing her dress again.
All that fuss just for school?
Not exactly. They're in triangles, Phil.
Where are they in English?
Patty and Cathy are after the same boy.
A new boy?
An old boy, Richard.
Patty's Richard?
Correction. Patty's ex. And now he's making a scene with Cathy. So Patty's bugged.
It's amazing. All this primping and plotting just for Richard Harrison.
Yeah. Ain't love peculiar?
Spooky, man.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Uncle Martin. I'm ready. So am I.
Hey, that's a cuckoo sweater.
Cathy knitted it for me.
I like the tie, too.
Gift from Patty.
Boy, what a setup. They're both like your slave.
Personal magnetism. Either you've got it, or you don't. Say, did you see what ankled in?
Lola, she's the greatest.
Maybe I'll give her a whirl.
Relax, Richard. You got a girl. 2 of them.
Right, but why not try for 3?
Lola, Richard, Lola's out of your league. She dates college men.
Shall we say she used to?
Looks like you're irresistible.
Hello, Richard.
Oh, hi, Cathy.
I see you're wearing my sweater.
Yes, it sure is warm. See you around, Ken.
Hi, Rich.
Hi, Patty.
I was hoping you'd be here.
I was just leaving.
Oh.
Take it easy.
He hasn't even talked to me in a week. Me either. Did you see them in the lunchroom today? No. He was waiting on her hand and foot. In your tie and my sweater. I don't get it. How did that mouse find enough nerve to date a campus queen like Lola? It was our fault, Patty. Our fault? We built him up too much. We created a romantic image and he believed it. Yeah. We made him feel secure. That's fatal in a man. I'm sorry I tried to take him away from you, Patty. Wasn't your fault, Cathy. Practically threw him at you. And look where he landed. Right in Lola's lap. Do you mind very much losing Richard? Mm-hmm. Now that he's a snake, he's kind of irresistible. I know what you mean. Don't worry, Cathy, you'll get over him. Oh, I suppose so. In time. You know what the psychologists say? If you want to get something out of your system, you should express yourself. What do you mean? The quickest way for you to get over Richard is to tell him what an absolute heel you think he is and that you never want to see him again. Oh, I couldn't do that. You've got to, Kath. It's the only way. Blast his ears off. I just couldn't do it, Patty. But why don't you? Well, I'd love to. But I'm afraid that deep inside I've still got it for him. Well, I guess I'll wash my hair and call it a night. Me too. But you go first. Thanks, Kat. Well, at least we're back on the beam, huh? Right. Shame on you, you cut-rate Casanova. If Patty had any sense at all, she'd take her own advice and tell you off. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what she's going to do. Boy, I wish Cathy were really tough enough to blast him. That's exactly what she's going to do. Oh, dear. You listen to me, Richard. Hi, Lou.
Hi, Patty.
Have you seen Rich around?
Yeah, he's over there waiting for a... He's over there.
Thanks. Rich, I want a word with you.
Sure, Patty. Sit down.
No, thank you. I just want you to know that you're a two-timing, fat-headed, girl-crazy heel, and you're never, never, never to talk to me again. Do you understand?
Okay, Patty, I get the point.
What's more, I want my tie back. Never mind.
Wow, she was like a hurricane.
Richard, I want a word with you. Richard, I want a word with you.
Fortunes of war, dear boy. A man of the world must expect these, incidents.
You can say that again. And you better say it fast.
Excuse me. Richard, I want a word with you.
Sure, Cathy.
You've behaved abominably, and I'm sorry I ever set eyes on you, and I never want to see you again. Do you hear?
Okay, you're getting through.
And what's more, get back that sweater.
Wow, wow, wow. It ain't all damn being irresistible. You know the saying, you can't make omelets without breaking the eggs. You're cool. Why not? After all, I still have Lola. You want to bet? Oh, hi, Lola. I've been waiting for you over an hour.
Flake off, Junior. The first team's back in town.
Last chance, girls. Do you want to come to the movies with us?
Can't, Mom. Cathy's clobbering me.
Have fun.
Thank you.
I'll tell you who did it.
Good night.
Well, hello, Richard. Hi, Mr. Lane. Are the girls home?
They're in the living room. See you later, Richard.
I doubt it. Like hi.
It's your move, Patty.
I just came by to apologize for behaving like such a cut-rate Casanova. I suppose it'll be years and years before you even want to talk to me again. I can't blame you. I just want to say I'm sorry.
Your move, Cat. No, Patty. It's your move. Good night, Richard.
Good night, Cathy. Well, what happens now?
Why don't we start all over again, huh?
Hey, that's a great idea.
Hey, Rich, there's a big dance Saturday night, and I thought you and I could... maybe you better take some lessons in the Oopa-Doopa. Hey, I could get you a discount at Carlos Palomar's dance studio. Rich, by the time they get through with you, you won't know it's you. You'll be beautiful.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I'm home.
Hi, Pablo.
Hi, honey. Hey, how was school today?
Oh, I can't talk about it now, Pablo. I'm on my way out and I'm late.
Oh.
Well, hello, darling.
Hello, Nat. Say, why is it that Patty's always rushing off somewhere? She's never at home anymore. I've never seen anybody run around like that.
Oh, don't you remember when you were that age?
I was never that age.
Oh, it's hard to remember, but we all were. We always had a million things to do, and there were never enough hours in the day.
Yeah, but in our day, we had to spend some time at home. I mean, the only time I know I have a daughter is when I get my phone bill.
Aren't you pleased that Patty's popular?
Well, of course I am. But she's popular with me, too. You know, I'd like to sit down sometime and spend a whole evening with my daughter.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I'd like to find out how she's doing in school, what her problems are, what she looks like.
I'm sure she'd enjoy that.
Maybe I should make an appointment with her.
Now, it's not as bad as all that.
Do you know the last time that I sat down with Patty and had a heart-to-heart talk with her?
No.
Neither do I. Well, we're going to have one tonight.
Oh, but darling,
My daughter and I are going to spend the whole evening together, talking, exchanging ideas.
Bye.
everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Don't tell me. You're running away from home.
No, I'm spending the night at Wendy's. Mama said it was okay. Do you mind, Papa?
Oh, I don't mind. It's just that, well, I had thought that you and I could spend a little time together this evening.
What for?
I didn't know we had to have a reason. I just thought it might be fun to talk.
Oh, well, we can talk anytime, Papa. But not tonight. Wendy's having a slumber party and everybody's going to be there and I'm already late.
Well, it'll be all right tomorrow night.
Well, tomorrow night, Rich and I are going to an ice hockey game.
Oh.
Would you like to come?
Your father catches cold at hockey games.
That's too bad. See you in the morning, Mama.
Good night, darling.
Papa.
Bye-bye.
Well, it's getting late.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to enjoy my daughter before she gets married and leaves home.
Well, I didn't mean that kind of late. I meant I have a PTA meeting, and I'd better get going.
Oh, you have a meeting tonight. See, there's an interesting new art exhibit over at the DeMere Gallery. I just thought maybe we could go on over there and see it.
Oh, I can't miss this meeting, darling. I'm the chairman. We'll go another night.
Sure.
Your dinner's in the oven. All you have to do is heat it. You'll be all right, won't you?
Oh, of course I will. I'm a grown man.
I'll be home early, grown man.
Hello, Uncle Martin.
Oh, hello, Kath. Say, are you interested in seeing a new exhibit at the DeMere Gallery?
Very much.
Good.
Rock is taking me.
Oh.
Would you like to join us?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Thank you, though.
Well, I'd better be going. Rock is very sensitive about being kept waiting.
Well, good night, Kath.
Good night, Uncle Martin. I believe there are some good television programs on tonight.
Now, don't you worry about me, Cathy. I mean, I don't have to watch television to be entertained. I'm perfectly capable of entertaining myself.
Good night, Uncle Martin.
Good night.
Night, Cat.
Oh, hi, son.
Hi, Dad.
Listen, how'd you like to go to the movies tonight with me?
I can't. I'm going to a rumble.
A rumble?
Yeah, the Boy Scouts against the Girl Scouts. So long.
U.S. Weather Bureau forecast for New York City. Early rain, partly cloudy, cool. Temperature range 34 to 48. East winds of gale force at 20 to 35 miles per hour. Tomorrow.
Hi, Papa.
Oh, hello, Patty. Listen, I made a point of getting home early tonight so that you and I could spend a little time together.
Oh, gee, that sounds great, Papa. I'd love to, but Rich is picking me up to go to the hockey game, remember? I should find my gloves.
Oh, hello, darling. You're home early. Anything wrong?
No, everything's fine.
Say, we can go to that art exhibit tonight if you'd like.
Why don't we skip that tonight? I'm feeling a little tired.
You look a little tired. Come on, sit down. Relax.
Oh, well, I'm all right, really, you know.
Martin, I think you've been working much too hard lately.
Well, it has been a pretty rugged week.
It's been a pretty rugged year. You can't go on pushing yourself like this, darling. You're not getting any younger, you know. Why don't you take a little nap before dinner?
I'm too tired to nap.
Hey, sis, aren't you going to that hockey game with Richard?
No, Ross, I'm staying home tonight.
You can go to a hockey game? What's the matter with you?
Not me. Have you ever taken a good look at that poor little old man down there?
What poor little old man?
Your father. How much longer can he have to live?
Ages.
Oh, don't let that brave expression on his face fool you. Deep down inside, he's a worn-out shell. He's been trying to tell me, but I wouldn't listen.
Trying to tell you what?
Keeps asking me to stay home, not to go out. It's pitiful. And I wouldn't listen. I said, I'm too busy, Papa. I've got to go to a slumber party and a hockey game.
Oh, Patty, you've got your life to lead, and he's got his.
Well, from now on, it's going to be different. I'm going to be a real daughter to him. I'm never going to leave his side.
Good luck, Dad.
I'll get it. Hi, Rich.
You're not going like that, are you? You'll freeze.
I'm not going at all, Rich.
What do you mean you're not going at all? I already paid for the tickets.
You're the last of the great romantics.
My father worked hard for my money.
There is something a little more important in life than money.
Yeah? What?
Love.
We're staying in tonight?
Get that glint out of your eye. I meant the love of a father for his daughter.
Well, I don't feel that way about you.
I should hope not. But my father does. Look at him, Rich.
Looks fine to me.
Look at all those gray hairs. Yes, 7. I counted them.
So what's 7 gray hairs?
The beginning of the end. It's nature's way of saying you've had it.
I guess when they start to get decrepit, they go pretty fast.
It's pitiful.
What am I going to do with the extra ticket?
Why don't you take Sue Ellen?
Are you serious?
Oh, why not? I can't see you for a while, maybe a whole year.
You mean you're going to spend the next year with your father?
Richard, he's dedicated his whole life to me. It's the least I can do for him.
It's funny, Patty. I always say that nothing you do can surprise me, but it always does. I'll go to the game alone.
Hi, Papa.
I thought you went out with Richard.
Oh, I changed my mind. I thought maybe I'd stay in and we could talk.
Sure, honey. What you have on your mind?
Nothing. What do you have on your mind?
Nothing. Oh, you mean you just want to talk?
That's right.
Well.
You know, Papa, we're like ships that pass in the dining room. We see each other, but we never really get a chance to sit down and get to know one another. You know what I mean?
I certainly do.
Well, from now on, that's all going to be different. We're going to discuss everything. Really communicate. What would you like to talk about?
Everything. Boys, school, your problems, your ambitions. How much time do we have?
About a year.
Dinner will be ready in 5 minutes. Feeling better?
I'm feeling great. I just had a nice talk with Patty.
Patty who?
Our Patty.
I thought you went out with Richard.
No. She decided to stay home and spend the evening with her father.
Is she feeling all right?
She's feeling fine. We had a very nice chat.
Oh, about what?
Oh, about everything. For instance, did you know that Patty is up for the lead in the new school play?
Yes?
Well, I didn't. Did you know she's captain of the school debating team?
Yes.
I didn't. Well, anyway, we talked about her future plans and her ambitions. I have a feeling I'm really getting to know her.
Oh, what are her ambitions?
Well, she says she's either going to be a practical nurse or an astronaut.
It's interesting. Maybe she'll be a practical astronaut. Oh, listen. Fran Gordon called. She asked us to a dinner party Friday night. Everybody's going to be there. She's having that fabulous new couturier from Paris, and she's asked that man that you're always talking about. The one who won the Open Golf Championship.
Sebring?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, I've been wanting to... Well, I can't go.
Oh, do we have another date?
I do. I'm taking Patty to a Let's Beat Hudson High bonfire rally.
Hi, Papa.
Oh, hi, Patty. Have a good time.
Oh, I'm going to. With you.
What?
I'm staying in tonight. We're going to spend the whole evening together talking.
Well, that's great.
How'd things go at the office today?
Oh, at the office, fine.
How'd they really go, Papa? I think we should have conversation in depth.
Conversation in depth?
Sure. We don't have to be superficial with each other. Did you have a terrible, exhausting day?
No. As a matter of fact, it was rather a pleasant day.
Oh.
Gee, I'm sorry, honey. I wish I had some problems for you.
That's okay, Papa. You will. Hey, I made some great plans for us.
What kind of plans?
Well, Friday, you're my date for the pregame rally. Saturday, I'm taking you to a drag race on Long Island. Monday night, you're going to watch me rehearse in the Seagull. And Wednesday night is jukebox night at the Shake Shop. How does all that sound?
Fine.
I knew that would make sense. And that's only the beginning, Papa. From now on, it's the togetherness bit all the way.
Fran called. She was sure sorry we missed her party. She said it was fabulous.
Yeah?
She said Mr. Sebring gave golf lessons to all the men there.
He did. See, I'll bet he could have helped me correct my slice. You know, if I could lick that, I could beat Eddie Sheldon every time.
Does he usually beat you, Uncle Martin?
He's a very lucky player. Yeah, I better get going. I told him I'd meet him in 20 minutes at the clubhouse.
I'm glad you're able to play golf every Saturday.
Yeah, so am I. I look forward to it all week.
Hi, Papa, all set?
Oh, yeah, I'm... Well, all set for what?
The big drag race.
Drag race?
Don't you remember? Rich was dying to take me, but I told him I was going with you.
Oh, well, of course, on Saturdays, honey, you know,
I told all the kids I was bringing you.
Well, actually, Patty, it's the one day in the week.
You should have seen how jealous they were. Their fathers don't take that much interest in them.
I'll get you Eddie Sheldon's phone number.
Are you sure you won't change your mind, Patty? You love jazz, and Toot Henderson's gonna play.
Toot Henderson, he's fabulous. I'd love to see him, Rich, but I can't. It'd break the old man's heart. He needs me.
For what?
You wouldn't understand, Rich. I've really gotten to know him like a book this week.
Couldn't you read him tomorrow night?
You know, I'll bet most kids never even look at their parents. I mean, really look at them. Home is just a bank and a restaurant. But parents are people. You know, I know it's hard to believe, but Papa was once a teenager, just like us.
Yeah, that is hard to believe.
You know, I've spent more time with him this 1 week than I have in 5 years. The minute he walks in the door, I'm right by his side.
Patty, you don't think you're overdoing the daughter bit, do you?
Overdoing it? Being with my own father? That's how little you know, Rich. I'll bet this has been the happiest week of his whole long life. And I don't mind making the sacrifice. Let me know how it was, huh?
Yeah, sure. Good night.
Night, Rich. Well, back to the old folk.
seen Patty?
No.
Well, listen, would you mind if I read my newspaper in here?
Why, of course not, dear.
I haven't been able to read a newspaper all week. Every time I come through the door, she grabs my arm. She doesn't let go until bedtime.
I know.
You know, she's a compulsive planner. Do you know why I'm not playing golf with Eddie Sheldon on Saturday?
No, why?
Because there's a scuba diving contest at the YWCA swimming pool.
You're going scuba diving?
No, I'm the judge. What can I do?
Well, why don't you put your foot down?
Well, how can I? I'm the one who asked for this. I can't reject her. You have no idea what being with me means to her.
Papa? There you are, Papa. I've been looking all over for you.
Have you?
Yeah. Come on, I want you to hear a new beat. Will you excuse us, Mama?
Certainly.
Come on. Oh, come on, Papa. You'll really take us. Right. Isn't that Marvin?
Marvin.
It's called the flip-flop. I'll teach you.
Great.
You know, Papa, there aren't many fathers as interested in their daughters as you are.
Wow.
Clothes, hairdos, gossip.
Gossip?
Hey, this is gonna send you right into orbit. Seal and Sam have lost it.
Lost it?
Yep, they split. Larry, her old beau, found out that Seal was doing a solo, so he decided to ditch Babe, the girl he was going with. Babe was always had a burning passion for Sam, so when she heard about Sam and Seal, she called up Sam and made a date with him. When Seal heard about that, she decided to bag it and let Sam cool it in the DF, but it was soft wax, so she called Al, Sam's brother, who's going with Tilly, Seal's best chum. And when she dropped the shell, it was egg all over everybody's face. Isn't that the grooviest?
The grooviest.
You know, it's a great item for the Brooklyn Heights Bugle. I'll be right back. Excuse me, Mama.
What was all that about?
I'm not sure, but I think we just had a conversation in depth.
And you should have seen him do the flip-flop. I was really proud of him.
Well, if I ever asked my father to dance, he'd think I'd gone crazy.
Sue, when was the last time you talked to your father?
This morning.
Yeah? What'd you say to him?
Good morning, Father. Oh, and can I have an increase in my allowance?
That's what I mean. When was the last time any of you really talked to your father?
I can never talk to my father. He always starts screaming.
I don't have anything in common with my father. I think what Patty's trying to say is that we should make an effort to have something in common with our fathers.
What for? It's the old world.
That's exactly it. I think we should be nice to them while we have a chance.
My father works harder than anyone I know. And I don't think I've ever even bothered to say thank you. Excuse me. I want to go make a phone call. My father's always asking me to stay home, and I never do. I think I'll go pick him up at the bank.
I didn't even remember last Father's Day. I'll see you all later.
Maybe it's my fault he always yells at me. I never thought of him as a human being before. Thanks for opening my eyes, Patty. I'll see you.
Well, Patty, it looks like you've really started something. You know, Kath, I've done some pretty great things in my day, but this has got to be my finest hour.
Jonathan, look, I assure you we didn't have anything to do with it, Jonathan. I guess Richard just decided he likes you. I'm sorry you feel that way. Well, we have the same problem here with Patty. Good luck to both of us. Let me know how it turns out, okay? Right. Goodbye.
What was all that about?
That's Richard's father. It seems that Richard wants to go away on a camping trip with him, just the two of them.
Well, that sounds wonderful.
Well, Richard's father doesn't think so. I've never heard a man yell like that. It seems that Richard hasn't let him out of his sight for the whole week. He's going crazy.
I can understand that.
Well, I wonder what got into Richard.
I don't know, Nat. But there's some kind of a revolution going on. That's the fourth phone call I've had in the last half hour. Teenagers won't let their fathers out of their sight. And the parents all feel that Patty must be at the bottom of it.
Aunt Natalie, have you seen Patty?
No, I sent her out to get a prescription filled for me, Kath. It can only be filled at a drugstore way uptown.
I I understand.
Cathy, Richard's father just phoned. It seems that Richard is staying by his side day and night.
I know.
Is it possible that Patty's responsible for this?
Yes. You see, Patty feels that fathers are being neglected.
Well, I'm very flattered that Patty wants to spend all this time with me and that she never leaves me alone for a minute, but, how do I turn her off?
I don't think you can, Uncle Martin. But you might try turning Richard on. Papa?
21, 22.
Papa, what are you doing down there?
I'm just doing a few push-ups. 24, 25.
Papa, a man your age should take it easy.
Now, Patty, I think it's about time that we had a little discussion about my age, okay? You know, it's not that I'm old, honey. It's that you're young. I guess it's difficult for children to have a perspective on how old their parents really are. It's sort of like you're looking at us through the wrong end of the telescope. We're not actually that far away. You understand?
Yes, Papa.
Well, good, because I intend to be around long enough to say that to your grandchildren.
Papa, you better get ready. We'll be late for the scuba diving contest.
Honey, I'm afraid I can't do that with you today. See, I've got a golf date with Eddie Sheldon.
I called and canceled it.
I know. I called and uncanceled it. I also made another call. Come on.
Hi, Rich.
I came over as soon as I got your message.
What message?
Your father called and said you wanted me to take you over to the Y this afternoon.
You called him.
That's right. Wait until you hear what Patty has planned for the rest of the week.
More coffee, darling.
Oh, thanks, son. I finished the whole newspaper.
What's so great about that?
You'll never know, son.
Patty has been pretty busy with Richard.
I feel like I'm on a vacation.
Good night, group.
Good night, dear.
Good night. Are you going out again tonight?
Yeah, Rich and I are going bowling.
Gee, Patty, you've been out every night this week. I think you should stay at home once in a while.
But, darling, they're playing in a tournament.
Yeah, but I haven't seen her all week. I mean, what's the point in having a daughter if she's never at home? But in a few years, Patty's going to get married.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Mama, where's the father figure? I'm starving to death right before your eyes.
He should be here any minute. I'll get the salad ready.
Can I help you, Aunt Natalie?
Oh, thank you, darling. Everything's almost ready.
Hi, Papa.
Oh, hello.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Nat.
Anything wrong?
Oh, no, everything's fine. I just had the worst day of my life.
What happened?
Well, you remember last week when the students rioted up at Hudson College? And they pulled down the statue of the founder and put a pair of panties on him?
I remember. It was a case of spring fever.
Spring fever, my foot. That was juvenile delinquency. Well, I wrote an editorial about it on Monday. Yesterday, some smart aleck sent in a letter to the editor. He signed it Rebel, and among other things, he accused me of having the mentality of a dinosaur.
Martin, you've been a newspaper man all your life. You're not going to let one letter bother you.
I wish it were one letter. Mail has been pouring in all day from the kids, and most of it supports Rebel. We haven't had that much mail on an editorial in years. A little while ago, Smathers called me into his office and asked me what I was going to do about it. I looked like an idiot.
Darling, tomorrow this will be yesterday's newspaper.
Well, I may not last until tomorrow.
Come on into the kitchen. Talk to me while I finish dinner.
I'm not very hungry.
You know something, Cap? I've never seen Papa so upset. You think he's upset? I'm rebel.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Cathy's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
But how could you do a thing like that, Cathy? You're always old, solid 4 feet on the ground.
Patty, I had no idea your father wrote that editorial. It wasn't signed. I didn't agree with what it said, so I wrote to the letters to the editor column.
And started a whole international incident. Oh, brother.
Patty, what am I going to do?
That's a switch. You in trouble and asking me for advice?
Will you stop gloating?
I can't help it, Cathy. It's very funny.
Well, it's not funny to me. If your father finds out that I wrote that letter, he'll be furious.
Okay.
Okay, Kath, cool it. I'll put the little old gray cells to work. Now, let's analyze the facts.
Fact 1. Papa's in hot water at the newspaper office. Fact 2. You put him there.
Patty.
Sorry about that. Look, Cathy, there's really no problem. If Papa finds out you wrote that letter, you're in trouble. But he's never going to find out.
Yes, he is.
How?
I'm going to tell him.
You flipped.
No, I haven't, Patty. The only way to handle this is to be honest and direct. Do you want my advice?
Be sneaky and keep it undercover. Cathy, you heard what Mamo said. By tomorrow, this whole thing will be yesterday's news.
If I don't tell him, I'd be dishonest.
Oh, if you do tell him, you're a nut.
Will you listen to an expert? What makes you an expert?
Well, do you know anyone who gets into trouble more often than I do?
No.
Mr. Editor is at war. If you go down there now, you'll be shot down in flames.
I'm sorry, Patty. I have no choice.
Sometimes I wonder if she's really related to me.
There. Here's tomorrow's editorial. There has been a great deal of mail in support of the letters signed Rebel. Now, most of the letters generate a lot of heat, but very little light. This writer is not opposed to freedom for teenagers if it is coupled with responsibility. But being a teenager does not automatically confer a license to behave badly. Rebel should pull his head out of the sand and take a good hard look at what's happening around him. Now, Rebel called this writer a dinosaur. Perhaps it's Rebel who is living in the Stone Age. You might call him a Neanderthal ostrich. How do you like it?
That should do it.
What do you think, Cat?
Yes, that should do it all right.
Did you want to see me?
No, it can wait, Uncle Martin. He called me a Neanderthal ostrich.
So? You called him a dinosaur.
Well, I didn't know who I was calling names.
Neither does he.
You know, it's wild. You two love each other, and you're slinging mud at each other like crazy. Here, you've paint on your nose. You know, this would make a great Doris Day Cary Grant picture. Patty. No, really. Cary Grant is the editor of this newspaper, and he's running a campaign against a female politician. And Doris Day is a female politician. Yeah, she's, the mayor of this town she comes from. And Cary doesn't know that. Right. Patty, I am not Doris Day. How am I going to get out of this?
Just leave it to your brainy cousin.
Oh, come on, Cathy, relax. Let's call the boys and tell them we'll meet them at the shake shop. I wonder how you get in touch with Cary Grant. Oh, hi, Carmine. Yeah, I saw it. Hi, Rich. Hi, Chad.
Hi, Patty. Have you read your father's paper lately?
Richard, it isn't my father's paper. He's just the editor.
Yeah, well, you ought to get rid of that dinosaur who's been writing all those editorials.
Rebel sure tell him off.
Your father should put a younger man in there. Someone who understands kids.
Or maybe you should give the job to Rebel.
Wouldn't that be great? We're all sending letters to the editor.
You what?
How's this for an opening? Dear Fossil, why don't you go back to the La Brea tar pits where they dug you up?
I like mine better. Dear sir, would you please give me your space travel formula? I'd like to visit you in the 18th century. That ought to needle him.
I think you're shooting arrows at a very thin hide.
Oh, listen to this. Dear old-fashioned, I can just see you sitting in your rocking chair with a shawl around your neck, writing editorials with a quill pen.
Oh, look, fellas, do you really think you should send those letters? I mean, why don't you wait and let the whole thing blow over, huh?
Blow over? Listen, we've been attacked. If we don't defend ourselves, who will? Oh, no, I'd like to go out and lynch the guy who wrote that editorial. Oh, no, we're mailing these letters.
What do you have?
2 king-sized aspirin.
Some more mail, Mr. Lane. Where would you like me to put it?
Never mind where I'd like you to put it. Just set it on the desk. Oh, brother.
More fan mail?
Yeah.
That's quite a collection.
17th century Sam.
Old fogey.
Mossback.
Daniel Boone.
Dinosaur. Dinosaur. That seems to be the most popular one.
You know something, Martin? Since this thing started, our circulation is shot up.
So is my blood pressure.
Well, you're not taking this personally, are you?
Well, wouldn't you if you woke up one morning and found you were a symbol of the Stone Age?
Well, the newspaper's supposed to be a forum for the people.
A forum? They've turned it into a battleground. You know, we're in a trap. The more of these letters that we print, the more we receive. And if we don't print them, they accuse us of censorship.
You know what I think you should do, Martin? Ask Rebel to step forward and identify himself. After all, he's the one who started this whole thing. The two of you should meet face to face, talk over your problems. That way you can reach some sort of an agreement and issue a mutual statement.
You know, I think that's a pretty good idea.
All right, go to it. Oh, I think you're getting a poisoned pen letter from my son. He's 16.
Dear Rebel, it's time you came forward and identified yourself so that we can meet
Face to face and discuss our differences. Please telephone letters to the editor at the Chronicle or let us know where we can reach you. Sincerely, Dinosaur. Oh, no. Boy, talk about your own backyard.
Why don't I join Father in Iceland?
Oh, what are you worried about, Kath? You've got me for a cousin.
That's what I'm worried about.
You're not very grateful.
Patty, I really don't have very much to be grateful for. Single-handedly, I'm destroying a whole uncle. I wonder why he wants to meet me.
Well, he doesn't want to meet you. He wants to meet Rebel.
Well, it's the same thing. There's one thing I'm certain of. I'm not going to answer this. I hope he doesn't put the FBI on your tracks. Poor Uncle Martin. He's got a viper in his bosom.
Like Chinese emperor and empress. And then they...
Where were you? I was beginning to worry about you. I had a letter to write to Father.
What kind of letter?
Just a letter. We'll talk about it later.
No, I want to discuss it now, Kathy. You didn't write to your father and tell him you were going to join him in Iceland.
Yes, Patty, I'm afraid I did. I can't live in your house under false pretenses, Patty.
Kathy, what happened wasn't your fault. Things just snowballed into a disaster. Well, you didn't mail the letter, did you? Oh.
All right, class.
This morning we're going to study the geologic formation of Iceland.
Oh, there you are. No wonder you wanted to run away from home. What are you talking about? Why didn't you discuss it with me before you did it? Before I did what? Cathy, you don't have to play innocent with me. Look, if you didn't want to tell Papa that you were a rebel, I can understand that. But why did you have to slap him in the face? What? Your letter is in this afternoon's edition. Congratulations. Dear Stone Ager, I would be glad to have a face-to-face meeting with you after you publicly apologize for criticizing us teenagers. We get enough of it at home without having old fogies like you on our backs. Signed, Rebel. That's really hitting below the belt. Hitting below the... Patty, you don't think I wrote that? Well, it's signed Rebel. Patty, I've created a Frankenstein. Then if you didn't write that letter, that's the greatest thing that could ever happen to us. What are you talking about? Your trouble's over, that's what I'm talking about. Cathy, all we have to do is track down Rebel and hand him or her over to Papa on a silver platter. There's no way you could find him. Nothing is impossible to a genius. All right, Patty, even if you did find him, I couldn't let you do that. Why not? Because it wouldn't be honest. I sent the first letter. Who'd know? I'd know. Thank you anyway, Patty. All right, I'll do it without her. She'd hate living in Iceland. Hello, Bobby. Hi, this is Patty. Has the Bugle gone to press yet? Oh, good. I have an editorial I want you to run on the first page, and I want a copy of it delivered to every high school in the city. You ready? It reads, Dear Rebel, you're the greatest. We teenagers need a fearless leader.
Aren't you going to play golf today, dear?
No, I'm not in the mood. You know, I finally figured out who Rebel is.
You did? You did?
Yeah. It's some bitter juvenile delinquent who's got a sour grapes attitude toward everything. Probably a high school dropout.
Martin, you haven't touched your breakfast.
No, I'm not really hungry.
Gee, Dad, are you gonna let some stupid kid get your goat?
It's not a question of some stupid kid getting my goat. I offered to meet with him and discuss this problem. Well, now, that was a fair and reasonable request. In return, I got a rude, unreasonable answer. I'd like to get my hands on him.
I have a feeling you're going to.
What makes you think that?
Just one of my wild hunches.
Patty, do you really know anything about this?
Uncle Martin, you mean, do I know who wrote you that letter the other day signed Rebel? No, I have no idea, Papa. But I'm going to try and find out.
Is Mr. Smathers still upset?
Oh, he's delighted. Circulation is zooming. But then he's not the target for tonight. Stone Ager.
It has been difficult for you, hasn't it, Uncle Martin? It's not fair. I think, Uncle Martin, that you should know that the real rebel is an idiot who talks too much. I mean, that's why he keeps writing those letters all the time, isn't it?
Why isn't he willing to meet Dad?
Oh, I have a hunch he's going to. Uncle Martin, he's not the one who's responsible. And you're absolutely right, Cathy. I think it's the parents who are to blame for that kind of thing. Well, we better go. Cathy's going to have her head examined.
What?
Cathy's going to have her hair done. Come on, Cathy. Patty, let's go. Excuse me. You first. Keep fighting, Papa. Everything will be all right. Bye, Mom.
What would you like for dinner tonight, dear?
Saber-toothed tiger?
You better hurry up, Cat. It's almost 8, and the game starts at 8. You know how Ted hates to be kept waiting. I thought you and Richard were going with us. Oh, we'll meet you there. Rich called to say you'd be a little late. Oh, well, Why don't we wait until he gets here and we'll all go together? No, that's okay. We'll see you there. But you're awfully anxious to get rid of me. Who, me? I was only trying to see that you'd have a little time alone with Ted. Oh, all right. Have I forgotten anything? No? Good night. See you at the game. Yeah. Save some seats for us.
Papa, your troubles are over.
Would you mind putting that in writing?
It is in writing.
What's that?
That's the trap that's going to catch Rebel.
Why, that's your school paper.
Uh-huh. Right there on the third page.
Dear Rebel, you're the greatest. We teenagers need an intelligent, fearless leader like you. We're holding a mass meeting at number 8 Remsen Street. That's this address.
That's right. Tonight at 8 o'clock.
We're having a mass meeting here?
Uh-huh. And you know who the mass is? We three. When he reads that, he's going to come flying over here, and we've got him cold.
What makes you think he's going to read this?
Oh, he'll read it. I had a copy sent to every high school in the city.
Well, supposing he does read it, why should he come over here?
Because, Papa, he's got an ego a mile high. I analyzed him from the letter he wrote. He's conceited, rude, and cocky. He's a tyrant who's used to walking all over everybody. I figure he's tall, dark, maybe handsome in a Latin sort of way. And he's got dozens of girlfriends, but he doesn't care about any of them.
I don't know about the tall, dark boy with dozens of girlfriends, but you know, Martin, I really think this might work. You see, if he does read this, he just might come over here to take charge. He has no way of knowing it's your address.
Oh, that's true. You might have something here, Patty.
Of course I have. It's called genius. Who else could find one boy in 1,278,000? That's Richard. He's early. We're going to a basketball game, but not until we catch Rebel.
What are you going to say to Rebel when he comes?
Well, that depends on whether or not you're in the room.
Hi, Rich.
Hi, Patty. Sorry I'm late.
You're not late. I told you to be here at 8:30.
I know, but you called a meeting for 8 o'clock.
Meeting?
Yeah. Tell everybody that Rebel is here.
You're Rebel?
Yeah. I thought you knew that when you said, you're the greatest. I knew it was your editorial when I saw the address. Well, let's get the meeting started. I don't want to miss the game.
Rich, don't go in there. I'm having a nightmare.
Hi, Mrs. Lane. Evening, Mr. Lane.
Hello, Richard.
Hello, Richard. You come here to get in on the kill?
The kill?
I think we better be going, Rich.
We can't leave now. Nobody's here yet. We're having a little meeting here tonight.
Oh, that's a coincidence. So are we.
Yeah? Well, I hope your meeting is as exciting as ours.
I'm sure it will be. I'm looking forward to it very much.
So am I.
Rich, you know, if there's anything I hate, it's walking in on the middle of a basketball game. Please, let's go.
I don't understand you, Patty. You write a whole editorial asking me to come here to this meeting, and as soon as I get here, you try and rush me out.
Patty wrote a whole editorial asking you to come to this meeting?
Yeah, my peers are looking for a leader.
Well, we were expecting a tall, dark Latin. Sit down, Rebel.
Patty told you about that, huh?
Not exactly. We guessed.
I felt funny about it at first. I mean, because it's your newspaper and everything.
Oh, don't give it a thought.
Then I said to myself, I'm really doing Mr. Lane a favor. The guy who wrote those editorials ought to be fired.
You mean the Stone Ager?
Yeah. I'll bet that line really rocked him, huh? Didn't it?
Richard, please.
Don't interrupt your leader, dear.
What's he like? About 75 years old with a white beard and a face like a hatchet.
No, actually, he's reasonably young and reasonably attractive.
He's handsome.
Thank you, Natalie. Stone Ager is also usually a very pleasant fellow. But when he gets angry, he has a terrible temper. And Richard, he's angry.
You're... No offense, Mr. Stone Ager. Mr. Lane. I didn't know it was your editorial. Patty is absolutely right. If there's anything I hate, it's being late for a basketball game. Have a nice meeting. Good night.
Rebel. That face-to-face meeting that you came here for is about to begin.
Patty, what have you done?
How did I know you were going to use the name Rebel?
This is going to hurt you a lot worse than it's going to hurt me, Richard.
Yes, sir.
Cathy, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at the basketball game. Ted told me about the trap you set up to catch Rebel. Did you catch him?
We caught him.
You mean Richard is...
I wish I were in bed with a broken back.
Don't rush things.
Uncle Martin, Cathy, I'm Rebel.
Good grief.
I'm the original Rebel. Uncle Martin, I had no idea you wrote that editorial about juvenile delinquents. I thought what the college kids did with that statue was rather funny. I didn't really see anything malicious in it. I thought they were just letting off a little steam. So I wrote the letter to the editor.
Cathy, why didn't you tell me about this before?
I wouldn't let her. I'm a coward. Uncle Martin, I'm very sorry about this. I had no idea it would cause so much trouble.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't have, except all the kids agreed with Cathy.
Richard.
Well, he's right, Patty.
I am?
Almost every letter we got was on Cathy's side.
What does that mean?
It means it's time that the Stone Agers and the teenagers sat down and talked things over.
That's a good idea, Mr. Stone Ager. Mr. Wayne.
Oh, just sit down, Richard.
Hi, Cat. Well, everything worked out fine, didn't it? I told you it would have. What's the matter? Papa forgave you, Cathy. And he's even decided to let a high school editor take over the column once a month. You've struck a blow for all of us. You know, one day they may erect a statue of you in the park. Well, I'm afraid I won't be around to see it. Why not? In that letter I wrote to Father, I told him what I had done, and I didn't think I should stay here. Oh, yeah, but that's all changed now. I know, but when he gets the letter, I'm sure he'll want me to leave. And I asked him for a plane ticket. Oh, Cathy, you can't leave. We're the greatest team since Barnum and Bailey. Right, together we can solve the problems of the world. We'll phone them. Do they have phones in Iceland? I don't know.
Hi, I think that's Cathy's.
Thank you. What is it, Patty? Iceland. It's addressed to your father. Cathy? It's been returned. You know what happened? The mathematical genius goofed. Your letter's in return for insufficient postage. Oh, Patty. Come on. Where are we going? We're going to pick out a site for your statue. Come on.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
If you go to get married, don't hasten it on. And don't you get married till you're full 21. And don't you get married.
Patty, how long are we gonna stay here?
Shh, you're interrupting Memphis Mulligan.
Then marry some good girl your love won't forget. Come all you young gentlemen who want to be smart.
Mulligan, he's really quite good. Good? He's the heartbeat of America.
Sounds more like the pulse beat of Peoria.
Dancing around you, some favors to gain, then turns her back on you in scorn and disdain.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I'm going to take a little rest. When you got a throat like this, you got to pamper it a little.
Listen, Memphis, I'm paying you by the night, not by the song. Now get up there and sing.
You can get up there and sing yourself. My throat and I are quitting.
Good riddance. Who needs you?
Good. I'm going back to the farm.
Peasant.
Sir?
What is it?
Gee, that's too bad that had to happen, but, you know, you're right. You really don't need him.
Of course I don't.
I mean, especially when you can get the greatest folk singer in the whole world, Pittsburgh Patty.
Yeah, especially when I can get the greatest folk singer in the world. Who's Pittsburgh Patty?
Me.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
they walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I miss my home in the old gray west, where I grew up with leeway. They say what happens for the best. My homestead's now a freeway. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hi, Rich. I was just rehearsing.
You're not serious about this.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you why not. Because you're not a folk singer, that's why not.
Richard, what is a folk singer? A folk who sings.
Forget it.
Look, Rich, there's nothing to it. I go down there, I sing a few songs, and I become famous overnight. You can be my manager.
What is there to manage?
Oh, just listen to this. And knew me a man with a red-headed gal, wore a yellow scarf when he called. Married her up, and then he learned his red-headed gal was born. What do you think, Mr. Haley?
Crazy. And I really mean crazy.
She's the best folk singer I ever managed. How about it, Mr. Haley? She hired?
I can only pay $15 a week.
$15? I tip my barber more than that.
Richard. He's just kidding. That'll be fine. I'm not doing this for the money.
Patty, will you let me handle this?
No. Mr. Haley, I'm doing this to express myself. I'm going to be the voice of my generation.
I dig. And I can use you, too.
You can?
I mean, if you're going to be around here to manage her, I'm sure you wouldn't mind giving me a little hand.
I guess not.
Would you like to hear another song, Mr. Haley?
Sure, sure. Right after you swept the floors, cleaned up the kitchen, and set up the table.
Oh, my client?
The two of you. And snap it up. We open in a few minutes.
Are you sure this is the way the Beatles started?
Oh, hi, Richard.
Hi, Ross.
Are you looking for Patty or for a sandwich?
Patty.
She's out.
Well, now I'll have a sandwich. You don't know where she is, do you?
Well, I think she went to take a singing lesson.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Is she really gonna be a folk singer?
Sure, I already got her first engagement.
Yeah? Where at?
The Pink Percolator.
She's singing in a coffee pot?
Well, Not exactly singing yet. It's a coffee house. When she gets through there, everybody in the country's gonna know her.
You sing too?
I'm her manager.
Oh, boy.
Every artist has got to have a manager. Even Patty.
Did you get her a lot of money?
Sure did, considering her talent.
She's working for nothing, huh?
Of course not. What do you think I am?
You sure you've got everything?
Yeah. Thanks.
Boy, I really admire you.
You do?
Yeah. Since I'm her brother, I have to be around Patty all the time. But you deliberately take her out. It takes a lot of courage.
Well, I guess it's kind of hard for brothers and sisters to understand each other. Until they're older, anyway. Well, I wish I had a sister.
You can have mine.
I'll take her.
Can I be best man at your wedding?
Oh, I guess so, if we have a wedding.
Aren't you and Patty gonna get married someday?
Well, we were, but I don't know now.
What's the matter?
I'm worried.
I can't blame you. If I was gonna marry someone like Patty, I'd be worried too.
I'm worried she won't marry me.
That's wishful thinking.
You don't understand, Alice. If Patty catches on as a folk singer, she's gonna be famous. And I mean really famous.
Do you think that could happen?
Have you heard any of the folk singers around here today?
Boy, I'm glad I'm just a kid. I wouldn't have the problems that you grown-ups have for anything.
What is life? Is it earnest? Is it real? Or is it a candy Ferris wheel? Ha! If I ate feathers, could I fly? Oh, laugh, you sages. But I must die.
I don't know if I like managing a folk singer.
Chin up, you're doing great. Oh, Mr. Haley, I'm ready to go on any time now.
You're a real trooper. Make a fresh batch of coffee.
And then?
And then serve the customers.
And then?
And then wash the cups.
And then?
And then make some more coffee.
Yeah, I dig. Oh, the life of a farmer is the life for me. Push-button cows and a new TV.
Hello, Patty.
Hi, Papa.
Hadn't you better get dressed, dear?
I am dressed.
Oh, you're going to a costume party.
You know what? I suppose you're right. Life is nothing but a masquerade. Well, this is the costume of the people. I'm earthy.
I'll say. I would suggest that you wash some of that earth off, then change into a dress, and we'll have dinner.
Papa, you don't know about American folklore, do you? Do you know Carl Sandburg's The People, Yes?
Mm-hmm. Do you know Martin Lane's That Outfit, No? Patty, you look like a poverty-stricken...
Papa, that's the look of my generation. We want to be free.
Then why are you so expensive? Joke. Hey, by the way, there's a very interesting concert at the town hall tonight. Mozart. I got tickets for all of us.
Gee, Papa, I'm sorry, I can't go.
Why not, Patty? I'm sure you'd enjoy it.
Oh, yeah, but I'm kind of going to a concert myself.
Oh? Well, at least it's not bowling or the movies. Who's playing?
A folk singer named Pittsburgh Patty.
Never heard of her.
Oh, you will.
Pittsburgh Patty. No, couldn't be.
What's the matter, Patty? Oh, it's the older generation. What have they done now? They're not going to stop me from expressing myself. Are they trying to? They would if I let them. Have they told you to give up your job at the coffee house? No. You see? That's only because I haven't told them about it yet. Patty, don't you think you should? They wouldn't understand, Cathy. It's not just a job. I feel like part of the grassroots of America. You look like part of the grassroots of America. It's really very hard work. The singing? The scrubbing. Hey, you wouldn't like to join my act, would you? We could make it a duet. I'll scrub, you mop. No, thank you. I'm afraid not.
don't be afraid to clutch at fame. It's such a pleasant thing. People come from the ends of the earth just to hear me sing.
Oh, moon is a word, and tin is a word. Empty sounds and din. So I have the power to change my word.
Mr. Haley, I'm ready to go on any time.
Crazy. Start with table 7.
Mr. Haley, I don't think you understand. I'm here to express myself.
I dig. You want to get to the people, right?
Exactly.
Good. Start with table 7.
What'd he say? When do you go on?
Don't look now, Richard, but I think I am on.
Where's our little beatnik this morning?
She overslept. No wonder. She didn't get home last night till 11:45.
What were you doing up until 11:45, young man?
Me and my big mouth.
Morning.
Good morning. How was that concert last night?
What? Oh, the concert. It was great. Too short, though.
What kind of concert was it?
Folk singing.
When I was a boy, we had folk singing. It's odd how it's become popular again.
They had folk singing when you were a boy, Papa?
Yes. We used to put on our bear skins and come out of our caves and sing it up a little. You know, Patty, this may come as a shock to you, but your father is only...
That's okay, Papa. You're young in heart.
Thank you, Patty.
I mean, you really understand kids, Papa.
I tried to.
I mean, like, if I were to say to you, Papa, I think I'm going to get a job in a coffee house as a folk singer, you'd say,
No.
you're kidding.
Try me.
Oh, but Papa...
If you want to do any folk singing, sing for the folks in this house.
Some of them are quite nice, Martin.
Oh, I'm sure they are. And anytime Patty wants to drop in at one and have a cup of coffee, that's fine. But I never want to catch you singing in one of those places.
But, Papa...
The discussion is closed. Would you mind passing the sugar, please?
Cathy said you wanted to see me about some kind of an emergency.
Brace yourself. Disaster has struck.
Well, what happened?
The roof just fell in on us. This morning at breakfast, the father figure conned me into thinking that he was young at heart. So I figured that was the perfect time to tell him about us working at the Pink Percolator.
How'd he take it?
He didn't.
You mean he doesn't want you to work there?
How do you spell ultimatum?
Oh, boy. Well, maybe he'll change his mind.
Never in a million years.
I guess that's that. We're out of the folk song business. Oh, why don't we go see a movie tonight?
I can't.
Well, why not?
Because I'm singing at the Pink Percolator tonight.
You should leave your brain to Harvard. That would teach him.
Okay, Rich, what don't you understand?
You just said you can't possibly...
Rich, I told you I'm gonna quit. But I can't just walk out. That wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, somebody's got to scrub the kitchen.
Look, I told you. Tonight is my last night. I just have to give him at least one night's notice.
That should pack him in. What time shall I pick you up?
I'll meet you there. Hey, you wouldn't know anybody who'd like to buy a second-hand guitar, would you? Patty, what if your mother and father find out what you're doing?
Well, the worst that can happen is they'll put me up for adoption.
Why don't you just tell Mr. Haley the truth?
You mean tell him that my father thinks I'm too young to sing in a coffee house?
I can't do that. Mr. Haley probably thinks I'm at least 25 or 30 years old. All right. Then tell him your father thinks you're too old to sing in a coffee house. Will you stop worrying? I told you I'm quitting. This is my last night. Don't you want to come and hear me sing? Well, I was going to, but I think I'd better stay here and keep an eye on your parents. That's my buddy. Don't let them budge out of the house. I won't. You know, there's really nothing to worry about. They never go to coffee houses. Yeah. Well, can't keep my public waiting. Bye.
Hey, Natalie, how about this? There's a new coffee house opened in the neighborhood. Listen to the ad. The Pink Percolator. Folk singing and 75 different kinds of coffee. It's enough to keep you awake for 2.5 months.
Can I watch television?
Did you finish your homework?
No, but it's easy.
Then do it.
But then I'll miss this educational program.
What educational program is that?
It's called The Attack of the Hairy Martians.
Oh, you mean it's a kind of astronomy lesson?
Yeah.
Do your homework.
Boy, when I'm old, I hope I remember what it was like to be young.
I've been thinking that about my conversation with Patty this morning. Maybe I was a little too rough on her. I suppose there's nothing wrong with her being a folk singer.
I don't know why, Martin, but I do not want my daughter working in a coffee house. She's barely old enough to drink it.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello, Jonathan. It's Richard's father. No, Richard's not here. Patty? Just a minute. Is Patty here?
I think she went out. Oh, Cathy, where'd Patty go?
I believe she went to a concert.
Oh, Patty went to a concert. To a concert? Well, that's the 3rd time in a row. No, I was talking to Cathy. Yes, we're going to be home for a little while. All right, fine. I'll see you then. Jonathan says he wants to come over and talk to us.
What about?
He didn't say, but he sounded pretty upset.
I think I'll go finish a letter to Father.
Cathy, is Patty in any kind of trouble?
I hope not.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
I don't think so, Uncle Martin.
If Patty were up to anything, you'd tell us, wouldn't you?
I'm afraid I couldn't, Aunt Natalie.
You couldn't?
No. You see, it's sort of our generation against yours. Excuse me.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Martin. Is Patty home yet?
Yeah, no. Come on in.
I hate to barge in on you like this.
Oh, you're not barging in. We're delighted to see you.
Hello, Natalie.
Hello, Jonathan. Won't you sit down?
Well, I'd rather not.
Something wrong?
Well, I'm not sure. Has Patty been acting peculiar lately?
Well, with Patty, it's kind of hard to tell.
Same with Richard.
I was joking.
I was serious.
What's Richard been doing?
That's just it. We don't know. He gets in late every night. He's completely exhausted all day, and he doesn't tell us where he goes or what he's been doing.
Patty has seemed a bit more tired than usual lately, and she's been getting in rather late.
I knew it. They're up to something. I love Richard being away from home. But my wife worries she's got some kind of a crazy mother complex.
You know how mothers are.
Richard has been talking about working in a coffee house.
Yeah, Patty mentioned taking a job in a coffee house.
What'd you tell her?
Well, I said no. But, you know, as a matter of fact, I was just telling Natalie, maybe I was a little too harsh with her.
I say you can't be too harsh with them. Give them an inch and they'll drive you out of your mind. You know where we make our mistake? Teaching the kids to talk. Just think of how wonderful it would be if they didn't know English. Look at all the money it'd save us on phone calls.
Good evening, Mr. Harrison.
Hello, Cathy. You two girls sure do look alike. I can never tell the difference.
The one with Richard is Patty.
Now, I hope he can tell the difference.
Oh, don't worry. Patty sees to that.
Would you like some coffee?
I'd love a cup.
Hey, wait a minute. Why don't we run on down to that new coffee house, the Pink Percolator, and have some there? They got 75 different kinds of coffee.
That's a good idea.
Oh, I don't think you'd like it.
Why not?
Well, I hear it's very crowded and the service is bad and the coffee's not good and it's very expensive.
If business is that good, they must have something. Let's go take a look at it.
It's really very noisy. Why don't I make you some coffee here?
Don't trouble, Cath.
Oh, it's no trouble at all, Aunt Nathalie. I could have it ready in a minute.
You know, I'd like to see that new coffee house.
I make the best coffee in Brooklyn Heights.
Would you like to come with us, dear?
No, thank you, Aunt Nathalie.
Well, don't worry. We'll be
Get on
back
our way.
before very long.
75 different kinds of coffee. Is that hard to believe? 75.
later. May I please speak to Patty Lane? Patty Lane, she works there. I'm sure she does. Oh, Pittsburgh Patty, I believe she's called. What? Oh, she can't go on. Would you give her a message for me, please?
Some nut. You're on, kid.
I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I can't go on now. I have to serve table 16 and clean up the kitchen, and then I... Oh, I see. Thank you, Mr. Haley. Excuse me. Rich, I'm on!
Oh, great! Good luck. Now, this is your last chance to express yourself, so pour it on.
Don't worry, I'll be great.
Table for three?
Please.
Crazy. Right over there, folks.
Crazy.
We do a good business here. I suppose the kids come in to hear the folk singing.
I'd like to hear them, too. I've never heard a genuine folk singer.
I imagine they're pretty authentic here.
Hello? I must speak to Pittsburgh Patty. It's urgent.
She's just about to do her number. Call back later.
Good luck, Pittsburgh.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pink Percolator takes pleasure in presenting the voice of America, Pittsburgh Patty.
It's Patty.
Martin, you can't stop her now.
Yeah, but I told her she absolutely could not do this.
I miss my home in the old gray west, where I grew up with leeway. They say what happens for the best. My homestead's now a freeway. Oop diddle diddle oop diddle diddle oop diddle.
Cream and sugar, anybody? Rich and I gave our notice as soon as we got here. I mean, we didn't want to just walk out on Mr. Haley.
Yeah, tonight is going to be Patty's last night.
Papa, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to disobey you. But I already had the job when you said I couldn't have it.
Patty.
Martin.
I was only going to say, Patty, I liked what you did here.
You mean it?
I certainly do.
You wouldn't want to write a review about her, would you, Mr. Lane?
Richard.
Please don't press your luck.
I thought you were great. You gonna do any more?
Yeah. Let's go, Rich. What do you have, folks? We have 75 different kinds of coffee. Oh, you'd like a menu? Coming right up. Why don't you stick around for the second floor show? Start soon. Featuring Pittsburgh Patty for the last time. I'll get you a menu.
Take care of table 14, kid.
Crazy. Yes, sir. Excuse me.
That boy has finally found his career.
As an agent?
As a waiter.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Any smoke signals for me, Cap? Smoke signal? Oh. No, Patty, just this letter from Father. Oh, where is he this week? He's in Rome. He says a friend of his is coming to the States and he's going to look me up. A Mr. Honoré. Crazy. We'll paint the old town red for him. Cathy, think this dress will be okay for Saturday night? Richard lost his head and invited me to the theater. Oh, I think it looks fine. You know, I haven't seen Richard in a whole week. Monday night he broke his date with me because he had a toothache, and Wednesday night he broke his date with me because he had to help his father with something. And there he is. I'll get it. Hi, Rich. We were just talking about you.
Were you?
Uh-huh. Come on in.
Hi, Cathy.
Hello, Richard. Richard, are you gaining weight?
Of course not. Why should I be gaining weight?
He's as thin as a rail. Hey, you want some peanut brittle? We just got it.
No, thanks.
Oh, I know. I'll fix you one of my great bacon and egg sandwiches.
Oh, thanks anyway, but I don't want to spoil my dinner.
Wait. Still have that toothache?
What toothache? Oh, that toothache. No, I feel fine. I came over to tell you I can't take you out Saturday night.
Oh, I thought we had a date to go to the theater.
We did, but my Aunt Mabel came to town for the weekend, and I have to be with her. It's gonna be a terrible drag. She's got the personality of a barracuda. But there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, sorry.
That's okay, Rich. We'll do something next week.
Sure. I knew you'd be a good sport about it. As soon as my Aunt Mary leaves, I'll give you a call.
Richard, I thought you said her name was Mabel.
I did. Oh, I mean, it is Mabel. We call her Mary. It's kind of a nickname. Well, I guess I'll be running along. I'll see you later. Bye, Cathy. So long, Patty.
Bye, Rich. If I didn't know I was irresistible, I'd swear there's another woman. I'm sure there isn't, Patty. Richard adores you. Hello? Oh, hi, Gloria. My black dress? Yeah, I guess you can borrow it. Well, I had a date Saturday night, but it was canceled because of Aunts Mary and Mabel. Oh, you have a heavy date, huh? With who?
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I never want to see Richard Harrison again as long as I live.
Well, the way things are going, your chances look pretty good.
Patty, are you sure you didn't misunderstand? It's not like Richard to lie.
Believe me, Mama, I caught him red-handed. His Aunt Mabel is Gloria, the original clinging vine.
Did you give Richard a chance to explain?
There's nothing to explain, Papa. He goes out with other girls every once in a while, and I go out with other boys every once in a while. But we never break dates with each other to do it. Patty, I'm sure Richard has a good reason. Cathy, don't try to cheer me up. I like being miserable. Well, I'd like to give him back his pin, his ring, everything he's ever given me.
Why don't you?
He's never given me anything.
Well, what difference does it make? I thought you weren't interested in him anymore.
I'm not. That's Richard. Do I look all right? Oh, I'm a mess.
Well, I think someone should answer the door.
No. Don't anybody let him in.
I'll send him away.
No. I think you should make up your mind. I'll go send him away.
Can I watch?
No. You can all come into the kitchen and help me do the dishes.
Now, how do you ever expect me to learn about life if I can't watch the interesting parts?
Hello, Peter. Oh. Hi, Rich.
Hi, who is Peter?
Oh, just a friend.
I came to explain about Saturday night.
Oh, that's okay, Rich. You don't have to explain. Really, I understand. You have to help your father take care of your Aunt Mary Mabel, who has a toothache.
What are you talking about?
Gloria called and told me she had a date with you Saturday night.
She did? Boy, I sure can't trust women.
Can't trust women?
She shouldn't have done that.
Oh, but it's all right for you to keep breaking dates with me and lie about it.
I'm sorry, Patty, but I can't help it.
Rich, is Gloria so irresistible that you couldn't wait to see her on a night when we didn't have a date?
Gloria? Irresistible?
Well, isn't she?
Patty, I don't even like her.
You don't like her, but you keep breaking dates with me to go out with her.
That's right.
What'd you do, lose an election bet?
Patty, she's not nearly as nice as you. She's not as smart as you. She's not as pretty as you. And she's not as much fun as you.
What has she got?
Something I can't resist. I'm hooked.
On what?
Her cooking.
Her cooking?
Gloria is probably the greatest cook that ever lived.
Richard, you've got to be kidding. Gloria can't even boil water.
Maybe she couldn't last year, but when she went to France with her folks this summer, she went to cooking school at Cordon Bleu. She's been cooking me banquets every night, and I mean banquets.
And that's why you gave up my bacon and egg sandwiches.
And tonight she's making me roast pig maxines with petit pois, glazed peaches, baked Alaska, and I better run along. I don't want to be late. Goodbye, Patty.
Bye, Rich.
Did you throw him out?
Is everything all right?
Did you give him a chance to explain? Oh, he explained all right. I have got a rival. His stomach. His stomach? Mama, when did you first learn to cook?
Not until I married your father.
She could prepare any dish 7 different ways. Badly burnt, medium burnt, scorched.
You never complained.
I didn't marry you for your cooking.
But cooking is important to a man, isn't it?
Well, I think every girl should know how to cook.
Will you teach me how, Mama?
Well, of course, darling. You can help prepare dinner tonight.
Great. I'll have him crawling back to me in no time. What are we having for dinner tonight? I'll make Gloria look like nothing.
Pot roast and mashed potatoes.
Patty, are you all right? Oh, sure, I'm fine. It's just that a woman feels like such a fool wasting the best years of her life on a man who doesn't even appreciate her. I'm sure it'll all work out fine. No, it won't. I lost old Glutton Head to the Cordon Bleu. What is the Cordon Bleu, anyway? It's a famous cooking school in Paris. I took a course there once when Father and I lived there. Cathy? Did you say you took a course there? Yes, it's really an excellent school. Did they teach you how to make lobster bisque? And baby veal cutlets with a cream sauce? And a pomme souffle? Mm-hmm. That was our first course. What about baked Alaska? We had that for part of our graduation examination. Cathy, you've just saved my whole romantic life. Because I went to the Cordon Bleu? That's right. You see, the reason Richard is after Gloria is that he's hooked on her cooking. And now I can beat her in her own game. Will you help me? Of course, Patty. I'd love to teach you how to cook. Who said anything about teaching me to cook? Cathy, it took you a year to learn. I've got to have Richard back in the fold by tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Yeah. Look, I'll invite him over here tomorrow, and I'm going to prepare the greatest dinner this side of Maxime's. Patty, if you're thinking what I think you're thinking... Oh, please, Cathy, I'll never ask you for another favor as long as I live. All you have to do is prepare one of your fabulous dinners. And let you tell Richard that you cooked it. That's right. He'll never look at Gloria again.
Patty, I'd like to help you out, really, but Cathy, if you don't do it, I'll lose him. Believe me, the only way to Richard's heart is through the hole in his head.
Well, the kind of dinner I have in mind would be very expensive.
I don't care about the expense. This is all out war.
Hi, Patty. Hi, Cathy. Gentlemen.
Hi, Rich. Hello, Richard. I'll pull up a chair and have a soda.
Well, I'll pull up a chair, but I won't have anything. I never eat in the afternoons anymore.
Oh. Rich, I thought maybe if you were free tomorrow night, you'd like to come over to my house for dinner.
Well, thanks, Patty, but I have promised
My
Gloria.
mother and father are going out, and I thought maybe I'd cook myself.
I definitely promised Gloria I'd...
Oh, well, it's not going to be anything special. I just thought maybe for an appetizer we'd have fantasy de fruits de mer, and then Canneton bigarade. Yeah, bigarade.
What's that?
It's a tender young duckling with riz sauvage ménagère.
Riz sauvage...
Wild rice. And then I thought we'd have endive croisée flamande, and then maybe for dessert some crêpes Suzettes.
You can make crêpes Suzette? Gloria can't even do that.
Well, I guess it does take a certain knack.
I know that Cathy is supposed to be a great French cook, but
Well, Patty's cooking tastes a lot like mine. Yeah. Gee, it's too bad about your date with Gloria tomorrow night.
Well, I could tell her that my Uncle Henry came into town.
Why don't you do that?
Crêpes Suzette.
Boy, it sure takes a lot of stuff, doesn't it? I used up my allowance for the next 6 months. It's all going to be worth it. Patty, are you certain that you want both baked Alaska and crepe Suzette for dessert? Uh-huh. I figure as long as we're going out for the big fish, we may as well use plenty of bait. I hope you know what you're doing. Hey, you didn't flunk any of those courses, did you? I'll have you know I received the gold star. No kidding. Do you know how lucky I am to have you? The gold star at the cordon bleu. That's bleu. What time is Richard coming? I told him to come at 7 o'clock. Oh, then I'd better start the sauces now. That'll only give me about 4 hours. You mean it takes 4 hours to cook one of these dinners? Some of them take 4 days. That's the fish calling up to find out what time the bait is being served. Hello? Oh, no, it isn't. Hold on a minute. Mr. Honore. Oh, that's Father's friend. And thank you, Patty. Hello, Mr. Honore. Yes, Father wrote me you were coming. How is he? Good. He did? Thank you. Oh, yes, I want to talk about him very much. Why don't you invite him for dinner tonight? I don't mind cooking for one more. Monsieur Honore, would you like to join us for dinner tonight? Oh, you are? What time? Oh, I see. It's all right if he's late. I'll let my sauces cook a little longer. Oh, yes, I'm very anxious to get together with you. But I'm afraid I can't right now. You see, I'm doing something for someone. I'll say you are. Oh, yes, I understand. If that's the only time. All right. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Thank you. Au revoir. What was all that about? Patty, Monsieur Honore is catching a plane at 7 o'clock for India. I have to go to the airport to have dinner with him. Cathy, you can't do that. I'm catching Richard at 7 o'clock. I know, Patty. I'm terribly sorry. But this is the only chance I'll have to see him, and Father insisted that I meet him. Yeah, but your father didn't know there was going to be a crisis in my life. Oh, Cathy, if you walk out on me now, I'm ruined. I'm really sorry, Patty. But this is one of Father's closest friends. I have no choice. Well, what about my Canneton you, whatever it is. Please, Cathy. Hello, is this ready frozen food delivery? How long would it take you to deliver a dinner? Oh, that's great. Okay, Would you deliver me 2 orders of Fantasy de Fruits de Mer and 2 orders of Canton Bigarade and a large baked Alaska? Hello? Hello? Peasant. Hello? Is this a French omelette? This is the French Gourmet Society. We have chosen your restaurant to prepare us a dinner. We would like a fantastic French dinner. Something that will knock someone's eyes out. What would you suggest? Oui? Oui. Oh, that sounds marvelous. I will send my secretary to pick it up. At what time can it be ready? Thursday? Thanks anyway.
Hi, sis. What's cooking?
Me.
What are you building?
A gallows. I was trying to impress Richard.
Why would you have to impress him? He's lucky to have you.
Thanks, Ross. But he suddenly flipped for French food. And guess who cooks it? Gloria.
Uh-oh.
I guess I'm gonna have to find you another brother-in-law.
Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea.
Yeah? What's that?
Cathy's a great cook. Why don't you ask her to...
Good thinking. I tried it.
Oh. Okay. All you have to do is call one of those frozen food places that delivers... and...
Tried it.
What about calling a French restaurant and asking them to...
You really are a chip off the old block, aren't you? Okay. Hello? Oh, hi, Rich. I was just talking about you. Rich, about dinner tonight. You haven't eaten anything all day because you're looking forward to my Fantasy de Fruits de Mer and my Canton Bigarade and my tequila.
Boy, I really underestimated you, Patty. You're full of surprises.
Rich, has it ever occurred to you that there are more important things in life than eating?
Yeah? Name one. Gloria tried to get me to break my date with you tonight. She tried to tempt me with profiteroles. But I told her I was holding out for your crepe Suzettes.
Oh, bully for you.
She claims you can't cook.
Oh, she does she? Oh, what does she know?
Nothing. That's why I'm going to see you at 7 o'clock. And have plenty to eat. I'm bringing my appetite. Goodbye, Patty.
I make great peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, sis.
Thanks, Ross. But to a gourmet, that's nothing.
What's a gourmet?
A glutton with a fancy appetite. You wouldn't have any other ideas, would you?
Yeah. Find me a brother-in-law who likes hamburgers.
That's it.
What'd I say?
The magic word. Look, I may not know how to cook, but I can certainly make hamburgers. I'll just tell Richard I think he's gaining too much weight, and I thought I'd make him a plain old hamburger dinner. At least I'll still be in the ballgame. Will you help me clean up this mess?
Sure.
Oh, I'm so happy I was able to see you, Cathy.
So am I, monsieur.
Your father's exact words to me were, I want you to see Cathy in person and tell me exactly what she looks like. If she's too thin or too pale. Well, you know what fathers are like.
Yes.
He tells me that you are flying over there to see him this summer.
As soon as school is out. I'm hoping to take Patty with me.
Oh, your father speaks of Patty a great deal. Apparently, she's what you call a character. Happy and carefree.
Well, she used to be.
I don't understand.
Oh, I've gotten Patty into terrible trouble.
What?
She's home now cooking a gourmet dinner for her boyfriend, Richard.
Patty is a gourmet cook?
No, Patty isn't any kind of a cook.
And yet she's cooking a gourmet dinner for this Richard?
Not exactly. You see,
I was supposed to cook it.
Oh, and she was going to impress him by saying she cooked it.
Yes.
Well, as a Frenchman, I would feel a deep responsibility if in any way I hurt a romance.
It isn't your fault, monsieur.
Yes, in a way it is. I think I owe Patty and her friend a dinner, but we must be very resourceful. What was she going to serve?
Oh, there it is. Ross, will you keep an eye on the hamburgers for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Boy, I wouldn't be a woman for anything.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Rich.
Something sure smells good. What is it, Canton Bigarade? Huh?
Well...
It even smells better from here.
I'm glad you feel that way about it, Rich, because the truth of the matter is...
Sure had me fooled.
I did?
Yeah. I thought the only thing you could cook was those crummy hamburgers of yours.
Crummy hamburgers in mine?
Yeah, Gloria tried to tell me that's what you're going to feed me tonight. You sure got a laugh on her.
Yeah.
What time are we going to eat?
Would, 12 o'clock be too late?
Can I help you?
I'm sorry to be so late. Everything had to be cooked to order. You know? Fantaisie de fruits de mer, canton bigarade, riz sauvage ménagère, and the crêpe Suzette. Monsieur Honoré and the restaurant voisin wish you a very pleasant dinner. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Richard, I have a confession to make.
Couldn't you make it after dinner? I'm getting kind of hungry. I didn't even eat breakfast.
No, Richard, it can't wait till after dinner. You see, what Gloria said about me...
You don't have to worry about Gloria.
Yes, I do, Rich. You see, what she said is absolutely...
Patty, I don't want to rush you, but if you don't sit down to dinner soon, that duck is going to get cold, the baked Alaska is going to melt, and your crepe Suzettes will be ruined.
Oh, boy. What are we waiting for? Oh, let's eat.
Yeah. You know something, Rich?
What?
Somebody up there likes me. Oh, hi, Gloria. Hi, Patty. Gee, it's too bad you couldn't join Rich and me for dinner last night.
Oh, he told me all about it.
Oh, did he? It really wasn't much. Next time I should go into something more complicated.
Well, I'd love to be there when you do. I have a feeling you got away with something this time. But what are you going to do for an encore? Well, bye, darling.
Hi, Rich.
Hi, Patty.
Something wrong?
I've got kind of a confession to make.
You have a confession to make?
Yeah, it's about that dinner we had last night.
You mean you didn't like it?
Oh, I loved it. But to tell the truth, I've been eating too much rich food lately. And the whole thing's making me kind of sick.
You mean you don't like rich food anymore?
Oh, don't even mention it.
Well, Rich, I guess I'll just have to find somebody else to cook for.
What do you mean?
Well, a great talent like mine can't just go to waste. I'll have to find somebody who appreciates me.
Well, gee, Patty, I appreciate you.
All right, Rich. I'm going to give you a chance to prove it.
Oh, thanks, Patty. Oh, what do you want me to do?
I want you to come to my house tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yeah?
And I'm going to make you some of my crummy hamburgers.
It's a deal.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
How's your debating team coming, Kath?
Oh, fine, Uncle Martin. Patty and I are both on the team.
Yeah, Papa, we're gonna bowl them over. We're having our Little League tryouts this morning. Boy, I'll bet half the town didn't sleep last night.
Papa, we're having a debate at the auditorium Saturday. Would you like to come?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I have to go to a meeting in Kansas City this weekend.
There must be a million guys trying out for pitcher.
How long will you be gone?
Just a day or two.
Boy, I'll bet the guys that don't make the team are gonna kill themselves.
What are you debating?
Whether or not there's life on other planets.
That should be interesting.
Now, Billy Bishop is the one to watch. He's good, and he throws a fastball with a hop on it. Everybody knows he's gonna get it. Have you ever seen a fastball with a hop on it?
I'm sorry, Ross. I really don't know very much about baseball.
Well, I could teach you. You too, Patty.
Oh, sure, Ross. But some other time, we're trying to get ready for the debate.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll be going. I don't want to be late for the tryouts. So long.
Patty, are you meeting Richard?
Yeah, Mama. We're going unicycling.
Unicycling?
Uh-huh. One wheel. That should be fun.
Where's Ross?
He's gone. That kid. He could have at least said goodbye.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bouquets, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Ross! Ross! Hey, what's the matter? Don't you feel well? Well, tell me what's wrong. Why are you lying here in the dark?
Well, no one cares whether I live or die. I'm not gonna make the ball team. I haven't had a bite of food all day.
Of course we care.
Billy Bishop's gonna make pitcher. Oh, I wish I were dead.
Oh, come on, don't say that. Everything's gonna be all right.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. Now, I want you to tell me all about it, but first I'll get you something to eat, okay? I'll bring a tray up here.
I guess so. Oh, promise not to tell Mom and Dad. You know, they'd think I was a sissy.
Don't worry about that. What are we going to do? I don't know, Cathy, but we've got to do something. He's in terrible shape.
Are you still hungry?
No, Mom, this is for Ross.
Well, you say he didn't want any dinner. He filled up on hot dogs and things at the ballpark.
Well, that's because he was too sick to eat. Mama, he's up in his room and he's in terrible shape.
Why?
Well, first of all, because he didn't make a little league, and second of all, because he thinks none of us give a darn.
Why didn't he say something?
Well, I guess he did, but we weren't tuned in.
Oh, well, I'll go up and have a talk with him.
Oh, no, Papa, I really wish you wouldn't do that, because I told him I wouldn't say anything. He doesn't want you to think he's a sissy.
Oh, all right. You make sure he eats, and we'll think of something.
Okay.
Patty.
Thank you. You want some more? Okay, let's talk.
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't feel much like talking.
What do you feel like?
A failure.
Just because you might not make the little league?
Well, I can't explain it. It seems like such a little thing, but if the coach doesn't pick me, it means I'm not as good as the other fellow. I might as well be a girl.
Well, how do you know he's not going to pick you?
Because today he kept putting Billy Bishop in as pitcher. He only let me pitch half an inning.
Well, that's not fair. What's his name?
Coach Johnson.
And he picks the teams?
Yeah, he's murder. I really tried, Patty, but he's awfully hard to please.
Well, did he actually say he was going to pick Billy Bishop?
No, but everybody knows he's going to.
When is it supposed to be decided?
At the end of our tryouts next week. And it's not only pitching, it's also going to depend a lot on our RBIs.
Your RBIs?
Runs batted in. Well, what's the difference? Nobody around here cares anything about baseball. It's like I was speaking a foreign language and have got nobody to talk to.
Well, from now on, you're going to. Okay, it's your turn. How many major leagues are there? 2. American and National. Good. Where's Baltimore? In Maryland, isn't it? I mean, what league is it in? Oh, American. Good. San Francisco? National? Minnesota? American. Good, you're going to be quite an expert. Let's go to the minor leagues.
Maury Wills.
He's with the Dodgers.
Flood.
St. Louis Cardinals.
Nixon.
Did he play ball?
Russ Nixon.
Of course. Boston.
Very good.
You know, all these players are famous, and I never even heard of them before. It's like another world.
Well, at the moment, it's Ross's world. I think it's very nice we can share it with him.
So do I. Is there a little league for mothers?
I don't think so. Might not be a bad idea to start one, though. You know, I wouldn't be in Coach Johnson's shoes for all the money in the world. I'll bet every mother and father in town is on his neck.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hi, son. How'd it go today?
Not so hot. A lot of kids were eliminated.
Were you?
No, but tomorrow's another day.
Hi, champ. How's it going?
Terrible. Billy Bishop pitched most of the game.
Oh, well, that's nothing to worry about. The coach is probably just saving you, that's all. Come on, sit down.
Sure. The way they saved Tiant today. They put him in as relief pitcher in the top of the 4th, and he pitched a shutout.
Ross, it might be a good idea if you got some extra pitching practice. Hey, yeah, you can practice on the patio.
But I've no one to play with.
Well, I'll play ball with you. I could use the exercise.
Do you mean that, Dad?
Certainly. Let's go out and throw a few around.
Oh, I've got nothing to do. I'll go with you. Me too.
Hey, that's great.
Let's go.
Strike 3!
You got a nice curve there, son.
Thanks. You should see Billy Bishop's curve.
Why don't we take a little rest?
Yeah. I could go on forever.
Not me. Not as young as I used to be.
How do you think I'm doing?
I think you're doing fine. Could I give you some advice?
Sure.
I think you should stop worrying about Billy Bishop. Forget that you're competing with him and just compete with yourself. Do the best you can.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll meet you at the Shake Shack. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
I'll call you from Kansas City.
Bye, Papa. Have a good time.
Oh, thank you, honey. Now, you look after Ross, will you?
Oh, don't worry about him. I'm going to make a little league pitcher out of him if it kills me.
He'll be fine. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Mama, Ross is really a very good pitcher. Coach Johnson wouldn't dare not put him on the team.
I hope Coach Johnson knows that. Hello, darling.
Hi, Ross.
Hungry?
Did anything happen today?
Coach Johnson eliminated all the pitchers except me and Billy Bishop.
That's great.
No, it isn't. Billy Bishop's gonna get it. Is 12 too young to have a nervous breakdown?
You're not gonna have a nervous breakdown.
I'm cracking up.
Why don't you have something to eat?
Why is it mothers always think that food solves everything? I don't know what I'm gonna do if he doesn't pick me.
What's wrong with Ross? War nerves. It's narrowed down to him and Billy Bishop. Mama, we've got to do something. Do you know he hasn't eaten anything in 3 days? He's going to be too thin to pitch. He'll throw the ball and go right up in the air after it.
I don't know what to do.
Why don't we have a talk with Coach Johnson? You know, kind of feel him out.
Is that ethical?
Well, if you love your son, it's ethical. I mean, why don't we invite him to dinner? You see, I could find out what his favorite food is and you could cook it for him.
That sounds a little like bribery.
No, it's what you call the social graces.
Comes at an opportune time, too, doesn't it?
Mama, there's nothing wrong with being nice to him. I mean, what's wrong with letting him see Ross in his native habitat?
I don't think your father would approve.
Oh, he doesn't have to know. I mean, he's out of town, isn't he? What harm could it do? We're only going to invite him to dinner. Everybody does it. I mean, people give candy to the teacher, an apple to the policeman, gifts to their bosses. It's just a way of showing your appreciation. This does mean a lot to Ross, Aunt Natalie.
All right, we'll do it.
Let's not say anything to Ross.
Let's not say anything to anyone.
This is going to be the best party we've ever had.
Well, it isn't exactly a party, darling. It's just Coach Johnson.
Still going to be the best party we ever had. Patty, would you sit for me, please? Oh, sure, Cathy.
Does Ross have any idea who's coming?
We didn't breathe a word.
I can't wait to see his face.
Yeah. He's here. The coach is here. Sorry. Someone had better let him in or go away.
I'll let him in. Martin!
Hi. I'm sorry I had a ring. I just forgot my key.
You're home a day early.
Yeah, I know. We finished up ahead of schedule, so I just caught the late afternoon plane out, and here I am. You're all dressed up.
Yes, we're having a guest for dinner.
Oh, one of Patty's friends?
No, one of Ross's friends.
Well, good.
How do you do?
I'm fine. How are you?
What are you doing here?
I live here.
But you're home a day early.
Well, I can always leave again. Why is everybody so dressed up?
You always dress for dinner.
Like that?
He's here again.
Yeah, well, I must say you've gone to a lot of trouble for Ross's friend, but I think it's kind of cute.
Do you? I'm sure glad. Patty, would you let him in, please?
Oh, yeah. Good evening, Coach Johnson. Hi, I'm Patty Lee.
Hello, Patty.
Thank you. Would you come in?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Lane.
How do you do?
And this is my husband, Martin Lane. Darling, this is Coach Johnson.
Coach Johnson?
Nice to meet you, Mr. Lane.
Well, it's a pleasant surprise meeting you.
And this is our niece, Cathy.
Hello, Cathy.
How do you do, Coach Johnson?
What are you doing here? I suppose you come by to give us some news.
News? No, I just came by to have dinner.
You just came by to have dinner?
Yes. Isn't it nice that Coach Johnson was able to take time out from his busy schedule?
Oh, it certainly is.
Where's Ross?
Oh, he'll be right down. Excuse me.
Oh, won't you sit down, please?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, Aki-san, would you put it right here, please?
I love Japanese food. Ikaga desu ka?
Yoroshi.
Do you? I'm so glad.
What time shall I serve dinner, madam?
The usual time, Aki-san.
On your feet, Raffle. Get dressed.
I am dressed.
Oh, I mean really dressed.
What for?
For dinner.
Why can't I eat like this?
Because we're having a very important guest. Well, 2 guests.
I'm not hungry.
Come on, put these on and come downstairs and hurry up.
Okay, okay. What did you get all dressed up for?
I did it for someone I love. Hurry up.
I've been a fan of yours for a long time, Mr. Lane. I think the Chronicle's a great newspaper.
Oh, thank you.
Are you interested in baseball?
Oh, I played a little when I was in high school.
Ross will be right down. Ross just talks about you all the time, Coach Johnson.
I imagine all the boys talk about me most of the time. It's a good thing I don't hear what they have to say, isn't it?
You used to be shortstop on the Chicago White Sox, didn't you?
How did you know that?
You're much too modest. In your last season with them, you batted .301.
Well, you've been doing a little research on me, haven't you?
Oh, Mama knows all the batting averages. Oh, we're great baseball fans around here.
What did you do after you quit baseball?
I went into the sporting goods business.
Well, how did you get started as a Little League coach?
Somebody asked me, and I said yes. I went in as a substitute for 2 weeks. I've been at it for 10 years now.
Must be very rewarding.
It is. But there are problems, too.
What kind of problems?
Psychological, mostly. Kids can get pretty high-strung. Making the team means a great deal to them. Sometimes too much. Very often the parents will push them into competition. If they fail, they feel they've let their parents down.
Ross was interested in Little League ball before we even knew anything about it.
I'm not saying all parents do it, Mrs. Lane, but you'd be surprised what some mothers and fathers will resort to get their children on the team. These are marvelous. I think these are better than the ones I had last night.
Last night?
Over at Billy Bishop's.
I still don't see why I should wear a suit.
Hello, Ross.
What are you doing here, sir? I mean, did I do something wrong?
Of course not, darling. We invited Coach Johnson to dinner.
To dinner?
Yeah. He eats, too, you know.
Why here?
We thought it would be nice if we all got acquainted.
That's why I came, Ross. I like to meet the families of the boys who try out for the team.
Dinner is served.
Arigato, Aki-san.
Oh, Ross said to tell you the reason he went to bed so early is because he's in strict training.
He's a nice boy.
Nat.
Would you like to see our roses? I've some prize cuttings.
I grow them myself.
Oh.
Excuse me, girls.
Oh, these are much larger than mine.
They're choice cuttings. May I send you some?
That's very kind of you, Mrs. Lane.
Oh, it's nothing at all. They certainly get a lot of tender, loving care.
Son, you awake?
I guess so. How's he going?
No, I just came up to see how you were.
Mom should never have invited him to dinner.
No, she was just trying to be helpful.
I'll never be able to face him again.
Well, the dinner wasn't really that bad.
He'll think we were trying to bribe him or something.
Well, if it was any consolation to you, Billy Bishop's mother and father had him over for a Japanese dinner last night. He said our raw fish was much better.
Why do parents have to be so helpful?
Well, maybe you'll understand that better when you have children of your own, son.
But I don't want to have children when I grow up. I want to be a baseball player. This could be the end of my whole career.
I doubt that.
Boy, when that butler walked in, I could have died. Where'd he come from?
An employment agency.
What was Mom trying to prove?
I don't think she was trying to prove anything. She just wanted to entertain Coach Johnson, and she was trying to make him feel as comfortable as possible. She went to a lot of trouble.
Trouble is the right word.
Well, I'm not saying that what we did was right. We were probably overcompensating.
What does that mean?
It means that in the beginning we didn't do enough, and in the end we did too much. It's a disease that parents suffer from. I'm sorry if we embarrassed you.
That's okay, Dad. I'll probably get married and have children and forget all about baseball.
Maybe you can do both.
Anyhow, it's only Little League. You know, kind of kid stuff.
I know.
Who cares if anyone's a pitcher?
Sure, who cares?
I care.
I'm sure glad you could come to dinner tonight, Coach Johnson.
Well, so am I, Patty.
You have no idea how much it means to Ross. Ross says that Don Johnson is your son.
That's right.
Don's in my history class.
Oh.
Geez, a nice boy. I think he's one of the nicest boys in the whole school. I really like him. We're having a record party here Friday. We'd sure love to have him come over.
Has he ever been here before?
No.
I see. Well, I'll tell him. Excuse me.
I didn't mean that the way it sounded. Would you like some more coffee, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, thank you. This is enough.
Would you like some fruit?
Oh, no, thank you. I'd better be going.
Oh, but it's still early.
Well, tomorrow's a big day. I have to pick the ball team. Thank you very much for the dinner. It was lovely. Good night. I'm glad I met you, Mr. Lane.
Oh, nice to meet you, Coach. You're going to make your decision tomorrow.
That's right. That's one of the reasons I wanted to come here to meet Ross's family. Ross is a good player, but it's important to know how much support he can count on at home. I mean, a real kind of support, where the family knows that he can stand on his own 2 feet. Well, thanks again for everything. I'll see myself out. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Martin.
It's all my fault. I invited his son to a party and made it sound like I was bribing him. I offered to babysit for him for nothing.
And I offered him our prize roses and thanked him for putting Ross on the team in the same breath. And Aki, and the Japanese food.
Boy, we really helped Ross, didn't we?
Your intentions were good, but you made one mistake.
What was that?
You didn't have enough confidence in Ross. If he wasn't good enough to make the team, then he shouldn't have been on it. But if he was good enough to make it, you should have let him do it on his own.
Yes, sir. Chalk it up to another Patty Lane brainstorm. Where are you going? To see if I can get Ross to take up ice hockey.
Ross should have been home hours ago.
Tryouts take time.
Patty, where have you been? On a kamikaze mission. Since this whole thing was my idea, I decided I should go apologize to Coach Johnson.
What did he say?
He said not to send the rose cuttings, because with his wife away, there's nobody to water them.
Oh.
And he said to tell you he doesn't need a babysitter. I see. And his son can't come on Friday night. Well, we've batted 1,000.
I think the expression is, we struck out.
How am I going to face him?
Hi, folks.
Ross, would you like to go to 3 movies tomorrow?
Oh, gee, thanks, sis, but I can't. I'm pitching for the Little League team.
Oh. You what?
I was made pitcher today. Billy Bishop's my relief pitcher.
Congratulations,
That's
Ross.
wonderful, darling. I'm so glad.
Now we'll show them some real shutouts.
Boy, Coach Johnson sure was nervous today. There must have been 1 million parents out there. He asked me to give you a message, Dad.
A message for me?
Yeah. He's on a 6-month vacation. He wants you to take over as Little League coach for him.
You're kidding.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Patty, if Richard wants to ride his motorcycle around Brooklyn Heights at 6 o'clock on a Sunday morning and wake up the whole population, that's his business. But you tell him he'll have to find another passenger because you can't go.
Papa, it's a brand new second-hand motorcycle, and Richard wants to try it out. Naturally, he wants me with him.
What's so natural about that?
The subject is closed.
Oh, Mama, it'll break his heart.
Patty, I think that you are now reaching the age where you should be thinking about more ladylike pursuits than riding on the back of a motorcycle.
Okay. Now, since I'm an old lady, I think I'll take up crocheting.
I'm sure you can find a happy medium, dear.
Your cousin Cathy would never think of riding around with Richard on his motorcycle.
She better not.
Well, it just wouldn't do you any harm to emulate Cathy a little more.
I guess you're right, Papa. I am a little far out sometimes. Good old Cathy, always got her 2 feet on the ground. Okay, from now on, I'm going to do everything that she does.
Well, there's no need to go overboard. It's just you could pick up a few pointers from her.
Hello, everybody.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Boy, you really got caught in a thunder shower.
Yeah, except the sun is shining outside. What happened, Cathy?
Why, got a little wet.
No. Darling, are you all right?
Yes, Aunt Natalie, I'm fine, thank you.
Well, how on earth did you get all wet?
I'd better get into some dry clothes. Excuse me.
What in the world happened to her?
I don't know, but she sure doesn't want to talk about it.
She'll tell us when she's ready.
Well, maybe she's not ready, but I am. Hi, Cuz.
No.
No what?
No, I don't want to discuss it.
Cathy, you can't walk into the house soaking wet and say you don't want to discuss it. Did you have a water fight with somebody?
No.
You walked in front of an open fire hydrant.
Of course not.
You invented a rainmaking machine.
Patty, let's just forget about it.
Okay. Well, forget about it. What is it I'm forgetting about?
My allowance check came. I'll treat you to a movie tonight.
Somebody pushed her in a swimming pool.
Hello? Cathy Lane? Just a minute, I'll get her. Who's calling, please? A reporter from the New York Metropolitan? The New York Metropolitan is calling Cathy Lane? What is it in reference to, please? In reference to her heroism today. When she jumped in the lake at the park and saved the boy who was drowning? Cathy? Oh, sure, you can send a reporter. Hey, and you better send a photographer, too. I mean, that's the least you can do for a heroine. Bye.
But, Cathy, I think you should be very proud of what you did.
If Patty had done it, she would have come in with a neon sign.
Cathy, you saved somebody's life. Do you know what that means? Yes. It means there's going to be a big fuss about it, and I don't want there to be. But, Patty, you shouldn't have told that newspaper to send a photographer and a reporter.
Tell us what happened, Kath.
It wasn't anything, Uncle Martin. I happened to be walking by the lake in the park, and I heard someone calling for help. I saw a boy swimming, and he seemed to be having a cramp. There was no one else around, so I jumped in and pulled him out. She just jumped in and pulled him out. Have you ever heard such modesty?
They usually give medals for things like this, you know.
Your picture will be on the front page.
I just did what anyone else would have done. And I'd really prefer not to have a big thing made about it. It's too late.
Yeah. Now you belong to the ages.
He's right, Cathy. Heroism has to be rewarded. And I'm going to help her. Here comes the backfield. Watch how silly Tony acts. He's got a real crush on me.
Hi, Cathy.
Hello, Tony.
I heard what you did yesterday. That's the bravest thing I ever heard of. Are you scared?
Well, I didn't have much time to think about it.
You've really got what it takes. You going to class? I'll carry your books. How'd you like to see a movie tonight?
I think I'm free.
Hi, Patty. What are you staring at?
My cousin, the heroine. Come on.
Before we begin class, there's another matter I'd like to take up. I'm sure that by now you've all heard about the wonderful act of courage that was displayed yesterday by one of our classmates. Cathy, would you stand up, please? You've brought honor to all of us by what you did, Cathy. Risking your own life to save the life of a stranger is the highest act of valor. Would you care to say a few words to the class about it?
Thank you, Miss Castle. There really isn't much to say. I'm sure that everyone here would have done the same thing in the same situation. Thank you. Boy, what conceit. No, I'm sorry. I don't know when she'll be back. Okay, I'll give her a message. Thank you. That was the Bugle calling. They want to do a feature story on Cathy. Do you know that that's the 10th call she's had in the last hour? And look at this. Teenager saves lad. Right on the front page. With the situation the world is in, you think they'd have more important things to write about than that.
I don't understand you, Patty. You were the one that told the reporter and the newspaper man to come over. You said it was the bravest thing you'd ever heard of. Now, suddenly, you act like she did something terrible.
Richard, if there's anything I can't stand, it's a show-off.
Patty, you're not jealous of Cathy, are you?
Who? Me? Of course not. It just isn't fair, Richard, that's all.
What isn't fair?
The only reason Cathy is a heroine is because she was in the right place at the right time. Now, I could have been there instead.
If you'd have been there, he'd have drowned. You can't swim.
Everybody's making such a big fuss over her. You think nobody'd ever saved anybody's life before?
She did a very brave thing.
I'm not trying to take that away from her, Richard. It's just that Cathy is not a natural-born heroine.
And you are.
Well, at least I'd know how to handle the situation.
I think Cathy is handling it fine.
Oh, the whole thing's gone to her head. Richard, I tried to give her the benefit of my advice, and she wouldn't even listen to me. That's probably Life magazine wanting to put her on the cover. Hello? No, Cathy isn't home. Who's calling, please? Roger who? Oh, that Roger. It's the boy she saved.
A voice from the dead.
No, there really isn't any point in coming over, Roger, because Cathy's not home. Just a minute, Roger. She just came in. Why don't you come over? Yeah, she'll be waiting for you. See you then.
Here comes who?
Cathy. Roger wants to talk to her. This is my chance to find out the truth.
The truth about what?
The truth about what really happened.
Oh, we know what happened.
Do we? Richard, doesn't it strike you as a little peculiar that Cathy doesn't even want to talk about it?
Not at all. Cathy's just naturally modest.
Or maybe she's just naturally afraid that we'll find out that she fell into that lake by mistake. Or that he wasn't even drowning at all. Or that it was only 3 feet of water. Richard, I'm about to explode a myth.
Hello, Cathy. I brought these for you.
Oh, thank you. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Well, we had quite a day yesterday, didn't we?
Yes. I saw the story in the newspaper this morning.
Did you? Well, it really wasn't very accurate, was it?
Well, it didn't tell the whole truth.
No, it didn't, did it? But we know the whole truth, don't we?
Yep.
It didn't mention that some parts of the lake were only a few feet deep.
Why should they?
Why should it? I'll bet you're a wonderful swimmer.
Well, I was on the varsity swimming team.
I knew it.
But that doesn't help much when you've got a cramp. Does it?
No, it doesn't, does it? Roger, when I fell into that lake...
Fell in? That was one of the most beautiful dives I've ever seen.
Oh. Well, it looks like I really saved your life, doesn't it?
I can't tell you how grateful I am, Cathy.
Roger.
Which is which?
I'm Cathy. And I'm Patty, her cousin. Nice to meet you, Roger. We were just having a little chat. Oh? About what? About you a lot.
Patty almost convinced me you didn't save my life.
Did she? Well, I guess you two have a lot to talk about. It was very nice to meet you, Roger. Goodbye.
It's amazing. She's exactly like you.
Yes.
Hello, Maman, Papa. That's French.
Our son, the linguist. Hey, that's a clean plate.
Yeah, thanks. Are we all going down to City Hall to watch Cathy get a medal?
Well, of course we are. How often do we have a hero in the family?
Every day. I should get a medal for living with Patty.
Lois, have Patty and Cathy been quarreling the past few days?
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, that's good.
They don't talk to one another, but they haven't been quarreling.
I'm going down to the post office to mail this letter. Can I get you anything?
No, thank you, Cathy.
We were just talking about your medal.
Oh, I don't suppose there's any way I could refuse that without seeming ungrateful.
Why would you want to refuse it?
I just would.
Because of Patty.
She seems so upset about it, I'd really rather let the whole thing drop.
We're not going to do anything of the kind. I think I'll have a little talk with Patty.
I wish you wouldn't, Uncle Martin. She hates me enough already.
Patty doesn't hate you.
She's certainly been acting like it.
Patty wants all the attention, and you're getting it.
But I don't want it.
Cathy, you are going to go down and pick up that medal. And if I know Patty, she's going to be pretty proud of you.
For that piece of junk. Tim,
But when I get a medal, it's going to be solid gold.
Thought you were going to the movies with Cathy.
Oh, I changed my mind. It's too crowded.
The movie's too crowded?
Cathy's too crowded. You can't get near her. You think she was Joan of Arc the way everybody swarms all over her.
Makes you feel proud, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's enough reflected glory for all.
If you like reflected glory. Personally, I'd like to go out and get my own. You know something? It's exactly what I'm going to do. See you later.
Switch it to a 3-column layout and get it in here as fast as you can. I'll have Al standing by. Right. Yes? Oh, good, Joe. We'll take that up at the editorial meeting this afternoon. Fine. Goodbye.
Hello, Uncle Martin.
Hello, Kath.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
No, this is a wonderful surprise. Yeah, we should come down here more often.
Well, I really don't find much free time during the day.
But you managed to find it today. Well, what can I do for you?
I've come to ask a favor, Uncle Martin.
You name it, you've got it.
Natalie told me you were going to write a Sunday feature story about me.
That's right.
That's the favor.
I don't understand.
I don't want you to write it.
Now, if Patty sent you down here...
No, I haven't discussed it with Patty. As a matter of fact, she's not even talking to me. That's why I don't want you to write the article.
Well, I'm sorry, Kath. There's nothing I can do about it. In the first place, it wasn't my idea. It was suggested to me by my boss. I thought it was a very good suggestion. I still do. And it's going to appear in the Chronicle on Sunday. Patty doesn't have to read it.
I'm sorry I troubled you, Uncle Martin. At least I have learned a lesson.
What lesson is that?
Well, the next time I see someone drowning, I'll let him. See you, Tom. See you, Tom. I've never tried analysis before. I don't know if it'll work or not. I guess the idea is to be able to talk out your problem. I think I've just about figured out what's bothering me. You see, usually I'm not jealous of Cathy. Like the time that she got all the highest marks in the whole school. I was so proud I was ready to bust. Or the time that she won the music scholarship. I was so happy to think I'd won it. So basically, I really don't think I'm jealous of Cathy. Basically. I mean, when she sticks to her own territory. But you see, Doc, when she became a hero, well, that's more in my line. I mean, I'm much more the type. I guess I felt what you psychiatrists would call threatened. Does that make sense to you? Makes sense to me. You know something? I feel a lot better after getting this all off my chest. What do you think?
Well, how should I know? I'm just trying to do this crossword puzzle.
You guys are wasting your time. Tell them, Cathy.
Why don't we all have a soda together? Patty, won't you join us? Gee, I'd love to, Kath, but I'm afraid I have another engagement. You run along. All right, for sure.
Come on, Tagger. Everybody's going over to the shake shop.
You're wrong. We're not.
But I'm thirsty.
Well, have a drink of water.
What's gotten into you?
Nothing, Rich. I'm just tired of hanging around with all the kids. Why don't we take a walk by the park lake?
Again? We've walked by there every day, and it's not even on the way home.
All right, nobody's forcing you to go with me.
Look, just because you got some crazy idea in your head...
Rich, I'll go alone. Why don't you go to the shake shop with Cathy?
Maybe I'll just do that.
Who needs him anyway?
Hello, Patty.
Hello, Miss Moore. Miss Moore? Miss Moore?
Yes, Patty.
Could I ask you a question?
Of course.
I know I'm not in your psychology class or anything, but well, I thought maybe you could help me with a problem that two friends of mine are having.
I'll be very happy to try.
They're two boys, cousins, And one of them is jealous of the other one.
Do they like one another?
Oh, yeah, they're crazy about each other. It's just that one boy did something to make the other one jealous. He doesn't want to be jealous, but can't seem to make himself stop.
It sounds as though he's rather immature.
No, he isn't. I mean, he's really a wonderful boy. If it weren't for this little problem, I think he'd really be quite a remarkable young boy.
Are these close friends of yours?
Yeah, I think you could call him that.
Why don't you have them come in and see me?
They can't do that. They live out of town. In Africa. They just moved there recently.
I see.
I was going to write them a letter and include your information.
Well, if this boy is as wonderful as you say he is, I'm sure he has nothing to be jealous of. All he needs to do is develop his self-confidence.
Develop my self-confidence.
It's always a mistake, Patty, to compete with anybody else. The only person you should ever be in competition with is yourself.
I don't understand.
If you do the very best that you know how, you never have to worry about what anyone else is doing. Write that to your friend.
I will. Thank you very much, Miss Moore.
And be sure to say hello to Cathy.
Kath, I brought something home for you. This is an advance proof of Sunday's Chronicle.
Oh. It's lovely, Martin.
You didn't say anything about me.
Aren't you pleased?
Oh, yes, it's very nice. Thank you, Uncle Mark.
I already sent a copy to your father. I'm sure he'll be thrilled.
Wait till Patty sees this. She'll go up in smoke.
Don't worry about Patty. She'll be fine. Where is she?
She hasn't come home yet.
Isn't it a little late for her to still be at school?
Well, she's with Richard. I'm sure she's all right.
She is usually home by this time.
Perhaps Patty stopped at the library.
Patty who?
Well, maybe she did go over to Richard's house. Why don't I call there? She probably didn't realize how late it was.
Hi, folks.
Hello, Richard.
Where's Patty?
I thought she was with you.
No, I haven't seen her since school let out.
But you usually walk her home.
Well, I haven't been walking her home lately, Mrs. Lane.
Why not?
Because I got tired of walking her over to Park Lake every day.
Why would she want to go over to Park Lake every day?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Of course I would.
Well, I think she wanted to go over there because she's hoping to find someone drowning so she can rescue them.
I don't believe it.
Oh, that doesn't sound like Patty.
Does to me.
Richard, don't you have any idea where she is?
No, sir. She could be anywhere.
What happened?
You're soaking wet.
Darling, did you have an accident?
I want to go home.
You did it. She saved a kid. She's a hero.
Congratulations, Patty. That's wonderful.
Now we can go into the hero business.
I ought to call the newspapers right away.
Imagine having two heroes in the family.
What are you talking about? I pulled her out of the lake. I think I know now what made me do it.
She felt threatened.
She what?
It's a psychiatric expression we psychiatrists use.
You see, all the time I thought I was jealous of Cathy, and I hated myself for it. That's why I kept going back to the lake.
But you just wanted to get your share of attention.
Well, that's what I thought. But that wasn't it at all, Papa. I was just afraid to admit the truth to myself.
What was the truth?
That I was a coward. You see, I kept asking myself, what would happen when the moment came when I'd have to jump in the water? And I didn't know. I thought, what if I just stood there and watched somebody drown? So I had to find out. Patty. So I kept hanging around the lake, waiting for somebody to fall in so I could test myself. Soon I started hoping somebody would fall in.
What happened this afternoon?
Well, I saw this boy fooling around on the shore. And I watched him. And there was a tree that was hanging over the water where it was pretty deep. And he climbed the tree, and a limb broke, and he fell into the water.
What did you do?
I almost turned and ran home. But I knew I couldn't do that, so I jumped in after him. The only thing was he thought I was drowning, so he pulled me out.
I see.
You know the terrible part? I found out I am a coward. A coward? What makes you say that? Because when I jumped in that lake, I was scared to death. Patty, I let you in on a little secret. So was I. You were? Terrified.
Honey, a hero is a coward who does something brave. There's no special merit in getting involved in a situation you're not afraid of. And it doesn't matter who pulled whom out. The only thing that matters is that you were willing to risk your life to save the life of that boy.
Well, I guess we go back to City Hall again.
Isn't it lovely having 2 heroes in the family?
3, remember? I have to live with her.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are 2 of a kind.
I've always wanted to be on the debating team, but I never have any time to try out for it. You know how many projects I always have going for me. So this afternoon, when I heard they were forming a new team, I said to myself, Patty, you go in there and show them how it's done. So I went in there. And what was I? I was sensational. I really haven't tried up a knot. Well, I'm sure you ought-talk to everyone, Patty.
Why shouldn't she? She's got the biggest mouth.
Sometime I'd like to debate whether or not he's human.
Patty, did they tell you whether you're going to be on the debating team?
No. But why would they pass up their golden opportunity?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, darling.
Hi, Papa.
You're home early.
I know. I just couldn't stand it another minute down there at the office.
Hard day?
Well, it wasn't that it was so hard. It was just so noisy. That office is a madhouse. Phones ringing all the time, people talking a blue streak.
That's the newspaper game for you. Hello, Richard. Boy, did I have a wild day today. You know that math teacher that everybody says is an ogre? Well, I've got a meeting out of the palm of my hand. I was torn between bluffing it through or throwing myself at his mercy, so I stayed after class and I said to him, look, Mr. It's for you.
Hi, Tommy. No, I don't know who that was. I've never seen her before. How's things?
Hey, you heard what happened in math class today. Would you like to hear what happened in history?
Not particularly, Patty.
Oh.
Well, you know.
A funny thing happened in gym, though. I went to pick up this medicine ball and the...
Darling, your father's tired.
Oh, I understand.
You're kidding.
Hey, did you hear the joke about the marathon walker who got tired before he got to the finish line? It was like this.
Patty, don't you ever stop talking?
I guess I just have a lot of interesting things to say, that's all.
Oh, yeah? Okay. I'll talk to you later, Tom. Bye.
I don't have to talk, you know. I just do it to be sociable. I think Patty's just excited about the debating team.
Don't defend her. She couldn't keep quiet if her life depended on it.
Oh, couldn't I? I'll bet you I could keep my mouth shut for 3 days if I wanted to.
That's a bet.
What do you mean?
I mean that if for the next 72 hours you can go without saying one word, I will give you an extra week's allowance. In fact, I'll give you 2 extra weeks' allowance.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
It's a deal. When do we start?
Right now.
Hi, folks. Patty, have I got great news for you. They just made you captain of the debating team.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Dancer Cathy adores a minuet, the ballet russe, and crepe Suzette.
Our Patty loves to rock and roll. A hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet. Still they're cousins. Identical cousins, and you find they laugh alike,
They walk alike,
at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Morning, Patty. Hey, do you remember I told you I'd let you know when the Glee Club practice began? It's tonight. Why don't I pick you up at 8 o'clock? 8:30? Has something the matter with your throat? Something wrong with your head? Well, I hope you feel better. See you later.
I wish he'd stop hanging around you. Doesn't he know you're my girl? Well, if he doesn't, why don't you tell him? Yeah, I know. But you could talk yesterday and the day before that and the day before that. You know what I think? I think you're fickle. As a matter of fact, I think you're the most fickle girl I've ever gone with. And I have gone with hundreds. This little bet of yours is a good idea. Gives me a chance to get some things off my chest. You're a very spoiled girl, Patty. And ungrateful. I mean, if you have me, why would you want to look at anybody else? Yes, sir, this is a whole new side of you. I mean, we can really communicate. Well, I have to be running along. I really enjoyed our little chat. I asked you to come to the shake shop with Gloria and me, but I guess it wouldn't be any fun for you in your condition. Bye.
Patty, I'm leaving now. Ted is downstairs. Are you sure you don't want to come? What are you doing? Can you spare it? Don't you what? Patty, are you sure you're all right? I'm not so sure this bet was a good idea. You have 2 more days to go. I hate to leave you alone. Someone's coming? Who? Richard? All right. Have a good time. Good night.
Good evening, Patty. I thought we'd continue our chat of this afternoon. Yes, sir, I said to myself, Rich, why don't you drop in on poor old Patty and give her a few minutes of your precious time? Sure I can. How'd you know I was going to say that? I am not. Don't be ridiculous. Are you some kind of a mind reader? I don't happen to think this is funny. Boy, will I be glad when you get your voice back so I can tell you what I think of you. If there's anything I can't stand, it's a wise guy.
Boy, talk about thunderclouds. What was he so mad about?
Here she comes, the girl with the golden voice. Did you bring any of those crazy cards with you? Good. After class, I'll take you over to the shake shop. I've been thinking up some things I want to tell you.
All right, class. I'm going to hand back the essay that you turned in yesterday. And on the whole, I'm very proud of you. You did an excellent job. There was one essay in particular I think was especially good, and that was written by Patty Lane. Patty, will you come up here and read your essay to the class? Oh, do you have a sore throat? Well, can you talk? Well, come up here and read your essay. You mean you can talk, you just refuse to? Did you finish? 100 times? Very well. You may do it over again. Stubborn has 2 B's.
Oh, there you are.
We thought you weren't coming.
How long can it take to write I won't be stubborn 100 times?
What's the matter? Can't you talk?
No, but she's very big with signs. Did you bring any? Good. I was just talking to Gloria about taking her to the basketball game tonight. Oh, I know I promised you, but that was before you had your problem. I mean, what's the point of going to a basketball game if you can't yell? What are you going to do when they shoot a crucial basket? Just sit there?
We'll let you know how the game turns out.
Oh, why don't we go over to the shake shop, huh? Patty can't stand not having the last word.
No? Look.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Ned.
Guess who had to write I will not be stubborn 100 times today?
You?
No, I'll give you a clue. It's a sister of mine.
Oh, I'm surprised. Patty's not stubborn.
It was all a misunderstanding. Miss Blake asked Patty to read her essay to the class, and Patty refused.
Why?
Because of her bet with you.
That silly thing?
Oh, Patty doesn't think it's silly. She's taking it very seriously.
Well, it's all well and good, but I never intended it to interfere with her schoolwork. I better have a little talk with her.
If you do, it's going to be very one-sided.
She's really stuck to this, hasn't she? 2 whole days. Of course, it's a little like damming up Niagara Falls. When you open the floodgates, run for your life. She probably won't stop talking for a month. But you know, I bet there isn't another teenager in the country who could go 3 days without talking.
Maybe you should bottle this. Then you'd make a fortune.
I think some of the other children are getting in digs at Patty. And another thing, Richard is taking Gloria to the basketball game tonight.
Say, Nat, why don't I just call this whole thing off? I didn't realize it was going to be so rough on her. I could just tell Patty that I'm convinced she can do this for another day. And I've decided to throw in the sponge and pay her.
I've already tried it.
What do you mean?
I told her that you were convinced that she could do it for another day, and you had decided to throw in the sponge and pay her.
What did she say?
She said no. Well, she didn't exactly say no. She shook her head no.
But why? I mean, she's just out to get the money.
Oh, that's what I thought, and we were both wrong. It's the principle of the thing. She is determined to stick it out, Martin.
Yeah, well, maybe if I had a little talk with her.
Won't do any good. Her mind is made up.
Miss Blake was right. She is stubborn.
I know. Knock. Are you busy? Good. And there's a couple of things I want to say to you. I know you can't answer back, and I may never get this opportunity again. So, I just want to tell you that I think you're the greatest sister in the whole world. I tease you a lot, but I wouldn't trade you in for a new ham set with batteries. Well, that's all I have to say. I'll start yelling at you when you can yell back. Come on, cut it out. Something I can't stand, it's a sentimental thing.
Richard.
Hi, Mrs. Lane.
Why didn't you use the front door?
Technical difficulties.
What?
Patty doesn't want to talk to me.
Oh, she doesn't want to talk to anyone.
I know, but, she doesn't want to see me. Well, I can't blame her. I played a joke on her with Gloria, and she took it seriously.
I see.
I thought maybe you could give me some ideas.
I don't know how much it would help, Richard. Patty can be pretty stubborn.
Oh, you telling me? She's got the temper of a wildcat.
Why don't you just tell her you're sorry?
I tried, but she won't listen. I even got Cathy to talk to her, but it's like trying to talk to a stone wall. You see, the thing is, Mrs. Lane, I have something very important to tell her. There's a kind of plot going on, and I think Patty should know about it.
Well, that does sound serious, doesn't it?
The trick is to get her to listen to me.
Richard, I have an idea.
Yeah?
There's one form of communication that Patty has never been able to resist. Why don't you go home and call her on the telephone?
Mrs. Lane, you're a genius. Patty? Hello? Are you there? Can you hear me? I have to talk to you. Ow! If you can hear me, rap twice. If you can't, rap once. You don't have to yell. It's very important, Patty. What do you say? Oh, come on. Didn't you take a joke? You don't think Gloria means anything to me, do you? Well, you're wrong. That's why I have to see you. I'll come over in a half hour, okay? Thanks a lot, Patty. I'll see you. I hate to bother you, Patty, but this is important. I was only joking. I told you I'm sorry. I admit I was wrong. I'm crazy about you. Patty, are you all right? Kiss me once for no and twice for yes. Oh, that's better. Can you talk now? Oh, well, when will you be able to talk? I'm not asking for me. I'm asking because I think you're in trouble. You know, Gloria tried out for the debating team, too. And she was pretty sore when they picked you and not her. They picked her as an alternate. Well, I just found out at the meeting tomorrow, she's going to ask them to remove you from the team so she can take your place. It's a pretty dirty trick. It's kind of clever when you think about it. Oh, I called you as soon as I heard. Boy, holding a telephone conversation with you is pretty hard on the eardrums. Well, what are you going to do? You can't do that. Patty, what time is this bed up tomorrow? 4 o'clock. You know what time the meeting is? 3:30.
That is the meanest trick I've ever heard of. There must be something you can do, Patty. You go into that meeting tomorrow and you say. All right, then write it. No, I suppose you're right. If Gloria's out to get you and you can't talk, you don't stand much of a chance. Patty, why don't you forget about the bet? Actually, it's only a half-hour's difference. Your father wouldn't mind. Isn't it important to you to be on the debating team? You're not going to let Gloria get away with this. Are you?
Natalie, do you have any idea what's going on around here?
You mean all the plotting and counterplotting? Oh, yes, Richard briefed me.
Well, it's like something out of James Bond. I mean, I'm the last man in the world to meddle in the affairs of young America, but Gloria's plan to get Patty off the debating team is diabolical.
I know. There's only one other person I know who could have thought up a scheme like that.
Who's that?
Patty.
Well, it just isn't fair. I mean, Patty earned her place on that team. Now she's going to lose it because of a silly bet.
Oh, perhaps she won't lose it.
Well, Gloria's got that meeting scheduled for 30 minutes before Patty can talk.
Patty can always cancel the bet.
Oh, she won't. I just tried that again.
What'd she say?
She didn't say anything. Just held up a sign that read, "Forget it, Popple. I'm a born loser."
When I went up to see her, she held up a sign that said, "If silence is golden, I'm going to be a very rich kid." At least she's got a sense of humor about it.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't. It's all right for Patty to joke, but I know how much being on that debating team means to her.
She's wanted it all year.
There must be something we can do.
What?
Well, for one thing, I could go to that meeting tomorrow and
And?
make a fool of myself.
Want to hear a confession?
Yeah?
I thought about going to her school and setting the clock back.
It's terrible. Wish I'd thought of it.
You know what the real trouble is? We're trying to solve Patty's problems for her. It's up to her to solve it for herself.
But that's just the point. She won't. She's given up. It's not like Patty. She's going to let Gloria win this without putting up a fight.
The trouble is we're not used to Patty losing. Well, you can't win them all.
Oh, I suppose not. How does she get herself into these things?
She got into this one with a little help from you.
Next time I'll learn to keep my big mouth shut.
Want to bet?
Why don't we get started?
It's not 3:30.
You're not even supposed to be here. You're not on the debating team.
I'm an amicus curiae.
What does that mean?
Not sure.
Why don't we wait for Patty? She's our captain.
Do you want a captain who can't even talk? We're having our first debate with Rockland High on Monday. You want to win, don't you? Come on, let's get to work.
Why don't you adjourn until 4 o'clock?
Because the meeting was called for 3:30. Look, if Patty's not interested enough to be here, she's not interested enough to be captain of the Brooklyn Heights High debating team.
I tell you, she'll be here at 4 o'clock.
Call the meeting to order. Goodbye, Richard.
You wouldn't do this to Patty, would you?
Gloria's right. If Patty was interested, she'd be here.
Why don't I send out for sandwiches?
Well, let's get the show on the road. Yeah. The meeting of the Brooklyn Heights High debating team is hereby called to order.
I move that since Miss Patty Lane is absent from this meeting, she be removed from the debating team. Is there a second to the motion?
I second it. A motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
All in favor of what? What's up, Drew?
Patty, you changed your mind.
Yeah, I thought we were going to lose you. Did you? Oh, you can't get rid of me that easily. Can you, Gloria, darling? Apparently not, darling.
Hold everything. We have a motion before the House. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion is not passed. Now, let's get down to business.
I think that's a great idea. And, Gloria, since you're just an alternate, why don't you, buzz off and get ready for Halloween? Anyway, you lost your bet. I'll talk to you later.
Anytime, you'll find me at Patty's.
We have a lot of work to do. Group, I'm ready. In that case, why don't we take a half hour and relax, and we'll all meet back here at 4 o'clock.
What's the point, as long as we're here?
As long as we're here and I'm captain, I say we should meet back here at 4 o'clock.
Boy, I didn't think you were going to get here on time.
Neither did I.
You decided this was more important than the bet, huh?
Yeah. Who wants to win a silly old bet?
Well, that's funny. I thought it meant something to you.
Who? Me? Nah.
I guess you're glad I got rid of Gloria. Once for no and twice for yes. Once for no and... No! What's the matter, Cathy? It's the least you can do for Pat.
Hello, Nat.
Hello, darling.
Well, tonight's the big night. Patty talks.
Martin, you're going to
I'll bet I was right about Niagara Falls, wasn't I?
Well,
if I'm not mistaken, she started bending your ear at 4 o'clock on the dot, and she hasn't stopped talking since. She is at home, isn't she?
Oh, yes, darling, she is at home.
There she is, the Chatterbox of Brooklyn Heights. Honey, I'm really proud of you. You did it. Are you glad it's over? Did you have a good day? Oh, I owe you some money, don't I? You can talk now, you know. You won the bet. Laryngitis.
I've been trying to tell you.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square.
But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn.